Alright, good morning ladies and gentlemen. CCT-EU Series number 3, Swiss Days, round number 1. My name is Nexus. I'm still joined by Brandon, actually. Not still, but for the first time in a while. It's been a moment, but Brandon, morning's going. Issues persist, but we also do gotta keep going here as well and hope that none too much will affect us today. So, what's your thoughts on just this fine morning here?
Yeah, look, should be some good games on your screen. I think Shoke versus Saber is our first one of the day, if I'm not mistaken. You've got Iberian Soul versus Heroic Academy in here. Nexus versus Ruby. I think it's surprising that so many of these teams were in the closed qualifier. For example, Monte is a closed qualifier team that have made it through. And that one's just a bit tough for me to get my head around because obviously they were looking really good, and then the back end of last year they were getting invited to playoffs. So to see them in play-ins now because of VRS is weird, but it is one of those things that you still got to get used to. So I think like some of these games are fun. I don't know too much about the Cyber Shoke X Saber guys. I haven't had the luxury of casting Saber yet, or X Saber, so I'm questioning what's going to happen there. But I'm excited for the rest of the days. The rest of the day looks pretty good.
Yeah, that's fair. But Cyber Shoke, we know a little bit about them. They're pretty damn good. They've also, obviously as well with the most recent additions, now had a little bit of time with Blixie and Glowing, about 3-4 months or so. So, initially, you're right, when you look at the roster changes on any team, you're like, okay, give them a month or two, maybe they'll start to then develop to what they want to be. Now they should be at that sort of point, and one consistent factor, no matter what it's been on this team, is that Glowing has never stopped being just a machine. A veteran, an IGL, and a frag machine. It's absolutely ridiculous. And then you have Blixie, who I still don't know where to really put him. I have my sort of issues. I mean, in this team, when you look at it, you have individuals around him who will do incredibly well. So it's not like he's always going to be needed. But is it really hurting me to ask for a bit more either way from him or just anybody else as well here?
No, I don't think so. I think it's one of not an Ekilovicus or Blixie needs to step up. And Blixie in Aurora Youngblood was doing such a good job. You think he's going to be that guy when he gets his next opportunity to step up and have that sort of not even a resurgence, just that proving ground on Aurora Youngblood. You then see it to light a bit more in Cyber Shoke. To be honest, I feel the same about Notaneki. I think Notaneki in Spirit Academy was pretty decent. Obviously got outshone by some of the stars that were also in that academy at the time. Donk, Art Frost. But coming into Cyber Shoke, I'm like, okay, that's a really good opportunity for Notaneki. And I see it in Notaneki sometimes as well. I really do see these amazing games, high potential. You see that in Blixie. Is it because they're young? Yes. At the same time, though, given how recent it's been in Counter-Strike, where all the young guys are winning everything, maybe the answer's no. I just think this team needs more consistency. And it also comes in the Orpa phenomenon, because on his day, this kid is unreal. And then sometimes he just isn't present at all.
Completely valid. Now let's go over and switch over toward the other side as well. You haven't seen a whole lot of them. I've seen a little bit of them. But even so, I kind of struggled because I've seen a really good game or 2 or 3 from these guys where they played out of their minds. And then I've seen games where they look okay, but there's still always things lacking, right? That kind of plays into the sort of unknown factor. We're not really too sure about these guys yet. We don't know exactly where or what their deal is. So consistency, of course, is going to be an issue. But one thing I was really surprised about is just how team-oriented they can be. Like, they have their fundamentals really well, I think. From what I've seen, what I remember still as well, that was one thing that stuck with me. Is the fundamentals of when and how they want to, like, re-aggress things for the CT side, how they approach things on that D side. It's a lot of, if I'm not all too incorrect in remembering here, pack tactics for them. It's very nice and clean, almost, in that regard. And then you have I'll say like Nader with a little bit of aim coming out that is very crispy. Like, the sort of flicks he can just do, even with a rifle, are really nice. And that's one thing that I do remember. But beyond that, I mean, I've already got a couple of things I've said, but I don't think they've been all too surprising or influential in sort of the teams I look out for, I guess.
Okay, so basically, good luck. However, it might not be happening. And you might be going 0-3. Is that sort of the vibe? Or are we maybe like a 1 and... We getting a win here, Saber?
I think so. I think they're gonna get a win here. Maybe even 2. I do feel like they can get it, but it really depends on the sort of game they want to come up with on that day. As stupid and boring as it sounds, like, it depends on a lot of different things. So today would be a nice little eye test to see how that starts to look for the rest of the tournament as well. But I believe in them getting a win or 2 here. Against Saber, Shoke, maybe a little bit less.
Yeah, it's going to be hard. Especially with Anubis Ancient, a Train even as well. Coming into this Veto for Cyber Shoke. The 2 maps I've seen Cyber Shoke on the most, to be honest, have been Anubis and Ancient. So I look at this and I think you can't really go to Mirage because Cyber Shoke are very good on that map. Cyber Shoke can just ban out the better maps / weaker maps for them. I look at this Veto head-to-head and I'm just thinking it had to be Anubis Ancient Train, and I don't see a world in which Saber is able to really get a map. Sorry to be horrible. I don't see it.
Yeah, that is going to be a tough one, but I don't know. I mean, I would like to believe in the possibility. Then again, last time I did see them, I was with Seard. Like, we saw one of their earliest game against I think it was Passion UA, maybe? Like, the game looked okay for them, despite the scoreline not really being there to support that sort of thing. So we were positively surprised. But then the next game they just kind of crumbled, and they haven't really played a lot of games since. So it is kind of concerning in that regard as well for me.
Yeah, I'm curious to sort of see what it looks like. I think we made some pretty decent points here about the fact that Cyber Shoke are looking for consistency. Saber are just looking to announce their arrival here in the Swiss stage. A good opening game should be able to do that. We've got a head-to-head here that we can bring up on the screen and that we can leave you with. And the sentiment is very much the same, that Glowin is a very good in-game leader that can also put up numbers on the board. And his consistency is going to be important for those other stars of Cyber Shoke to shine. We need to go to a break. When we come back, we'll get into that first game. It will be Anubis between Cyber Shoke and Saber coming up after the break.
Alrighty then, we are so back, and apparently it's been so quick, we've already missed the pistol. Blixie's got 3 kills. I mean, we said it to step up, but we only saw 1, so are the kills real? We don't know. Cyber Shoke either way, they started this one off 1-0. Welcome.
Well, it wasn't the USB inputs.
Yeah, because some microphone issues, but we're trying to solve them, you know? I say we, as if I'm standing here, Brandon's actually doing all the work for himself, but... morale support, I suppose. Or moral support. Either way, round number 2 coming out here. Saber, no bomb plant. Nothing of the sort, and we're gonna try to get this one underway. You know, it's a slow ego anyway. Nothing really interesting should be happening in a round like this, except maybe a little bit of farming. You've got Glowing playing all the way back in the mid. He's not even jiggling for information here. With an MP9 does actually surprise me that he's not trying to play this a bit more aggressive, but he'll still be able to peek into this one. By himself, decide when to engage, when to disengage, more likely as well. And Blixie again collects a triple, but one of them this time his teammate. So the MP9 of Glowing as well, only allowed to get 1. But all is good. That's the only weapon they'll end up losing in this round as well. It's not really a major loss, but we don't really care about that one either way. We said it's going to be a boring round. Nothing much is going to happen there. The most exciting thing, a team kill. So, round 3 we go. Guns coming out. A little bit of a lack of util as always with these 3rd round buys when no bomb plants involved in either first or second. That is what it is. Glowing. Flash into mid. We'll spot 1. There's the utility now deployed as well. Who's coming over? Glowing was looking for it, but doesn't want to go for round number 2. And with that boost as well from Jackass, you can see Fake Reality is able to sneak his way up. Mid control, very much there now for that T side. And Glowing will start to suspect that as well, and he'll get confirmation now. Utility deployed, ready for the fast A play, coming through. Utility is good, flashbang's perfection. Nature will assist in both entries toward the A side with Cyber Shoke off to save immediately in round number 3.
Hello.
Hello, welcome back.
I did watch, and those flashes were cool. And it's a shame, because Glowing, I feel like, had set himself up quite well with Notaneki. He's dropped that nade far outside A main, and then he's dropped one just in towards the camera, just as they're executing. It feels like you're setting Notaneki up to at least get 1 kill, but the counter flashbangs from Saber were absolutely sublime. Lovicus has to hold on to a FAMAS, which feels horrible. And a good little response back in. I like the fact that you get the guns out and you just do immediately a set play. You're speaking about their teamwork in the pre-show, and it is coming to fruition very early on here. Uh-oh.
Ooh.
That's a worry.
Yeah, that's also a life round for the FAMAS. I'm not sure if you've heard. You get more than 1. That's the best round you're ever going to get with those.
What, double kill?
Yeah, the best thing the FAMAS has ever done.
Oh.
I'm a firm FAMAS hater. I don't care if people say it's different in CS2. I don't care. It's a terrible weapon. It shoots insanely poorly. And it's French.
Okay. Okay, dude.
I mean, am I wrong?
I like the FAMAS, so yeah.
Oh, come on.
It's one of those weapons that actually just feels satisfying to use when you get like a multi-kill. It's like, okay, I'm kind of good at the game.
You can never get one.
It's been a while.
Big mate. But either way, let's continue here. It's a slow round. It's just the utility. This is pretty much basic Anubis. You went P, actually. Interesting. This has been a long time since I've seen one of these. If this was Theo I was with, he'd say, yeah, I was using this last night. I got a multi-kill from A main all the way to somehow B site. That's what he would say there. Just spraying long range. I don't know how he does it, but... Blixie, he can also do it. Oh, going through. There's one more coming out. From the smokes, on the site, still standing, is the defense. Jackass, finally in a position and making use of it as well, but he's left alone. Trade of the Hordex. Both players, however, in cave. A double swing is coming through for Saber Shoke. Nicely done there. They played the man advantage very well. And will secure that round.
I just really like how dynamic Saber Shoke are playing off each other, because you've got the double set up on towards B where Blixie's taking all the contact, then you've got the rifle in behind, and then you've also got the double push out A main, the double swinging towards connector. Even if Jackass is able to get through middle and go temple, it's completely fine because they've taken the space away in A main, and they're tradable onto each other. This should be just a clean-up, and it is. Not an Eki flexes his spray on the AK. And it's going to be 4-1 for Saber Shoke. This is going to be a very dominant start to things here, especially on CT Anubis.
Yeah, at this point, you start off this well. You're looking at 6 rounds at least on a minimum that you probably should be getting here, but things can still switch in a dime. But either way, no matter how it ends here, Saber Shoke, as long as they get, let's say, 5 here, 1 more, that half is going to be a successful one. Goals, then, you know, swapping halves, momentum is going to be slightly different as well with... If we get to the sort of point where Saber start picking these rounds up, it's going to be a bit concerning, but... For now, all that matters is that Saber Shoke look comfortable as hell. Like, they are just all over this place. Except for that one round they did catch them on A. That was just great flashbangs. Besides that, we haven't really seen all too much from them just yet. But this might be Saber thinking, maybe we should be going back to mid. They did manage to get a fair bit of success in just map control overall when they've attempted that. You can take that control, see what Saber Shoke is going to be up to if they want to re-aggress there as well. That could be where these rounds start for X-Saber.
Hodix on the Orps, a nice little one to stay. I'm worried about the lack of utility. That's actually what I'm quite concerned with for X-Saber, because we have 2 smokes for the whole round, and one of those is normally deployed off spawn, but obviously they don't have the luxury of doing that now. So instead they're going to go into glowing in middle, a boost up, and a walk on this right side is going to net them, yeah, absolutely nothing. Nice shot out of Hodix. And okay, I like this. You've taken the space, and now you're just going to accelerate and challenge Notaneki, presumably in A.
This is a good reposition, though. He's been playing towards main so much, he can surprise, but apparently they won't be fooled. Double headshots for the AKs. Lack of usual means nothing when you have these entries. Instead, the shots coming through, and Blixie's got those as well. We had some words about him at the start, but he's currently 11-2 and is still keeping this round alive for his team. And look at the utility as well. Talk about that on Saber's side. They got barely anything there. They've got 1 molly on Jackass at the moment, and CT's side instead, they've got what it takes to walk in here. Gotta clear the corners. That's 1 for Jackass. The second one from Lovicus instead. Veto waiting... An unsuspected position will net Saber the round here as well. And I like it. It's very simple. They just go into mid, they fight at the entry, and they accelerate. Rated out very effectively.
Yeah, good work. So it looks a little bit dicey, especially after Glowing does get that opener. But fortunately, it immediately good trades on the AWP. Second rifle doesn't immediately push through that smoke. And it's just the decision making is so effortless for X-Saber, which is a really nice thing to see. Hopefully we can continue to get some more of that, because ouch, as mentioned, Saber Shoke already with 4 rounds. This feels pretty good. Flashbang will prevent Notaneki from swinging A main. And give Knight a little bit of room over here towards this A side. And meanwhile on B, he's still got to contend with Blixie, who is 11 and 3. Never mind, he just walks into the orb. Why do I say anything?
I feel like it's kind of your job, maybe. Sometimes you have to say things.
Good point.
Yeah. Anybody else want to curse out here?
Oh, Saber Shoke know exactly what's going on here.
Alright, 4-3 it is. Venom as well, though. The position here is a little bit awkward. Caught between, but Notaneki is coming through. They've got information. Nobody's in canal, so that lets them have a very good setup here. Good position. Smoke is well deployed. Now, I'm just not all too sure what Saber's plan here was with these pieces of util they threw in. Because now they started to reposition after that smoke came in. So they've got very little time. They've got Glowing, who should be able to spot at least the legs of fake reality there. It's gonna know, yep, it's gonna be an A play coming through. And it's around hanging on the line and hanging the balance for the bomb not to be dropped here. There it is. That's the round.
Oh.
Oh.
Maybe not. It's not. They just about got it down, and now your players are just trying to accelerate, thinking, oh, okay, well, they're scrambling to get the bomb down. We can take advantage of that, and then you're just not prepared for someone to be close heaven. That makes no sense at all. How on earth have Saber won this round? There should be no world in which they win this round, and yet somehow they're able to.
That is ridiculous. They turned tail from the B side with like 25 seconds left, only because the CT side decided to throw in the util. They had the correct read, like you said. They knew exactly what was happening. And Saber decided to make that with the moment judgment call. Okay, we just gotta go. We can't stay here. And with a second to spare, they will take this round. Comes down to their rotation as well, to catching... Was it Notaneki coming in from CT? Not too sure, but it doesn't matter too much either. Because now the round, their kill just kind of does seal the round itself there, but...
Yeah.
4-3 is the scoreline. Saber now picking up a little bit of pace here as well, and that's what we do worry about. It's T-side momentum on this map, because when you have it, it's hard to stop. Especially when the CT side is running out of money here. Now, if Saber get more comfortable as well, right, so far what we've seen is that previous round, is that mid-control where they've had their full-man setup, they've had the boost over the smoke, 2 players walking through it. But I want to see more here from them as well. I want it to be more than just what we have seen so far. Even if it is just variations of it. But if that's how they get started, how do they get finished? That's how. Oh my god. Yeah, nicely done, Venom. Miss smoke, though. That's a bit of a tough one. If rotations are going to be inbound, apparently not. They'll just stick Venom in a main, and that's all. Saber through mid yet again.
I don't think these USPs are going to get any kills. One is whatever. Negligible. Doesn't matter. Because now you're going into Notaneki. You actually will find another headshot.
He's got this right to play.
Maybe it can happen. The issue you've got is that no one's ever going to peek CT. You just have no need to whatsoever. And he's got no smoke.
Yeah, Crikey's on 3 kills this round, by the way. But not Venom. He's not giving it in. Has to walk away.
Even's a pretty good result for Saber considering where they could have been. That was just the eco, though. Make that 3 kills with the USP and AWP, like, that's completely fine. Federman saves the AWP. So now everyone's got exactly what they want. Apart from Blixie. But I don't know, Blixie's been using the SMGs to good effect. These nades are always doing really incredible damage onto one of these players from Saber. Blixie peaks B main. He's going to be in for a little bit of a rude awakening. And Glowing's rotated off. This is just going to be a faster play in towards B. And Glowing's out of position. That flashbang is brilliant. But Lovicus is still able to get one in the meantime. And that means that Blixie is all alone with this MP9. Flashbang is exceptional. And the kills, of course, being delivered are even better. Blixie's got basically 2 kills. And Glowing has claimed 3 of them. He rotates back just in time.
Just a beautiful hold there for Saber. Shoke. That first kill as well is just out of this world ridiculous. The smoke that bounces over the T player running through, that actually stops them, or lets Lovicus have an entry. And Blixie, survival, his one job, and he does that so damn well. Now, calling for a timeout, though. CT side want to make sure that you don't let this one get out of hand here. You know the sort of situation Saber's going to be in. Their money's not perfect. They can stop them here and now as well.
Don't drop the balls to the pistols, Cyber Shoke, because you have a lot of rounds here in which the CT side looks very good in terms of their setup, their crossfires when an execute actually comes in, but they're being prone to be caught out quite a lot, especially in the mid-round stages of this game. I've really been enjoying Saber just posturing for control. And that's a fun way to disrupt that lurk smoke. So now this means that Fake Reality is going to be stuck and probably dead in a sec. Because as soon as he jiggles this corner, he's going to think there's safety, and there isn't. So they're just going to run through it anyway. Oh, and get the kill. Really? He gets both. Sure, whatever.
Fair play. Running Tech 9s, that's an issue for everybody. And yet again, proves to be that for the CT side. Just way too much position given away. Now it's coming down to Glowing. The IGL, we talked about him as a machine. This time the machines will be taken offline. The only 2 remaining, though that is maybe a massive blunder that has been made. Molotov to try to force him out of position as well. What? Venom somehow connected a no-scope through the smoke, but that's not enough.
He even blocked the lurk smoke. You block the lurk smoke, the Tech 9 runs in, you think, okay, well, that's an easy kill for Blixie, and they just get owned. I can't believe these are the rounds that have looked the most convincing out of Saber. Some of these Tech 9 rounds, some of these faster plays. Cyber Shoke just looked like 2 different teams in moments of this game. And now another fast play over towards A. And Glowing has been naded back so many times. He's been dropping that HE over stairs. This time he feels a little bit of revenge. Fenomen caught off guard, and the spray nearly works onto Notaneki. You can kind of see that one maybe connecting, but at least he's able to trade.
I do want to see how Saber want to play these mid rounds. We've seen that mid being a big part of this team. This T side for them so far. As well, some damage dealt. Glowing decided to try and be a little adventurous. I feel like with that as well, we've seen this round being already played out once or twice. It's just the timing of the smoke currently that's different. Looking for the rotation here. Surely they're not going to go, hey, they're going to try, but Glowing's just walked out. He decides to take this matters into his own hands, and with that as well, they're thinking it's a B play coming through. Just gotta remember where that smoke came from, but Jackass, he's still headed towards A all alone at the moment, and that's an issue. But I just can't believe Glowing just done that.
Yeah, respect. I mean, you hit them with the spam in the camera smoke. I don't know if he knows that, obviously, but it's one of those things where the last thing you expect CT to do in that situation is just push the smoke. And you see that Shoke already looking at a B main to sort of take that space away from Saber, set up into some deeper crossfires, and then Glowing can get the advanced info that, oh, this will be the case. They're coming in towards Temple, but he just takes the kills before it's even relevant anyway. So I really like the decision because it sets up Saber Shoke for the future. Just don't get undone by these Tech 9s again. You've already had Fate Reality own you. You don't need to let that happen again. Last round of the first half, getting 7 would be immaculate.
Yeah, you already see as well, they don't want to be caught out again. They've got 3 players to defend instead this time. Glowing opens things up as well.
Sure.
Yeah, he opens it up. He's cracked it wide open here on the B defense. I mean, that's just Glowing. Fair enough. Fair enough. What do you do about that on the Saber side? You don't do anything. Now you make the Hail Mary play onto A. Through mid yet again, that's with the plays coming through, and guess who's waiting for you? Catching that information with a minute remaining on that clock, they know exactly what's coming through. And Glowing will be chased. Gives Notineki a second to readjust, and even more. They've heard Crikey as well in the flames.
Don't need to overcook this if you're Saber Shoke. Yeah, I love the way they play that. Blixie just waits. Fenneman gets on a deep angle and allows Notineki a little bit of wiggle room over towards the stairs to take the best possible angle for camera. 7-5. 7 rounds in the CT side, and they were mostly orchestrated by Glowing and Blixie. Blixie at the very start, Glowing towards the very end, and Notineki had some really important moments anchoring down this A-bomb site. And for Saber, I think the main thing is they looked really, honestly, better on Tech 9s than they did on AKs, which is a bit of a worry. I'll have to see how that translates when the sides swap over. We always knew that this was going to be a really good map for Saber Shoke. They play Anubis an awful lot, and given the firepower they've got on this team, I always feel like Saber was going to be in dangerous waters for this best of 3.
Yeah, there was also as well right, of course, to go back to it again, we said Notineki or Blixie or Lomicus, one of them needs to perform a bit more. We're getting that from both Notineki and Blixie right now, while Glowing's doing his usual stuff. Like, that's the worry that most teams will have going against this team. Is if you have 2, 3 of these individuals awake at the same time, you're never going to be in a good position. And this is just the CT side. Well, for Saber Shoke, they do such a good job as well. You have these moments where they are very much in control, and some of these where they're caught out instead, like you say. Tech 9's the best friend for Saber so far, so actual gun rounds, that's where Saber Shoke has done or had their stands, really, so it is most certainly a very good first half of Saber Shoke in that regard, and I can only imagine it gets better here for the second half.
I imagine so. I'm concerned, given the fact that it's 7-5 on T side. Hey, look, maybe Saber are just a CT-sided team. I don't know, but I doubt it, especially when you've got these 3 players performing as well as they have been. A very slow, passive burner of a round to kick off things for Saber Shoke. They're waiting for mistakes. They're not going to be given one just yet. They're giving it how a bit antsy Saber are being. Maybe if Notineki just holds his ground, he can overwhelm this player. Never mind. Instant headshot.
That is a risky play as well, as Nature, who has that extra smoke. They've got 2 on the CT side here, so he still goes for that duel. He'll find the opening. He can hang on to A pretty much by himself now. I'm not sure if Hotty's actually heard that second. I think they have heard it as well. They are going to be ready for this B play, but they'll still give up this side. They've got 2 smokes and the kit for the retake here. Added with a flashbang as well on top. This is a dangerous position to be in here for Saber, Shoke, even if they get the bomb down. Comes to denying these entries. Nater surely has been hurt as well. Nope, I lied. Glowing doesn't even check. Caught out first, there's the CT side, and now starting to walk in. Flashbang will only affect the CTs, but Nater's running through no matter. No issues, and Lovicus, he's got 3. There's 1 dealt with, 2nd, trying to find it, but on the defuse, fake reality, he's trying to get on it. He's been tagged up, 1 bullet just between where he shot. Can't find him in no time. Knife's out. He's missed it as well.
How?
There's 1 heal need, but doesn't get it.
How has he got that defuse off? How has he been able to just weave all of those bullets around him, but not on the target? It looks like, and he isn't, obviously, but it looks like he's deliberately trying to miss him. Like it feels like it's way easier to miss him there. He's 1 bullet away from death. That is exceptional. The fact that he sticks the defuse there, but for Lovicus, he's going to watch that back, and he's going to be heartbroken with how close that was for him getting an ace and winning the round.
Just paints a silhouette around him. And he even tagged him up as well before he moved. That's the worst part. He was 1 bullet away. But doesn't just really discourage Saber Shoke from still attempting this round either. They know they can win this. And with a group towards A main, that's where we're headed. We didn't really see this from Saber at all. We didn't see a single A main take from them, I don't think. Kind of forgot about this part of the map. Now to the CT side, though. Nater will fight at the entry. Down to 23, though. Could be a bit of an issue, especially if he's decided to play this aggressive. Currently, his teammate cannot do anything to assist him either. He's just gone through.
This is clever.
He's made it for the biggest, gone for the biggest information play you could imagine. And he might find himself a couple more. Only 1. Baxter and trades come through, but that is a go side for Saber Shoke instead. They've been given an inch. Now to take a mile as well. It's Hodix waiting with an MP9 up close. Trade. And rotation is here from Jackass. Flash needs to be deployed. It is not. And another trade forced out with the CT side.
It's done. There's no way you can win this.
He knows one's in the backlight as well.
Oh, he's got to get the bomb. And yeah, he just gets swung on it immediately. Good damage, but it was a force buy. So Saber have now gone back to back. They've won some of these crucial rounds, and they even maintain the A1S right at the very end. And they just keep buying MP9s. They know they can make a lot of money here. They know that was the force buy. Now this is going to be the eco. If you want to get back into this map, this is probably the best way to do it.
One hell of a round there for Saber. One hell of a round for Nater as well to just push forward. And apparently, he'll keep doing that until his demise here. 1 for 1 this time. Good Deagle shot. I am surprised in reality still trying this. Knowing Deagle's on the other side. Lixie as well has been hurt up close. You can respect this D-side. You should respect him at least a little bit here, because things are getting hairy very quickly. Never mind. Oh no. Why do they keep peeking into them? This is against pistols. You've got MP9, like 1 or 2 of them, and M4s. They keep peeking into them and give them opportunities. It's a little unnecessary, but it still nets them the round. So I'm just hoping that maybe they can rein it in a little bit here.
I don't know what, like, this. It's actually just absurd that they're doing that. Especially after you get 1D like once, you might think, okay, maybe we play a bit passive, then someone else overswings and you get 1D'd again, and it's like, okay, maybe we shouldn't do that. And then the third player goes around the corner and gets 1D'd. It's like, guys, what are we doing here? Are you deliberately trying to lose your MP9 so you can get M4s? Like,
maybe, but you know what the mentality suddenly becomes when you see your teammate getting shot? It's not what you normally might get. It's not the runaway coward, don't give him any more kills. It's the fact that you think to yourself, he just died, but I'm built different. Then you get shot just the same. Reality strikes. You just think you're built different, but you're not. Takes him a couple of plays to learn that mistake. Or lesson. Venom, he's opening things up here instead. Holdings down in mid immediately lets the CT side work with the advantage. Blixie watching for a main. I don't think he's spotted them immediately, but he will at least know with that utility coming out with the amount of it. There is aggression in main. And that's something the CT side immediately call off. With that second shot as well in mid, they're making a gamble stack and a call toward the A side, a rotation which they will just about barely make in time. But the utility here is, that's going to be good enough. A Molotov and a smoke, that's all you need. Unless you want to try and go through that smoke in heaven. You can try to blow it up, face them together. But Lovicus, he netted all three on the entries here instead and wipes them out. Rotation was right, but Saber Shoke aim just a little too good.
Yeah, Lovicus aim just a little bit too good. Nice util as well. That flashbang deliberately designed to catch off camera, so it allows you to fan out over the A bomb site. Especially with that smoking towards heaven. Right idea of the round for Saber Shoke, and they get rewarded because Saber blow up that smoke and they get completely destroyed. This is what we mean though about why on earth are you swinging them all the time, because your money is now completely in the bin. You've got deagles of your own, you've got a couple of M4s, but that is it. You lose this, you're going to be eco. Saber Shoke will effectively go up to double digits, no problem. And there we go, 2 kills immediately. Fate Reality on one of these rifles is now battered and bruised. Would need a multi, and it doesn't even matter anyway, because Saber Shoke aren't going B, they're going A, and all the rotates are moving over to this side of the map.
All Blix needs to do is throw one okay flashbang, and that'll be sticking as well here, but they're throwing util onto A instead. This almost catches him, but no shots taken by Fake Reality. Dueling for it, but eventually getting the hell out of there. Blixie as well sees the deagle shots whizzing by, and he'll be able to make himself scarce for now. And Saber Shoke with round number 9 coming out here. Just about seeing if the CT side will give them an opportunity or if they want to hang on to the weapons. And speaking of that economy as well, right? That's the price for swinging these... swinging in that earlier round as well. You just gotta save these M4s. No way around it. Saber Shoke, lead taken. And it's only gotten worse here, right? First half, Blixie and Ultineki glowing. Now Lovicus joins the fray. And Fenomen, he's just still holding steady. Actually, I'm not sure if he's gotten a kill even on this second half, but it doesn't matter too much. What matters is how Saber want to try and stabilize from this position. And right now they'll have to do it with essentially just a save. A couple of Desert Eagles are, yeah, bought out, but... where do you want to bank on with this round? And do you want to keep swinging?
It's the same style of round as before for Saber Shoke. They're getting really close and towards connector, then trying to get ahead of this utility, but this time Lovicus doesn't beat the timing of the incendiary. So he now has to play a little bit more passive. Notaneki will slide up in towards carpet and just hold for any A main aggression. They're vying on the fact that there's going to be aggression. And it looks like there will be towards B main. You got this double setup here.
Look at this. The spread for Saber Shoke, again, is the exact same we see the last shot, where it is bunched towards A main.
Oh,
and another group towards B. This time that B group was caught out a little bit, but still came out on top. And on A, the exact same result. When Saber made their move, is when Saber Shoke decided to make theirs as well at the same time. It's a very reactionary play, and one that they were more than ready for as well. What do we have seen from Saber in that A main push, or B main push, is 2 players swinging, a 3rd player throwing util. Probably means one's maybe rotating towards camera, one on A site. If you have a bare minimum util of a Molotov or a smoke towards connector in heaven, you should be fine. And that's what Saber Shoke kind of banked on as well, and that's what they get. Double entries, yet again delivered. And round number 10 taken. That is a wonderfully crafted round yet again.
Yeah, I enjoyed that quite a lot. It's a shame because Jackass is maybe able to make that round complicated if he's able to get the kill on Lovicus, but he dinks him. And he doesn't get the follow-through on the bullet, and you can't give Lovicus any time to react, especially when he's warming up in this form, because he will just headshot you instantly. How many times has he found a kill on this bomb site in the second half? It feels like he is just undeniable in certain phases of this T side, and 16 and 10. That all starts off with him nearly acing the pistol as well. It's been a really good look for him, and now it's looking a little bit dangerous here for Saber, who at least have made the scoreline look a little bit competitive, but this very much could end 13-8. Just so much prioritization of these weapons. Always M4s, never MP9s to get utility. And then they dump all their utility pretty early.
I do like from the previous round as well, that our previous few rounds we've seen is the difference now for Saber to be a bit more passive. It still doesn't stop Phenomen from finding an entry eventually. That's all the way in A main that he has managed to somehow find it. But, play towards B. Reiki is waiting for a push of his own to come through from the B main position, while in mid, glowing again. This sort of phased out attack for Saber Shoke is so nice to just see. Timings they take for these plays. Here again, they're going to find themselves an A site completely for free from that entry they found early on, the second in mid. And glowing pulls all the cards toward that A site for the moment. But the problem is, there's nobody to trade him. There's the lurk in mid dealt with. Thankfully as well, Glowing's taken a more passive position in this one. Wait, he just made no noise.
Yeah, he silent dropped it. I didn't know you could do that from there. And he knows Fake Reality's in this corner, and he still gets headshot anyway. 3v2. There's a real chance this could be really good here still for Saber, but how on earth do you identify where Notaneki is? And that was just playing around the pillar. Needs to get the instant headshot. Does Breaky, but there's no kit and no time. Saber Shoke go up to 11, and that is devastating.
Wasn't there no kit on the diffuser either?
I guess not.
That is one hell of a round to end up losing as well. Such a good effort. Such a good effort, but cannot get it over the line here. Instead, it is Saber Shoke just having a blast on this second half. It doesn't matter how it is happening, but they're making it work. And, oof. Yeah, looking at the opening kills as well, there is a bit of an issue, right? So far, I've seen 7 of them have only got the way of his Saber. But Nater has been the one picking up a lot of those. Majority of the CT sides opening, so I do kind of want to see if they're able to get off that again. Though when you do think back on how they managed to get those, 2 of them were back-to-back in the rounds where it was an eco or just Desert Eagles half-buy. So you can count those almost as freebies of it, almost. Tricks like that we're not seeing from Saber again. It's not that A-main aggression.
Thank God.
You know, sometimes you do gotta calm down a little bit. Sometimes you can play for the entertaining portion of the game. Make it fun and scrappy, but this time, Saber, they said, let's be a bit more patient. And as soon as I say that... Oh my god. Fake Reality is just stuck.
Yeah, he can, but... Oh, I was going to say, Fake Reality maybe could have been able to get Notaneki there. He doesn't. And now it's a 4-on-2. Sure, Lovicus is low, but I don't think it's going to change the outcome of the round. At least everyone's here, but Hodix is just stuck behind a smoke. And Phenomen hard clears Jackass. So this is a save. This is map point now for Saber Shoke. 13-8 is looking more and more real. Glowing's even hunting him to deny this AWP. And he will.
This is just a very good map here for Saber Shoke. And if you look at this second half as well, the only rounds that Saber has won was that pistol against the Force Buy-in and the Eco that came after for Cyber Shoke. Since then, it's been now 5 in a row that Cyber Shoke have managed to pick up. And they are wide awake. Everybody's online, ready and willing to take this first map and by storm, it seems. This time as well, speeding up into mid is glowing, leading charge immediately. Hide flames, he'll clear out the doors. Speaking of entry stuff at the CT side, Crikey will get one. Is this just the fast play towards A?
Yes,
Yeah,
it is.
My god, ridiculous.
It is
again.
now. That's ridiculous. That is ridiculous, that glowing. At least Naito will trade, but you still got to play it in A main. You got one in towards camera. And Lovicus will, of course, remove him. Federman is now spotting all these players outside A. Go B! Go B! No, they're stuck in. They can't do it. The response from Saber is immediate.
Yeah, that's just the lack of a follow-up there. The players from A main stopped while glowing sped up instead. They don't have any sort of 1-2 punch, no pincer maneuver on Nature to make his life a living hell. They let him live for such a long time. The rotations coming through as well, Cyber Shoke. Then with Phenomen needed to take those rotations away, or at least one of them to make the job easier. Still unable to do so. You got yourself a 9th round on Saber, thanks to Crikey at a 4K here. Gotta know that much here as well, but map point still on a Cyber Shoke, so for Saber the pressure is still on. Now, if you're Saber, Brandon, might I suggest now is the time to go hyper-aggressive. Now's the time to start adding a little bit of tomfoolery back to the game. Opinions, thoughts, prayers maybe, what do you got?
I can't see them get back into this game. I really can't.
Alright.
One round here is good. Well, even if I wanted to say anything, technology is fighting against me consistently. But all I want to try and say is that they've not been consistent enough. But maybe this entry can work, because Nater has been very consistent. Oh, Lovicus has only lazy cleared him, and that's ridiculous. That shouldn't be happening. Never mind. Maybe they can come back, and I'm completely wrong. Here we go overtime. Woohoo!
Let's get it. Let's get it. Hey, oh my god, look at that. Hello! He's just not stopped, he's continued. One by one, picking away at these T-side players. I think this is the end of his tale, finally. I was wrong. Just takes out the Glock. Surely this is not an ace for Nater. There's no world in which he should ever ace this.
He won't.
I was kind of hoping anyway. I mean, he still won the round. That's what you want to see from Saber as well there. Now, as the way they go about it, I wish they did stick Holix in a meta for a couple seconds longer as well there when Lovicus did clear that out again. But Nater just gets away with the ridiculous 4K. And that has actually stopped Cyber Shoke and their buys. They've got nothing but pistols here. Glowing Hero AK, yeah, sure, they can make a difference, but this is the perfect way for Saber to try to force that overtime. It is wide open for taking.
This is ridiculous if it goes overtime, if I'm being frank, because they've done the same thing every single round. And sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't.
Oh.
That's a great boost. And that is the talisman gone.
Yeah, sometimes it doesn't work, and that's one of them. We already saw this, I think, at the very start of the half as well. You had a boost at, I think, Venom and once or twice there as well, maybe a rifle. At the start of the half on Cyber Shoke, they were boosting above that smoke, looking for the push. Now they do it again. It'll pay off for the entry. Nater shuts down. And
dear.
a threat looming is glowing. You just can't... You just gotta respect him. He's hit some ridiculous shots already here. But now he's coming to Jackass on the side. Got a hard clear.
Oh my
glowing
gosh.
just so. And they're gonna do it with nothing but a 1 AK and the pistols around it to support.
Yeah, I mean, probably.
There's one way in. But glowing wants to keep them at bay, but fake reality turns this into his own reality. Venom also needs to be hard cleared. There's the fight back to the CT side we've been waiting for. Fake reality, welcome to this round. Try to take away round 11 here. They're gonna do so. Is Crikey confirming it? Alright, they're not done. They are not done. They want to take this to OT.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Fake reality. That really felt like it was over, especially with some of the shots that Glowing was hitting to entry and open up that site, and suddenly it's just fine. Like, Fake reality just completely owns them like it's nothing, and sure, half of them don't have armor, but you would have likened that crossfire and that afterplant to be a little bit more stronger than it was. Good hard clears, good checks. 12-11. I'm in disbelief that this is going to go overtime. I actually cannot believe it.
Here's my question. Does Nature want to push again? Does he want to have someone to support him as well?
Probably. I hope not, though, because you're just giving away a kill. It's a 50-50 every time. It's a 50-50 if you're going to get the kill or not. And I'm playing double.
Here's my hard read. He's going to throw a smoke and just lurk at the edge of it when it fades. Or not. No, he's not. Okay.
And he missed the nade.
No, that was a T nade. I don't know what you're talking about. That's what he's calling it, at least. That's what he's telling his teammates. Double mollies. Horix and the reposition immediately denied. Does he get away? Yes, no.
No.
Glowing will chase him. Now, this is where Cybershock have already excelled in, is this mid control and making a play off the back of it. And again, it seems like that will be the play. A main is where this round could still end, because keep in mind, that's where Saber currently lie in wait and now lie dead.
Look at the rotate. There's no one on B. There is nobody on B for Saber. Glowing will start to make his move now, but you can hear this. You can hear these footsteps. Fake reality is dead. There's no way he escapes out of this. Easy. It's done. What a call out of Glowing to make. Fast mid play. You know that the reaction is going to be them in towards A main, so we can just fake it out. They don't have any space or info in towards mid, and then you just walk B. 4v2, they got to retake.
Such a good call to make, and one that's built off the back of their previous success in these mid to A plays, and now it's coming in the last round of the game. No overtime, none of that here, and instead it is Cybershock. They take their map pick 13-11. It is a hard-fought battle in the end. Saber as well. Saber. They try to come back into it. You can respect them for it. They have some tricks up their sleeve, but in terms of having enough things to very appropriately have a way to stop Cybershock when it comes to mid control as well, that's one thing they didn't really have. They gave away too much respect on that second half.
Yeah, I'm really surprised that that's how the second half went, because it felt like Cybershock were always in control, and then suddenly they lose that 50-50 fight in A main, and they just give up with the round. Like my mic is giving up on me, so we're going to throw it to a break, and when we come back, we're going to have map 2 between Cybershock and Saber.
Alright, we are back, and it took us a while, but hopefully everything is now A-okay and good to go. Name is still Nexus, I'm still joined by B-Dog here, and we shall see what map number 2 holds here. Because Shoke, they took that first map. Was a fight in the end from Saber, yes, but now we'll see how map 2 goes. This is Saber's map pick as well. Hoping for a better performance from the beginning here, let's see it.
Yeah, let's go. There's one A main smoke that is going to completely disrupt their plans, and it has burnt out all of their utility off the back of it, and Otaneki doesn't see or hear anything, and that's just going to mean that Cyber Shoke are going to rotate over. If they take mid control, that would look very good for them, because then they'll understand, okay, well, it definitely isn't going to be this A bomb site. But you can see that Blixie's still a little bit paranoid. He's still got 2 players lying in wait over at A. So, in theory, Saber are going to be okay moving in here. It's just how clean these entries are, if they are going to be clean.
Got the Molly and a flash, and there goes Molotov. It's out long. No flash as of yet, and when it comes, it's after Phenomen's found the opening. Fight begins at the CT side as they'll converge on this, and without failure, will dispose of everybody. I mean, as decisive as it really gets.
That was easy. That was really, really simple. Just sharp shots. Obviously, like there's no smokes because you use them all on A, then you get blocked out by a singular A main smoke. So a tough one for Saber. Gonna have to just eco, and Cyber Shoke can get off to a pretty good start. Very much like they did on Anubis. Their CT side proving to be their strength right now. And Fenomen's looking to farm up as much cash as possible to get out the AWP early.
Oh.
I'll do.
Success. They'll even let him have the third. That's back-to-back rounds with 0 kills for the T side. At this point, I'm just looking to see how long they can continue this for, because that would be just kind of funny. I know it's bound to, there's bound to be a kill here for Saber. But there is that what if. For now, though, Cyber Shoke, they entered this run with an AWP, immediate elbow smoke as well. And 2 into mid. Is Venom? No, okay. I was gonna say, is he gonna be going aggressive towards... no, he's not. Waited for his teammates. Contact's got a nade ready and primed in red. At the same time, he's got contact in A main. Venom has found the opening. And a play that was looking like something for Saber, now denied with a smoke. 3 players all have to back away in shame from A main, and apparently they're wanting to challenge Venom again.
Let's see if they can get rid of him. Oh, they peek a little bit before that smoke blooms, and now a break on it gives Venom a way in, but the nade countered back. You'd hope would do a little bit more damage. Instead, it's Lovicus through the smoke to get rid of Jackcast. In towards Donut, this T side go, and another smoke. Every single time they want to go into a bomb site, they get smoked off, and every single time they just back off.
Such nice control here for Cyber Shoke as well. With the fact they have the control and the advantage, it just lets them have so much more in terms of information. They've jumped over. That's the first one, least able to get it to red. The contact still comes through. There's no easy way for Saber to make anything in this round happen. This is the only opportunity I'll say they have to make this one a fairly easy one, and it comes from the missed shot of Phenomen. It's not all the threats on A still dealt with. You've got one in main, tucked in, and Otineki is waiting. He's got Crikey watching. Hasn't spotted anything as of yet, and just maybe started to think bigger rotations have come to play. And this is now the timing. When the CT side decide to get in on the action, the flashbang forces the shot. Crikey escaping. Notineki, he's moved in, up close, MP9, can farm one, maybe a second, not even one comes through, however, it's just the damage, and that seems to be enough as well to thwart Blixie's attempt, and they'll catch him on the exit. Saber will take this round.
It's really surprising to me how many times Cyber Shoke put themselves in really good positions, and the next Saber are just able to find a way through, because they're so hesitant to consistently push through these smokes. They're so hesitant to make a play, and they eventually make the play, and it does work. But you got to ask the question to Cyber Shoke: how are there not better crossfires there? How's there not a better understanding of what's happening? Because it feels like for the majority of the rounds, you know exactly what's going on, and then when it matters most, you let things slip.
Again, smoked off this time. Seems like they're actually toying with the idea of going through it for a second, but decide look for an entry elsewhere, but it goes Lodicus' way. Spraying the smoke will net him the first eventually, and even more damage as well. This is not going well for Saber. Double swing as well. This is such nice movement overall for Cyber Shoke as well here and how they want to fight these positions. And they've successfully forced Saber away from B. Just the body of one that remains over there with 50 seconds on the clock as well. A big rotation and it's back to A.
Yeah, that means back to Phenomen. Back to Notineki. There is only a P250 on an off angle. You're asking an awful lot here from Notineki and Phenomen, to be fair to them. With only one smoke to get them in, if that goes donut, that's a danger. And it's going donut. Notineki's got to get in front of this smoke now. And Phenomen has to at least get one kill. That works out perfectly. That's an awful lot of damage, and Notineki is ahead of the smoke, and he evaporates all of them.
Oh, that damage is crazy for the P250 and Blixie as well. That rotation came in. He was so quick on that as well to run back. And to just assist, and Notineki just mops them all up. Insanely well played. And Cyber Shoke, by the way, that was a round with 2 pistols involved in it. And it's the initial duels that get towards B-ramp, spraying the smokes, forcing them, getting that control. Even so, they did make that rotation. They trusted their teammates initially on the hold. And it works out in the end. Jokes on Saber instead, and now you're playing all 5 pistols. One good thing. Probably should not be a smoke into A main when they get contact. For once, feels like they'll be getting in for free. But no.
Unlucky.
They get in, they get out, let's put it that way, but they don't get anything in this one.
Nice shot. But Reality's hit some bangers when his team need him to. That's another one. 1v5, surely not. No, double swing in from red. Nice shots though from that man.
Now let's transfer that over toward the rifles as well, and a little bit more spread out as well for the teammates. I do want to see as well, right, of course, the way the Cyber Shoke managed round number 4, it was so nicely done with that B main, or B ramp aggression. I want to see that again on the gun round as well. And if Saber can change up their own approach to make sure that that's not going to be happening, if they can force Cyber Shoke to instead play more passive with it. And that is the attempt this time. But a nade, a spray combination for the AK is wonderful for Blixie, and Lovic is there as well. A tag team working in tandem for the first one. And Saber. Alright, you're playing this one at a disadvantage. Maybe even a 2 if Blixie decides to keep spraying, but thankfully getting the hell out of there. Not getting another freebie this time.
That was brilliant.
Yeah, look at how Cyber Shoke have disengaged from mid, by the way. Nobody's there. They don't mind playing this one all the way passively. Like, they can have red, apparently, if they want it. Rotation is correct. And it's on to B. 3 players waiting.
Yeah, no smokes. The issue here, and wow, that's a devastating opener. And now Phenomen's trying to take all the contacts to allow Glowing on the corner. And between the two of them, they have annihilated the B ramp. You really feel like Glowing's the one to get the kills. And instead it is Phenomen, just a swish and a flick on the AWP, even putting out the USP for Flare.
That is crazy. 12-3, by the way. He was a bit more quiet. He was just the chameleon blending in with the rest on map 1. Now here he's showing up from the beginning. And Saber, they're feeling the wrath. They've gone A, they've gone B, they've tried mid. Success limited in every aspect. And look at this. Venom as well. He's looking for a fast A play if it's coming through or not. He'll tell Lovicus to just keep hanging into Donut, nothing there, and it's a whole lot of neutral instead to the other side of the map, where this hold needs to stand. 1 only for Glowing. Rotations here. Blixie, disoriented in the smoke, needs to get out of it, and eventually has. He's been looking at the smoke and the skies, his teammates dying, but he will still finish off this round. There's casualties, but only 2. That is manageable in every aspect as well for Saber Shoke.
Oh, this feels like it's going to be quick.
And it definitely does feel that way. Convincing as all hell. Now... Wait, what do Saber need to do?
Get more kills. Their whole team has 12, the same amount as Phenomen. They also need trust in their call a little bit more, because they are really respecting all these smokes that Saber Shoke are putting down, and they're just allowing this CT side all this control. This, I was going to say, would be a fun little gap, but Phenomen's here on the angle, so it's just an immediate trade. It is still a 3 versus 2. The bomb potentially can make its way up B, but that means getting past Lovicus.
Issue if he gets spotted as well. The lurk on A does not matter if the bomb gets found out here later. It's on him at this timing to try to get past Lovicus, who is sticking around for this one. Will spot him, but the other end of the AK shoots harder instead.
Oh, and now we can go Donut. This is a brilliant little play. Monte can hear him. You know Nate is going to be hearing this as well. Monte says, I'll just take the fight straight to you, and... Nate has already thrown the bomb over. Monte really wants this fight. Phenomen is hoping for the opportunity, and that's a missed shot. That's a rare one out of Phenomen, and now he's looking to go around the corner, and he just removes Hodix. Molly is thrown and missed a little bit, but the orb shot rings out. Second time of asking. 7-1 for Saber Shoke. Let's pack it up and go home.
That is crazy. And... again, they are still matching what Phenomen's outputting by himself right now. Like, he's just ridiculous. It doesn't matter if he's missed a shot or 2, he's still delivering in every single aspect here for his team. And that as well, that was a perfect chance to shut him down there for the, what was it, Hodix last in main. So, it was such a wide angle for Phenomen as well there to take. So far away from the corner, he was exposed, but couldn't make it a quick trade from main. Never had the opportunity, and instead able to adjust. 7-1, and Saber. The one thing they have going for them is the fact that they've got a loss bonus and a bomb down yet again. That's it. Not getting anything all too impactful, though that could be it. We've had a rare few entries from them so far, and even more rare have they been in mid. Monte, though, he's wanting to patch this up as well. Put a band-aid on it, that's 1. A trade potential as well. Keep an eye on the kill feed, and Nater doubles down instead. And now there's a chance for 2.
Huge. This was the guy on Anubis that was doing everything for Saber, was giving them the lifelines back into rounds, finally. They have got a double player advantage, and they're taking their time. They don't want to waste this opportunity. And out from Red, back into Elbow. He'll now move over, even towards A main, and maybe get a little bit of a lurk on. Hunting feels ill-advised. But when you are 2 players to the good, and even if you just get the confirmation of Phenomen, the AWP is out A, that means you can just go B, and it should be absolutely no problem. gamble is wrong here for Saber Shoke, and there's 2 versus 3. Even though there's no utility, they probably will go for it. I mean, it's 7-1. No, they changed their mind. Probably for the best, to be honest.
Fair enough. Now, this as well. It was the last round, and this is the first time Saber in this map so far have had an entry as well to work with. Last round doesn't work out. This time it does. That's what's making the difference here now as well. Slowly getting into the game. You said they got to start trusting their calls a bit more. That definitely felt like it. They were going for that red play. That was their big play in this round to cash off Saber Shoke. And with that, a second round. You can still turn things on his side here. For Saber Shoke as well, because despite all these rounds they've gotten, there's been a couple of closer calls towards these last few. Their economy is not really great. Not good either. They've barely got a buy in this one. They've got bare minimum on essentially 3 out of 5 here. So 7-5 is not that far, but it still requires this round as well to be taken, of course, and not letting all too much go the way of Saber Shoke in terms of that economy as well to follow, but it's not that easy. Crikey, however. Beautiful double, able to adjust in time, and flashbangs to support as well. Lovika's made it a difficult fight for himself with flashbangs coming over. This time, mid yet again, go to the hands of Saber.
I feel like Blixie and Glowing should be pushing B ramp here. Yeah, it feels like that's the idea. Jackass is holding for this, but the bomb's moving its way over as well. How's this timing looking for Blixie and Glowing? Oh, they're gonna have nades out. But Glowing is spotted over the top, and Blixie can't get out in time. Glowing goes slightly too wide, and that gives away Blixie's position, and that's going to be another round given over to Saber. What a shame that is. Venom can't even hold on to his AWP. That's really relevant because they got no money now.
Finally coming alive here. It comes from the streak of almost 7 in a row. There was, what, 5 in a row? 2, 1, then 5. But Saber Shoke, this lead that they have here, it's certainly one that is going to be still very, very difficult to just overcome for Saber in any situation. But if they do come alive here, if we start to see them play a bit more of their own game, and now as well with mid yet again falling to their hands, that seems to be the way into the game. Because there as well, you see how that round plays out. It's mid-control, that's where the fight begins. Whether or not Saber Shoke decided to go aggressive or not, Saber, they take that control. Even in the previous one, they take it to mid-control. There was a move, a play for Saber Shoke this time as well. It was anticipated towards B. Glowing gets taken down. Blixie doesn't have time to adjust or get away. Saber, they have these ideas of what they want to do now, and they're finally showing us what those are supposed to look like as well. Able to anticipate where Saber Shoke are trying to make these adjustments in these mid-rounds as well is a fantastic sign. They are coming alive. Just requires them to get a bit more control, and again, that is in mid-control. Veto all the way in red, and making a play toward the east side. Sure, Gamble Stack is here, but hard time seeing how this one works out all too well for Saber Shoke. And apparently, they're all started the rampage.
Should be fine. And it is.
That's the bomb. Hold on.
Uh-oh.
Hold on.
Wait.
Oh no. Oh no, 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 no. You
No.
can't do this! No!
What?
Oh, Vickers! They're under the dying flash, it doesn't matter! Pistols to victory! You have got to be kidding me.
Nah. No. How have you allowed Lovicus to do that then? How on earth have you allowed Lovicus to have that much room? I mean, fair play to him, because the fact he puts that smoke down and he even goes wide to make sure that no one can just jump through it and punish him, it's exceptional. But that really shouldn't be happening. That is a brutal round to lose for Saber. Blixie's now been spotted at back site. The molly will force him in towards cave. And Glowing now wants to have a go. Doesn't see anything. Mid-control looking to be established again by Saber. They cannot let this round go.
That's the round that finishes off this half as well to a 9-3. That is ridiculous. Even if with this 8-4 as well, the control is undeniable here for Saber Shoke. You're seeing Saber as well, kind of changing from what now worked previously in that mid-control to back to an A play. It is through Donut, but yet again a smoke to try and block their way out. They're still going through them. They trust their own utility and the control Jackass is exerting out of A main. Able to confirm that Naughty Neki is still stuck in Temple. No angles to worry about at the moment, but it is this retake coming through quickly. Nature waiting at the back of Donut. Fires off the first one. Gotta be two. Should have confirmed both as well. The steps heard from Lovicus. The Opal Phenomenon spotted. Felt. Dealt the damage now from Naughty Neki as well. Turning it back on its time. Or on their side. And only Fake Reality, who was hitting these shots, mentioned it in the previous parts as well of this game. But for this one, it's the defuse completed from Phenomen and covered by Naughty Neki. A full house for the two of them. And a 9-3 for Saber Shoke. Fair play?
I'll tell you what's really impressive in that round. It is not only Phenomen hitting those shots in Donut and obviously getting the trade out back default, it's the way Notaneki plays it. Notaneki just slows down his rotate through Temple, and by him just actually playing more passive, it's almost indicating to Saber that he's left and he's rotating CT. Then all the contact comes through Donut. You get tunnel visioned in, and that's when he strikes. Able to backstab that AWP, able to give Phenomen more room to breathe. It was just brilliant work between the two of them. 18-5 for Phenomen. 9-3 for Saber Shoke. This one feels like it's going to be over quite quick.
Yeah, absolutely. It's Globicus' 1v2 the 4K that just destroys anything that Saber were trying to put out here, and it just confirms what's happened so far, essentially, as reality. Insane. Sorry, 1v3, actually, not a 1v2. Goddamn. Saber Shoke. I don't know how, but they managed to sneak in 2 picks of their own into this series. Well, looking at good signs, in the last month alone, you've had 9 games played for Saber here. Oh, sorry, no, never mind. I was lying. That was Saber Shoke. I was looking at, my bad. Their CT side is great. T side, okay. As for, well, Saber, their T side is not really great. It's a very poor 40% win rate on their T side, so slightly tracks, but this is still not great. CT side is just above average at like a 56% win rate, so I don't really know how I feel about this one either way. Like, it feels like even 7 rounds is kind of hard to see here for Saber.
I don't think it matters. I just think the game's over. Just from the way that was. That was Saber not playing their own game. That was them playing really scared, to be honest. And not making overtime on Anubis. Feels like it's really hindered their progression. Like, we'll look at the way that Saber Shoke will play, because it will be very assertive. They might actually meet the same sort of resistance in terms of the same main smoke as well. So this will be interesting to see if they just push through it.
Alright, final hopes and dreams of Saber. Plenty of util. Able to avoid the USP. Flash is good. At least gets Hodix. Okay, well, into the site and out of the site.
Oh, apart for Donut, there's another Donut player, though.
Oh, that is... Thankfully, they do recognize. They don't stick it. They're gonna try to fight for this. 1-2 in the temple confirmed to be there. That smoke towards Soda as well. They're trying to force something here to happen at the same time. What have they found? First in Donut. Venomous lost his weapon, wondering which one to take. And Blixie's trying to jackass now. Doubling down on the temple, and it's suddenly fake reality. From what was a 3v4 to just him remaining.
Yeah, this one's not happening. Nice shot. He's always good for a one nice shot. But he's got his dualies. He's smoked off. He's got no kit. He's got no health. See you later. 10-3 for Saber Shoke. Looking unbelievably good right now. And they are a hop, skip, and a jump away from going 1-0 in the Swiss stage.
Seems like we're gonna have a fast series on our hands. Might as well start looking at that next one. Partisan and Monte, the way this is going at the moment. Also as well, I don't know if you've had to see or had the chance yet to see Monte with Joko and BMOS yet, but they've been looking pretty good.
No, I've not. Not in terms of like the org's actions, but the roster moves Monte is making reminds me a lot of ITB. Obviously, like BMAS, they had like a load of stand-ins. Feels like the core wants to stay together, but also doesn't really know what the best is for the future of the team. It's a real interesting one. Poor Gizme.
There was a really interesting thing I noticed as well, which is making me think that maybe this is the sort of, or this is the roster they're trying to stick with, at least to some regard. Because for Monte, there's a one big thing I noticed. Whenever they played Mirage, just if we are allowed to take this a small tangent here, like they've had a Ryu be their connector player for ages. Out of the first game I saw them, BMOS had immediately taken that position, which did surprise me. It's making me think that they're trying to make this one work. And stick with the 5 they currently do have, which is interesting. We're kind of wanting to see how that one goes. But for here, right now, Saber Shoke, they win that very easily, as they should. And here come the potential final stand of Saber.
Every single game in CCT main Swiss series has been a 2-0. And it feels like we're going to get... win. Yeah. It feels like we're going to get another 2-0 here right now, because this is going to be 12. Potentially 13-3. Which would be the most dominant. Astron beat Fisher College 13-4, 13-4 on both of their maps. But 13-3... that would be the record right now. That would be the win. Mosaneki's also gone up 19-6. Same as Federman, which is pretty impressive.
This has just been a fantastic showcase of what Saber Shoke's individual players can do. Alright, Lovicus, 11 kills, but he's had, dare I say, almost the most impact in terms of how the game has continued to go since the beginning of it. Of course, you've got these rounds and kills that Ineki, or not Ineki, and Venom have been able to mop up as well, but without Lovicus in the clutch, this game would have been a completely different story. But now, here's what it is. 12-3. And Saber about to be taken down. Rifles couldn't do it. Maybe the MP9s can. But I doubt it.
I also doubt it. So Shoke just going to end A as well. Good util to catch out that MP9. Maybe Crikey can hit some bangers. He's on the boost, though, which makes it a little bit challenging. 3 players are here. In fact, 2 players are here for Saber, and Fenneman is just removing all of them. One more on the corner. Glowing takes his head off. GG. Well played.
Now, the glowing second shot is just ridiculous to find Crikey. It shouldn't even be allowed. Like, they bait him in. He spots essentially, but it's just the leg. And the first player doesn't even fully commit to it. It kind of baits the boost out. Tries to force him to chase, and with that as well, it is a beautifully played map number 2. Congratulations, Shoke. 1-0 with the Swiss stage.
Yeah, looking really good as well, because let's be real, I feel like that Anubis dictated a lot by 50-50s, dictated a lot by the fact that it shouldn't have been like that 13-10, 13-11 scoreline. I really do think that Shoke should have got a lot more, especially after that was a 7-5 CT half as well. And then 13-3, it really is a statement piece. It goes and shows the level of disparity between these two teams. So Shoke do move to 1-0, and that means that Saber have still got more opportunities, of course, in this Swiss stage, but it's going to be a little bit tricky. Our next best of 3 is the banger. Partisan take on Monte in around about an hour. So we've got a little bit of an extended break for you. When we come back, we have got that banger of a game. Partisan taking on Monte just after this break.
Morning, afternoon. You are not Brandon. He's got
No.
microphone issues. You are the usual suspect, the old man I spent time with. How are you?
No, again, I'm back, baby. I told you yesterday we're working. I didn't know it, but now I do, and here we are. Here I am. Yes, I'm back. It's me again.
It is indeed you. Now, you just came here to fill in for Brandon. You've been chilling for the day. I have been going at it, man. I had a 45-minute break. I had to go to the store. I've got like 3 other stores to hit up today. I got to go to the post office. I've got so many things to do, and that is just one of the things I've now managed to do.
I don't envy you.
My God, I've got so many things to do today.
I planned to barbecue in after this, so I kind of delayed that for today, but.
You're chilling. I'm not.
I'm literally chilling today. I don't give a damn. I'm just having a good time is all I'm going to say. But we're about to have a good time as well, won't we? Second series of the day coming up.
Yes, it is. Now, we've got a 2-0 for the first one. And as Brandon actually mentioned, every single game so far for the Swiss stage, so the 5 matches we've had, bar for 1 forfeit win, which also counts, every game so far has been a 2-0.
So you just had to jinx it. It seems like this
Brandon jinxed it already in the last game, but we'll see how things go. We'll see how things do continue here.
Yeah.
Partisan versus Monte. This is the one we're going to be focusing on.
Absolutely, the one we're going to be looking at, Partisan. Let's take a look at their roster to kind of open up things with them. In Series 2, Season 3, they made it to the absolute finals against Navi Junior, unfortunately taking a loss of an 0-2, I believe, right? Was it 0-2? And that was like, what, a week ago, give or take? I believe Sunday it might have been. And, well, here they are again. They fought their way back to this position. They find themselves in the Swiss stage and against Monte. Not an easy team, but nonetheless, they seem to have brought enough reinforcements lately to make up for perhaps the lack of a little bit of firepower here and there. The consistency, perhaps the bigger issue even.
It might be, but I have been very impressed overall with Partisan since parting with Emmy. Of course, it's a brand new role for Collins. I'm not sure if he's actually done this before in the past or not, being an in-game leader now or not, but it's actually done a lot for Partisan. They've managed to, well, hell, they finished second in the last event? Yeah, second.
Yes.
In series number 2. Having lost in the final against Navi Junior, and well, there's no shame in that. They are youngsters who shoot back harder than they ever should. And that's just the threat of playing against the young guns every single time, but they have proven it time and time again, and they're good. But Partisan also, making that second place run, it's great to see that resurgence from them as well, since the start of the year where they had a great come-up. Now they're trying to fight that form again. It's come in the form of roster moves, of course. And we're going to see if they can continue this sort of run their own, almost. And yeah, I am looking forward to seeing if they can do it against Monte, who are also making roster moves. So let's bring that up, because they've got some fairly new individuals on this side, although there is a slight mistake here, if I'm unless Lean is subbing back in, but I do believe Bimas is indeed playing for the side of Monte.
Yeah, I was about to say, Bimas has been added to the roster alongside Lean.
He is also on the server, so Bimas is playing, not Lean.
Yeah, sorry, Bimas is playing, yeah, not Lean, apologies. Instead of Lean, I meant to say. Yeah. And honestly, I mean, Monte's roster yet to still be finalized, right? They're still running 3 players officially on the actual HLTV roster kind of scenario, so it's hard to really gauge what exactly we can expect. But we know they're a decent enough team. You know, they know their way around the game. They know their way around the maps. Bimash especially coming in as the stand-in. I think always been a solid player. He's still very young, and I think his life was cut short in Mouse a little bit in my eyes. But hey, that's just me.
I mean, that does come to the credit of him as a person, not just a Counter-Strike player, where he was playing professionally Tier 1 for FaZe and Mouse and finishing school at the same time.
Yeah, exactly.
So his attention was split a little bit, but hey, I mean, for everybody as well, I think most people are going to be happy that they've finished school. And for him, that's one thing. Now, hopefully coming back, because he was looking really nice in the last game I saw from Monte. I forget who he was against. It might have been maybe against TNL?
TNL? I don't
Favbet?
know.
I'm not sure.
I
Yeah, it
think
doesn't matter.
it could have been Favbet, but regardless of who it was against, it matters not. We see them in a different lineup today as well, right? Honestly, again, it's going to be Jocko, it's going to be Bima standing in for the team. Again, I don't know the situation with the actual lineup and what's the future of it, but against a team like Partisan, it feels like Monte today have a mountain to surpass. Not to mention that, you know, you do have Jocko, who individually has been lackluster. He's been benched on 3D Max for what I know. Afro, he's been kind of hit and miss. He's been having good times, but there can be moments where he just doesn't hit a shot. And then Gizmi, who's trying to tie it all together, but unfortunately we're yet to see that stat, you know, that we're yet to see Gizmi that we really want to see. Last few games, he did very well. Very few low performances, but beyond that, it's been very much up and down.
Yes, that is indeed right. Now, let's continue the Veto here. Now, we're starting off with a little bit of nuke. This one has just been a slightly poor map for Partisan overall, but the last game they played, it was like a different sort of beast, and that was against TNL, so I think that was the game.
You and I casted, against TNL.
Yeah, where we saw them absolutely popping off. Their CT side was immaculate, almost, and then their T side just finished the job. Their rotations were really, really good, and what really surprised us as well, because they were constantly on the move. Depression with the AWP was a threat, because he was every single place that TNL kind of in that match went, so I'm wanting to see that dynamic movement again, because that's what can very quickly turn this map to one of their strengths, if they can keep playing like that.
Yeah. Absolutely agree with you. And to add on top of that as well, I think nuke for Partisan, whilst it might have been a weak point in the past, given what we've seen, given how well they've been kind of playing recently at least, how much they've been stepping up, I feel like they will make this one a much closer encounter than perhaps Monte would dare assume. And then once we go into Ancient, it's anyone's pick, really. Ancient is just a toss in the wind, really. Depending on who starts better, depending who gets the momentum. We saw, well, yesterday was it only, or, you know, it was yesterday, yeah, where we saw Ancient as that second map between Favbet and Gun 5, where it wasn't even a competition. Today, Mirage, third and final map. I guess Monte do have a bit of an upper hand, but it all comes down to the actual team and, you know, how the players will perform, how they'll feel on the day. Like I said, Bimash, I think he was done dirty a little bit in Mouse for what better part of a year when he was there, but when he was benched, I meant. But
yeah, I mean, you do got to consider as well, right? He was playing in a very tough
I know. He was
essentially thrust into the tier 1.
Yeah, I know. It's a very difficult position
in the game, so it's tough to trust a youngster immediately in that regard. But that is then. This is now. He's had a couple of years since then, right? He had his ITB stint as well, but that, well, went into the bin. So it's a different thing. But here, head-to-head, by the way, we didn't even talk about this, because Dragon is a goddamn menace.
I did want to say it. We kind of quickly veered off towards Monte, but I wanted to mention the prime kind of pillar of Partisan is Dragon. And without him, there is no Partisan currently to contend against others on the server.
Yeah, now, I believe, unless we're being debated, game is live. And we are not being debated. I love it. Unless...
Hey, yo!
Unless...
No,
we're good
live.
to go.
We're good to go. Here we are, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be our first map of the second series of the day. Nuke is up. Ancient is second. Mirage is third if needed. The pistol for Partisan, though, will be starting on the CT side. It is Monte T side, Partisan CT side. We'll switch the HUD in a moment here. As Dragon outside, close range, cannot hit a single shot. The pillar shatters and Monte take control.
The openings coming through in not just 1, but 2 or 3. There's finally the response from Depression. And that probably is an apt feeling in this situation as well. They've been forced off the A side and thought it might have been a B plan to try to gamble it, and indeed it was on A. As the game has begun in favor of Monte.
A great start, really. I mean, they get the pistol. They kind of bring themselves up to to a bit of a positive start. We said that Monte today having Jocko and Bimash play. Now, again, I don't doubt Bimash's capabilities. Jocko perhaps is more questionable in this instance. I wouldn't dare deny it. I don't know how much he has been playing recently. Has he been grinding or not? I hope he has. I hope he's going to be warmed up.
He had a small stint with the NBK, a little mix of mercenaries, with a couple of other fellas as well there. So he's been playing.
Okay, fair. Because I honestly haven't checked up on him in ages, honestly.
Yeah, it was NBK, Joko, Avro, Misutan, and Vera in that one.
Well,
but finding themselves here is Afro and Joko. The French stick together, and well, suddenly it's the French dead. So is real. But left on to Gizmi and Vmas, they've sent Gizmi to clear out depression. You've got Vmas low HP, Vladen, who's undoubtedly gonna be able to find an AK or some sort of weaponry here if he just plays it a bit slow, because bomb plant, that'll confirm at least where both players have gone. They're not gonna split up too much. So I do like Vladen playing here patiently. If they plant the bomb, that's a weapon, then he can try to attempt this clutch if they recognize Bimas being tagged up.
yes.
Although, slowly moving in.
Vladan's about to die.
And
Good night, brother.
dead. Nicely done. Very patient there.
Yeah.
Monte as well. I think they recognize he wants to go for that weapon, so pause it completely. Don't let him have that.
Yeah, you don't let
Recovery
him
for the
take
round.
weapon, absolutely.
2-0 is there. Wonderfully done. But good damage.
Pretty decent, indeed. And as I was saying, overall, Monte, great start. It solidifies a little bit of their presence on the map. It gives them that extra little boost to start the day off, really, if you want to call it like that. And for Partisan, this is nothing new. They've been here before. They'll still be here in times past, and this is nothing to really take concern with. Though Dragon dying this quickly, I would be a bit concerned. It's our first gun round and he's already down, so a few question marks perhaps on to be had. I'm not sure why exactly, but Partisan, nobody on A to really defend besides one that has to retreat. This round is effectively done, is it not? Or am I just thinking differently?
I think you're right. You've got depression with a flash and a smoke. That's the only thing they have. Although this could maybe tempt them to still attempt one more kill, right? Looking at where depression is, he's all the way in secret. Yeah, so this round is done. If he was towards CT, maybe he could flash through heaven and see if Kindo can find one kill from it, but position is not there to work with, and thus Partisan will give this one up. And we did kind of mention, right? The last game we saw, their CT side and rotations were insanely good.
Yes.
So that is what I'm kind of looking for here. But I do love that maybe Monte recognized that. They've got a game plan where they're trying to center it somewhat around the fact that the CT side is going to be moving, is going to be dynamic, or at least gambling on that fact to start things off. And then they just go for a straight A hit, hoping that there's not going to be enough firepower there to hold it back. And guess what? That was the right call to make.
It was. It worked. And with that being out of the way, let's see what exactly Partisan cook up moving into our next round. We've got a little bit of firepower. We've got a little bit of chance here to make this bit closer to the heart. Let's see. Collins tagged up. Ladan taking a very egregious aggressive move. And they're trying to kind of think a little bit ahead of the schedule. I like this. Partisan gonna adjust, gonna boost up on ramp. I like the positioning here. This could work very well if they can count their ducks together, if I may say so. AKA, if they don't allow this to be broken up too quickly. But Monte, on the other hand, they're going to go B, brother.
Yeah, I was going to say, this is a very fun call as well to Partisan to make as well with that ramp boost. I was wondering how they're going to play it, but they've moved Depression towards Heaven. Dragon, I think that's the MP9 of him waiting downstairs if they're going that way as well. So they have that rotation. They're not going to overstack the B site, thankfully. And now waiting. A two-man lineup, potentially dead. Depression spotted. Dead. Not yet. Finds one out of it. That's good enough. Gendo needs more than one. Can't get it. And suddenly now we're playing at a retake here for Partisan. With an MP9 up the vents. It's dead. Afro's cleared it out. Every single one has fallen to him. 3 haircuts being given here, apparently. And one more waiting. It'll be a tag team effort from the final 2. And that is Monte continuing a very clean sweep here.
Quite easy, quite simple. Monte making it look too easy almost. Partisan, I know there was some trouble on Nuke before. You know, this hasn't been their best map by no means. Though I'd expect them to be perhaps a little bit more sharp, especially when they have those weapons available to them to react with. Though, you know, we can't blame them. It's difficult. Monte, they are playing a little bit cowboyish. You know, they've got fresh players on the block. They don't have a set-piece strategy going every single round, so it's harder to read, harder to adjust to. You have players that haven't played perhaps in a while, haven't been truly warmed up for a while, if I may say so.
Yeah, I know you said you don't have a set piece for every round for Monte, but I feel like, okay, this is a drag, or going to a very deep cut place almost, and that is some of my past with the, or being in and around UK teams as well. There's so many of these teams, like, from, oh my god, that's a nice shot, when, like, they were starting out this rise of the UK scene, like, 5 years ago, 6 years ago, 7 almost.
Yeah.
So many of like these sorts of calls and strats were built off these executions or these set pieces from Spawn and such. So I think that over the years as well has translated to now Gizmi in the IGLing role as well, being very comfortable to call those. And it's a almost staple for this team and a lot of UK teams as well, where their executions are really, really good. But an execution towards the A site, we need to see it happen. And Depression, he can't delay his. Only having found the first one, the round gets decided from it. And while Dragon tried, round is down 5-0. But back to the topic here. I do think that's one thing Monte will excel at, and already as well. You're kind of seeing those, like round number 3, the first counter round. Partisan moving, schmoving all over the map, down in secret. Monte, go away. Simple as that. I think that's something that will need to be answered by Partisan here, but your point, go ahead.
Yeah, if I may just kind of point out, yeah, you're absolutely right. You know, this is still a lot of experience and a lot of knowledge with how to play with teams that are not well set in place, right? And I think I don't want to deviate from that point, because that's kind of what I was trying to say. Perhaps I didn't put it clearly, but I think there won't be too much complication on their part. They're going to play simple strategies with, you know, obviously some change-ups and stuff, but generally speaking, they won't complicate their lives. They'll go for the basics, and they'll make sure those are played right, and I think with already that, you can do a lot, right?
Yeah, there's almost a comparison you can draw with a team with terrible results, but really good execution in some of their game plans, being Blame F's Astralis when he was IGLing there. They were just really bad at so many things, but executions was one thing they really excelled at. And that's kind of thing, like, if you have those basics down, you can keep it simple, stupid. The KISS method.
Yeah. That
is where you can still make even a really, really bad situation where you don't have, you know, the perfect mid-rounds or such. You can still come back from those, because you have drilled those basics and fundamentals of, let's say, just an execution so deep into your team, it can look good. So that is one thing. Not to say Monte is a bad team, but just keep that in mind. That is one thing. The basics, fundamentals, if you have those, you can work off it.
Absolutely,
but now,
you can.
Racing for the first kill as well. Gizmi. He's not the one who found the entry. That belongs to Ryu, but he has almost found another. He's been tagged up as well, though, but Depression, he's heard this, at least assumes Gizmi's up here.
Yeah.
Heaven gets taken over. Nobody's here of the CT side to do anything about it, and thus Monte Set up for an A play. Oh. Awkward. Won't change things too much because now Partisan just know they've got Heaven control. And Monte, they've got a minute to play with. This becomes a whole lot of question marks here for Partisan. If they go into lobby, they're going to forfeit A. But which timing do they want to do it? Do they not want to do it? So many variables in this round to consider with zero information to go around. I love Gizmi's movement here as well. 30-40 seconds he's been waiting here. He'll miss the toes of Depression, who's just gone to Heaven, but that gives Gizmi rotations towards ramp to watch for.
Oh.
We'll see them, but the round shooter gets decided. There's no one on B.
Yeah, the sound cue was also, you know, kind of dead giveaway. Gizmi now escaping through secret, possibly to avoid death. He's a few bullets away from it.
One kill, but he's pretty much won the round in the information war by himself.
Pretty much. And they won't even let the AK be taken, possibly. Or, never mind. Jocko doesn't check the corner. Depression's able to steal the rifle. Makes life a little bit tougher.
Yeah, Vladan's suspecting somebody on the roof. 2 lurks in this round would be crazy. To have... Hello.
What?
Shadow spotted. If you have Gizmi all the way in Heaven and CT spawn, I think there's still going to be someone on T roof as well. It's not going to matter all too much anyway. Afro. Oh my god. We'll find it. We'll survive. Okay. Got a bit scared there. Is that a timeout I hear?
I think so.
Oh,
Nope,
it's
technical. Okay. So we actually have an AK that is not saved. So it leaves basically Partisan with a very bare bones buy. I mean, look at the economy right now. They'll be able to get those grenades out, sure, but they'll be left with very little afterwards. And this is a 6-0 start to a T side of Nuke. I wouldn't be very happy if I'd be Partisan, looking for solutions immediately. And whatever they may be, they need to come in quickly.
Yeah, for a map we said could become a strength for Partisan.
Yeah.
Currently, they're being toyed with.
Yeah. Pretty much.
Monte's playing the game so damn well. They are limiting what Partisan can do. And when they're trying to make these outside plays as well on the T side, those are the rounds that Partisan can't really afford or don't have the players they want in position. We haven't seen Depression towards Secret. We've barely seen CTs even linger around those stairs. Like, I think once. So they haven't really found the right timing for these calls themselves to be made. We haven't seen that ramp boost work out. They tried once as well. And outmaneuvered currently. And this is looking like a Monte pick through and through. I'm loving what I see here.
Can't deny. I'm right there with you. I'm a little bit worried. Partisan, I'd be hoping... I was hoping, I'll say, for a bit of a better show to start with on Nuke. I think they need a little bit of a kick in the ass, if you will, to wake up, right, to get the gears going. Things can be a little bit tough at times. Everybody knows that. Nonetheless, though, we got ourselves a prolonged technical pause that right now does seem to not be really too big of an issue, so should be quickly resolved, and we should be back in no time, hopefully.
There we go. Round coming back to it. Now, maybe this is where Partisan needed to kind of find their groove. We'll see. Because no matter how this half kind of ends, you're looking at it as a very good T half of Monte.
Indeed.
In general, or in isolation, just looking at that scoreline, even if it's 6-6, you're saying, yeah, pretty good. In the context of the game, though, if it comes to like a 6-6, maybe even 7-5, you're saying Monte could have had a lot more. But at the moment, they are looking indomitable.
Monte right now do have all the cards in their hands, kind of. Holding basically Partisan at arm's length. Doing a pretty damn good job at controlling the state of the play right now. Monte. Very slow approach. Something they haven't really been too opposed against. Consistently playing tactfully. And a great entry by Gizmy, dude. This guy, he keeps performing, keeps giving you entries. That's pretty damn impressive, I'll say.
Young British IGL. The only other one that's really come through in the last any amount of years we've had is Messi, no longer an IGL even.
Unfortunately, yeah.
A rare breed in this caliber.
A rare item. A gold, even.
Mythic items. Here, though, hold on. Hey, look at that CT side. They found kills here.
Hold up. Maybe this could still work. Wait.
Watch out! Vomit through. Trade is there. Kindo will get it. Depression, quick flick on the bomb planter, and trade is good. And Kindo just gets the information where to spray. You've got yourself the first round of Partisan. Game is getting started now.
Finally. We get a little bit of life, a little bit of lifelines. And maybe that's exactly what the doctor ordered. I mean, hell, I think it's exactly that. It just depends on how exactly they continue, though. You shouldn't be dropping the ball here anytime soon.
Alright, 6-1. Being a good hold finally for Partisan as well, but maybe a change of pace. Down the bends. Beamar's dead. Now, is that the bomb as well is my question? I do think it is.
It might
Was
be.
dropped. You've got one already toward the lower side as well. Dragon's found impact in his own right, but Kindo trying to get mollied off. He'll live. Afro does get the bomb back under their control. Suddenly Partisan have lost sight of it. They don't even know they dropped it, or at least don't have the confirmation it's here, but they are suspecting somebody's behind the vent. They'll look for it. We'll trade it out. And the T side will send more players out of their own smokes as well. Joko has been hurt. He's got the bomb and now the B site. 1v2, clutch is coming through.
I mean, maybe this is possible, but it's going to be a tough one. One of the tougher clutches you're going to be doing, Joko. Let's see if you can pull it off. If you do this for your team, I think they'll be ever grateful to you. Especially in the long run, considering that this might bring everything. Oh, he gets one.
Lost track of him. I didn't think he was going to be in the vents. Suddenly giving Joko one hell of an opportunity here to make his clutch work out. Blinds himself!
Just die.
Shot not fully connected, but aggression. He holds, he waits, and Vlad aggresses. Second round.
Yeah. It's patience what saves you. That is going to be number 2. Partisan, well done. You know, I took this round almost for granted, but Joko, the fact that he brings it down to a 1v2 and makes it as close as possible, even in certain circumstances, I don't think anybody can complain. Though this is far from successful or from a positive start. They'll need all 4 remaining rounds in my eyes. 6-6, halftime, and then, you know, see if you can cook something up in the second half.
Quick time as well for Monte here to make sure they get back on the right page. They're trying to change how the game is now viewed from Partisan as well. More pressure toward the A side hasn't worked out. It's going to be a bit of a gamble, and most likely will result in just slowing down the game and letting Partisan now get into the game how they want to be in it, right? We might, and hopefully, do start to see them be a bit more open to exploring outside. Maybe as well the timing works out in terms of Monte fighting outside when Partisan as well decided to go aggressive on it. Because that's the one thing we've so far been denied in getting. The timings for the calls have not worked out, but that's what we gotta see if Partisan were to just get into the game, is to get these reads on point. Or timings of them. Let's put it that way instead for now. Outside smokes. No exploration there. Barely any pressure. Dragon is the only one even challenging anywhere nearby. But Monte,
Collins
they're
could be
making
in
for the
trouble.
set play out to A. Flash is decent and doubles down to the CT side. Kindo from above drops down. Not gonna trade for it. Cannot do so. But look at Joko outside as well. He could be the man to make this round work. Gizmi, in the meantime, as well, has found a little bit of relief for the CTs to now start worrying about. Well, Joko, he's been caught outside and Heaven now taken care of. The only pressure is straight to A. Both spotted. And a 2-1-2 make amends. Monte fighting for this round, but they are backing away. Gizmi. Oh! His shots have been given a second life, or lease on life here.
Big mistake there. Could cost Partisan a vital round. I mean, it's already a 2-on-2 that's as close as it gets.
The question of expecting the second, but now Gizmi's got both numbers.
Surely
Up
they
from
accept him in
Heaven.
hut.
Damn, depression just goes around it. Gizmi thought it was going to be still way behind. But that is Partisan, officially in the game. Now 3 in a row.
Slow and steady, man. Slow and steady. 3 in a row. 3 more to go. Close it 6-6. Have a decent enough of a halftime that you can call a halftime and get yourself situated on the T side. It's as simple as that. I mean, I make it sound simple, though it's anything but, really. Given how well Afro's been playing and how well Gizmi's been playing, it certainly is going to raise a few red alarms. Against pistols, it shouldn't be a problem, right?
Right. Get ready for the Afro one tap. Or not. Good use of a Dragon. I also like the fact that because Monte haven't gone outside here, they don't exactly know Partisan's set up. There is a crossfire here, but both have shown themselves. Collins has got away with the first as well. Although, that weakens the outside control a bit. However, Depression is making up for that control.
Depression. Oh my no, not like this. Jocko, what are these shots? Where is he pulling it from?
The professional saying, I believe, is out of his ass.
Yeah,
But it's given Monte a chance to wiggle themselves into the round. I like the continuous pressure outside as well here for Partisan now. They've called in the third one. There's still one more outside. That is a bit of a whiff. But Collins is making sure nobody's here. They're making use of the numbers they had towards this side. Joko is finally taken care of, but Rio still hit another Beagle shot, making it costly if nothing else for Partisan. But at this point, I don't know how much that really matters. Unless they win this round, that's not gonna do much. Well, let's see.
6-4, man. 4 in a row, 2 more to go. Let's see if Partisan can cook it up. Get this half going. Second time out already as well. Monte's feeling the pressure a little bit. Some of these rounds not going exactly as planned, and given how well Joko's shooting the Deagle, though, damn. I mean, it's got to buff your confidence for sure. I'm expecting outside pressure. Smokes to cross into secret, maybe. Perhaps even deeper. Trying to get into garage, right? Try to snuff out the flame of control that usually Partisan have with either, you know, it's what, Kindo or Collins playing around that garage. Dragon if he has the op, if he's feeling it, but usually now Depression playing that position with the op. Here we go. Round 11. Great recovery so far if they can keep it up. Partisan, a reason why they were in the semifinals in Series 2. And, ooh, Dragon catches Jocko. It's going to be Kindo on Beamus. Refrags are available, but it's not enough. Dragon with the upper hand. Vladan with another. It's plenty enough. Should be a 5th round here. Damn.
Just when you think as well, Rio might have found a gap to work with there. get some sort of map control, throw Partisan for a loop with the time they had remaining. They could have made a play. And then that gets taken away. Leaving Afro in a 1 versus 3. I mean, Partisan have been winning these late round clutches, these 2vx's so far. Maybe it's time for a little bit of Monte magic. Or maybe it's not, because magic's not real.
Dragon
No
is.
here either. No stage magicians. It is just Partisan on the board 5 in a row now, and this first half, it is looking a whole lot better than initially thought.
Let's not forget about Chris Angel performances yesterday, but yeah, magic is not real in this case, unfortunately. Monte not allowed to go past 6, and it's going to be the last chance for it. We're in round 12. Money is basically of no consequence now, but they're still lacking quite a little bit of everything, especially the AKs. And this is a fast they take. Look at the Molotov. What is this burning hell that they've created on 8? Kindot blinded, dead. It's Collins as well that's gone. Depression gets 1, but a Dragon has been burned out of his own lair. It's Depression and Vladan left. It's 2 versus 4, and as I say it, Monte looked to control this and take it to 7. What a splendid execution.
Utility is insane. They got the 2, and when they think they've ran out into safety, another hits the backside, and now it's left in another clutch for Partisan to pick up here. Depression, patience does not pay off, and it's a 1-on-2 for Vladan after fighting Joko, and it's not happening. You'll get 7-5 at the end here. But we go back to a point I just made. It felt like Monte 6-0. 7 just feels a little bit lackluster from the start they had, but we've got a game on our hands now.
Oh, yeah, we do. Yes, we do.
But just once more as well to just put it out there, that execution is insane. The double mollies, a third at the back of sight when they think they get the safety, and I think it was Collins behind the silo on the site itself, could not move. The molly did not let him move left or right, and he was left between everybody. Left out to dry. Wonderfully done there for Monte on the last round, and I'm just a little bit surprised from the start they had to how it continues to go, because it felt like these last 6 rounds, or 5 at least, it was so much of this go out of squeaky, take your duels, and nothing else. So, I don't know what, I mean, that probably does come back to the fact that they've not had more than probably a week, maybe 2, if we're stretching it, of practice with Joko and Vimas. But it still works out for the first half. That's all that matters for now. And playing with CT pistol as well. Slow down Partisan's momentum early on. Rio de Berettas could not be in a better place. It's me. Hello.
Tough double.
Sneaking through. He's on 17 kills. Sorry, 19.
What? Dude, Gizmi just picked up 3 like it's nothing. And the fact that he's on 19, yeah, like I said, it's a little bit scary for Partisan, especially considering the fact that on the other side, Dragon, one that we'd be counting on, is currently only on 6. So, knife to add on top of the injury already, the insult. Beautiful. Monte.
God,
what a stylish ending to a pistol and to a start of the second half. Beautiful.
The British are coming. They did not get the warning on Partisan.
No, they did not. And I'm a little bit surprised. I'd expect a bit more, especially that CT side to start with. But hey, you know, Partisan, they still have one more chance. Well, not one more, but at least one chance coming up soon enough with the gun round. Here, though, not much to be expected, right? Hoping for a bomb plant if you're lucky. Maybe trying to get sneakily onto a site. Let's see if they get themselves situated outside. I'm not sure why they would ever try outside unless they all had deagles, because basically you're walking into a very large and long firing range. And Gizmi should have no trouble cleaning this up. The Glocks, I mean, love the boost. Yeah, missed shot though. Kind of gives away the whole shebang.
You see, he's a little bit trapped here, though. Not afraid of... Oh my god, a challenge. I mean, if he's... He's hitting every shot.
I love
so
it.
far.
I love
He
it. The
should
dude
not be
is...
afraid at all.
My man is farming.
He's just trying to pre-fire them. They're flying another one. Just gets 2 for free instead. The A1S, the headshot. Gizmi's on for the
Give him
ace,
the ace.
here. It'll be stolen, but what do you do? Back-to-back 4Ks.
Lovely.
At this point, Partisan should be happy there's no more British players here because Gizmi is giving them the royal
Treatment. Eh?
royal middle finger.
The Royal Bird. Well, it's round 15. Partisan is definitely going to be flipping out if they can't get any rounds going on the T side. Soon enough, we could be seeing a 13-5 if things fall apart. Let's see how things go indeed. Partisan, outside control going to be contested. We've got smokes deploying from what I can tell. You counter smokes actually thrown. One towards Squeaky even. Not sure if that was entirely intentional, maybe hoping to go down vents, but now no smokes left to cross. No, there we go, finally thrown. You holding the cross, still finds the first, but it's Gindo and Dragon to reply. Partisan have yet to say their last. A 3v3 with low HP on Dragon means only one thing. You have to be very cognizant of where you are if you're Dragon, and unfortunately, trying to cross there, getting caught whilst he ran back to red, I guess picking up the C4 and then jumped back towards secret and get himself caught as Afro adds 3. And it's Vladan against the world. This is pretty much a done deal.
God damn. The nade there from Afro is insane as well. He slows them down right as the first one's trying to cross, and then there's a way. It's just so well done. It's not just a one-man effort here, despite Gizmi trying to make it look like it. 10-5, wonderfully done. And with that as well, that was the gun round. That was Partisan with nothing. Now looking like 11's coming out, and goddamn, okay.
10-5, brother. Partisan is on a very thin ice, and if they can't get their footing soon, we'll be seeing the first map being done. I mean, I'm a little bit worried, Partisan, what's happening here. Now, remind me, please, but if I recall correctly, Partisan started their previous Series 2 as well with a, well, not necessarily a loss, but they were down 2-1 in the close qualifier. So they were pretty much... No, excuse me, not the close qualifier, in the Swiss stage. There we go, in the Swiss stage. They were pretty much close to being eliminated themselves, made a comeback, made it 3-1, even beating Zero Tenacity as the last team in that 5th round of Swiss.
No, 2-1.
2-1, sorry, yeah. So 3-2 at the end. But then they went on to beat both Padivision, BetClick, and TNL, and kind of looked pretty convincing doing it. I hope they can kind of reignite that flame that we saw not 10 days ago.
Yeah, only falling against the final boss of current tier 2. Navi Junior.
Oh yeah,
No.
yeah, fair. No, yeah, that's fair.
Gizmi's
Navi Jr.,
supposed to be the warm-up, but right now Partisan can't get past it. He's got him buff, man.
I mean, to be fair, Navi Jr. only lost the one map against NIP in Series 2. Like, they
are just ridiculous.
They were really ridiculous, yeah.
Like, there was a saying Hayes used some months ago, just describing Navi Jr. is, everybody has a plan until you get smacked across the face so hard you can't even think anymore.
That's not a... I think that's Mike Tyson saying everybody's got a plan until you get punched in the face or in the mouth.
That could also, yeah, that could also be. I
Mike
just heard
Tyson's
Hayes.
I think.
Yeah, that's just what I heard from Hayes. I'm not sure about good old Mikey T, but...
Oh yeah, it is definitely Mikey T. Or something
how about
in
Ryu?
that
Do
sense,
you think
but...
he's got anything to say?
Oh, he might be punching a few. Let's see. I mean, Partisan's not shy of taking a good fight, but Ryu still finds one, and that's a
Very
trade you're
quick.
kind of looking for if you're Partisan. So they've got B control potentially in their hands. I think they'll recognize soon enough that the rotation is going to be late, especially with Bimas being hurt, dropping down Hut.
Headshot angle. Kindo.
Surely you check this. Surely you
the
check
AK.
this.
Can't make it work, but Joko's here as well. Gizmi's just making a lot of noise, trying to bait them in. Make them potentially fall to a crossfire, but he's chasing. Ooh. Might make him rethink. Might walk back into Joko, but the plan still seems to be back A.
Yeah, they're going to be hitting through main. They're going to be hitting through vents. Actually, no, nobody went vents. Never mind. They went through main and squeaky. Okay, that's fair enough. Dragon just gets tagged. Depression still able to get the kill. Depression with a secondary. The new creation addition seems to be working perfectly here. Number 6 is theirs. Whew. The HP game on Partisan is crazy.
Yes, it is. Imagine there as well. It was Ryu who found that first kill in Seeker. It was Dragon who traded, so there's a world where Afro instead, right? He finds Dragon who's tagged up even once by Ryu but never got that chance. Lets them play a bit more smoother there with the MP9 on side. There's a different world where this could have gone Monte's way, but it's just very well played and positioned by Partisan overall to have these players in such a tight net where they can trade instantly. And I think Joko's missed this. Yeah.
It's also the fact that Gizmi
Um,
doesn't run through double doors trying to chase down, you know, the remnants of
that too.
retreating Partisan players. So
I could still see the thought behind it, as in he's trying to come or make them commit to that B side, thinking they have a free kill or something of the sort. And if not, he'll just get that kill as well.
yeah.
But doesn't go their way. And 11-6.
11-6, it's still 5 to go for a tie. Partisan not too far away, and it wouldn't be the first time we see them make a full comeback. Though it would be quite a glorious one. Vladan does get traded back, and it's advantage back to the CTs. What is this view, though? I can't believe my eyes that he actually pushes into Hut and just stays there. That's a horrible play, honestly, and Collins has not been heard dropping down. Gizmi missed him out. So, deeply embedded Collins now hoping to make a play worthy of a round. He's going to go ramp, and surely he doesn't see Jocko, right? He's not going to go wide enough. Though breaking the... yeah, that's a problem. You have to fake it out on lobby to break that glass, and I think they might have did, but Jocko still finds Kindo. And Depression, what, with 23 HP on rooftop, you can't even get into lobby without being spotted, potentially. Collins will find Jocko. I think they might not suspect there's another player there, but it's Afro instead, still in position, ready for it, and Collins 40 seconds, no C4. Basically almost no chance to salvage this round.
Yeah, I was going to say that depends if Afro was scoped in or not, and clearly was not.
He was paying attention. I think they must have been aware about a player on rooftop, or at least somewhere potentially being there, so they play their cards right. Oh, wait. What is this lineup? Okay, never mind. Afro does hit the shot. They were both a split second away from potentially dying there if Collins had been a bit more accurate, perhaps a bit faster, but yeah.
There's map point.
There it is. Last Huzzah, Partisan, 6 in a row, overtime, or no time at all, and we go to Ancient.
This is a very, very good game for Monte, because as that first half goes, the pistol comes the second round as well. This gives me from 16 to 24, and I don't think he's had a single kill since then. But thankfully you've got Afro, who's also coming alive as well. Right, T-side, right, that's the thing. You can have one man popping off and carrying the entire thing, but when you have CT side, you can't be everywhere. That's where things do change, most cases. And you're starting to see somebody else stepping up to the plate when they need to. That's Afro on 19 now as well. Being the Frenchman before Fnatic, the form that he's had,
the crossfire.
And you're seeing the absolute worst case Partisan.
Yeah, that crossfire just hurts the eyes, as you know it, and the heart. It's gonna be done. Partisan have lost Nuke. It's as fair as it can be. It's 13-6. Dragon, unfortunately, I don't see an ace. He's had a very slow start to this series. Quite contrary to what we'd usually see out of him. and he will try his very best. Perhaps he can pull a few more kills, but beyond that, it's unlikely. The nades flying in, he's getting tagged further. He knows there's another player in Squeaky. He's going to be expecting him there. He's dodging under those shots, but it's Afro with a nade to finish the job, and that is going to be map 1 done. It's Monte that kick it off pretty damn well, actually.
Yes, it is. An incredible individual performance from Gizmy, calling as well for the first half. And then the second one as well. Partisan, they get a couple of rounds of the board. But from 9-3 to 13-6, it still leaves a lot to be desired for Partisan. For a map that we said, from the last time we saw them, they looked insanely good, but today they just did not have what it took. The calls they were making, while okay in isolation, in this game itself, in the context of it, they were never there in time. And those places didn't work out, and that's the result of it. Wonderfully played for Monte.
I think
Don't
there's
make that
another...
7-5 a mistake.
Yeah, I think another fair point to be made here as well is how many opportunities kind of Partisan missed out on the CT side especially. There were quite a few rounds where, you know, a kill or two more would have made the whole difference, and, you know, perhaps the half wouldn't have gone 7-5 in the first half, in the first place. But with that being said, short break. Ancient up next. Ladies and gents, stay tuned. We'll be back with Series 3 here, CCT Season 3.
What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Good evening, afternoon, morning, or whatever time it is for some of you freaks of Counter-Strike watchers. We're back for map number 2 of Monte versus Partisan, and we're headed to Partisan's map pick, thankfully for them, because they kind of got slapped around on Nuke, adding to their losing streak of yet another game. Well, not really a streak, but close enough nonetheless. Either way, we're headed to this one. Ancient and Partisan on the T side, getting contact in a main. They're ready for the 2-mana setup here as well. And Monte, they're forced back into the A side, and it's deaths yet again, but actually not that far.
Well,
away they go.
Away they go indeed.
Ready to take flight. Everybody here. Collins with a smoke about to go over. There's the shadows. Here's the contact. Trying to go into the dualies. Ryu only good for one. Flashbang, perfection, depression also. Double entry secured into the A site. That's gonna be the bomb without further ado. And Dragons pushed even further. Don't want to contest it. The CT side thinking of maybe you should go in. Flashbang wasted in that case. Gizmi was too busy spamming the smoke. Couldn't fly out with it. And the retake at the hands of Bimas Gizmi. Against 4, there is surely no chance in this one.
Looking a little bit weak.
Both CT and Temple. Held. Collins ventures in. R.I.P.
The
Bimas.
timing is just atrocious.
Get counter-striked. Counter-struck.
Yeah, pretty much.
Get targeting. And there's Gizmi getting depression.
Amazing. Well, that is going to be a bit of a depressive ending, but Partisan nonetheless, for themselves, great pickup. I mean, it's the Vistal. It's a good start. It's exactly what you want to begin with on your own map pick. Let's not let's not lie about it. You know, Nuke hasn't been truly a showcase of what they're capable of, and I'm hoping this is what we see here. Monte is currently set to bring this to a full eco. I respect that. Not seeing a force buy, it's a rarity these days.
It's quite chill in this case. Wow. in situations like this, just wanting to get it over with. They're in stacking toward the A side. The only matter they had anywhere else now taken care of as well. And they've got MAC-10s, 3 of them in fact, and they'll be searching for this one.
Calm, collected, Partisan, snuff out B site, and this should be an easy second, I think. By the looks of it, shouldn't even be losing too many more players or any at all.
So, yeah, the round itself is MAC-10 hunting, Dragon having found 1, Collins 2, and all is going to be well unhandled. Everything is a-okay for this one. Just seeing if Ryu maybe gets 1, because they are apparently running away from him. Nobody's really facing him.
Or they're not. Well, Ryu might be able to steal 1, I think. Never mind. Kindle's ready. Takes the fight. Wins it. And there you have it. Partisan. Great start.
There's going to be an extra AK as well on a Dragon there. So, everything is a-okay, all nice and well. But for the CT side, they've had to go down to a couple of FAMASs just to afford util. And guess what? That's the curse of a 3rd round. Or 3rd round bye here. And so, Bimas opens things up here. Wonderfully finding the opening there as well. The CTs. Now play the man advantage. Partisan, they've taken this map control in mid. They have been granted. Spotted by Ryu. Bimas as well in position, ready. They can try to double up on this. There we go.
There we go. We're back.
We are back.
Okay.
Not sure what happened.
Neither am I. Round 4.
Hey, something happened. And Monte
won. Yeah. Somehow they won a round.
Maybe we were right. Let's just pretend the head canon is correct there.
Look, I assume with the double up on site A, it was basically a near impossibility that they wouldn't have defended, right?
Yeah, let me just compare some of the kills here. Ryu did not get any more kills. Instead, you got Afro on 2, and BMAS who got 1, so...
Afro on 3, actually.
No, from the last round.
Oh, from the last round, yeah.
2 kills on Afro, 1 for BMAS. And that was it. So I assume Partisan tried, they failed, and they saved. That seems like might have been the case there. But for this round, BMAS is dead. He has been handed the L. There's damage being dealt to the T side, but it's Vlad and the Mac 10 that gets them an opening position towards the A side. So maybe try to repeat what did not work out last round, and this time they've got the entries to go along as well. With a minute remaining. Being very slow about this, actually. They're waiting for call-ins, which Afro is somewhat expecting. They have mid-control, so it's... At some point as well, it feels like Afro is just gonna turn around, and as soon as he does... Call-ins will come knocking, maybe. Or is he taking a route to mid? Comes to be planted! Spray is okay. Call-ins has spotted the first one at the meantime as well, and Afro's left alone. Up against 3, now 2. No smoke, that makes it difficult, but a Molotov might force them into an awkward position at least. Naded at 0 damage, sorry, 1 damage. Flash with the swing, that Molly might be his best friend in this situation. Throws it deep, Vladen. Forced to move, but the bomb is not really in a good position for Afro as well. All it takes is 1 step for either one of these. Get a little bit closer. Trying to bait them, but Afro is walking away from this one.
Yeah.
No kit, no smoke, that's the round itself coming to an end there.
Genuinely,
one of those things might have made a difference.
If he had a kit, I think he just holds it and possibly gets it, because they didn't peek immediately. They gave him quite a few seconds to work with, so... There's a realm where it would have been possible to see Monte win, though Afro at least escapes with his life and the AK. Good recovery. Partisan quickly on top of a loss that was perhaps a bit unexpected, and we didn't get to see it, unfortunately, neither us or you. But they rebound, and it's going to be 3-1. Immediate timeout as well. Monte, got to discuss what the hell they'll do here.
Well, they've got themselves 3 on a Partisan, and that's... pretty much all we can ask for is for them to get these rounds here on the board. Unlike on Nuke, they started 0-6. Would be nice to see them get a couple more here, be wide away from the beginning, but the good things that they can carry over from Nuke is Depression, because he was the shining light they had for them. 18 kills on him, the only one above 12. That would have been Gindo next, and then he had 10, 9, and 7 on the rest as well. While on Monte, you had Gizmi dropping 25 kills, and 24 of those in the first 14 rounds of the game. He kind of cooked there on Nuke, and then Afro woke up and then the game was done. But here, Gindo, opening foul, a double up in mid with the CT side as well. Joko's up next on the shelf, and he's managed to make his way closer toward the B side, currently being taken over by the forces of Partisan.
They've got it. Simple as that. I mean, Monte right now, they have to set up for a retake. Bomb's yet to be planted, so they could use this timing of the bomb plant to get in. Vladan finds Joko, though. And with the loss of the player in cave, I think you go towards... wait, what?
That's
Collins
the bomb.
got caught? Yeah.
Who's gonna fade? It's gonna be 2 players watching at Ryu, but... There's noise still been made. He gets the first and the second. The transfer's there. The Lithuanian laser they call the M4 of Ryu. As he comes out, 4 kills. The round in Monte's bag.
That is an insane retake that I was almost looking to suggest a save already. When they lost Joko, all hope seemed to have been lost almost a moment later, though somehow getting Collins with his C4, forcing Partisan to take a bit of a defensive stance, couldn't put the bomb down, couldn't play the time, and in the end, Monte, Ryu, as the spear of the attack, kind of finds the necessary entries, and that's enough. That's plenty enough. Monte, I couldn't believe my eyes, but they did it. 2-3, Partisan, full eco. They didn't even get a bomb down, so this is a bit of a depressing moment.
Group up towards A. This is my favorite thing to do on Ancient. It's just go A.
Yeah. I mean, look.
All you need is 2 smokes, 1 Molotov for Temple and the big box, and pretty much you've got yourself a side take. Optional is, of course, the Molotov towards default, but you can just make up for that by running them down with Tech 9s and a couple of flashbangs, which currently flashbangs are not available, and only 1 Tech 9 in the mix. So it would be a dream to see even 1 or 2 kills here. There's 1. Oh, good ding. Smart rotation to cover for it as well. Right, it's done. Depression, just seeing if he's got one in him, if he's got that dog. Confuse your opponent, run so fast they can't aim, but Joko survives. His gun shoots a little bit faster than the Glock. No bomb plant even. So, yeah. That's as good as it gets really for Monte there.
Pretty much. I was about to say as well, A is usually left open, vulnerable even, especially if CTs decide to take mid control. So it should stand to reason to see it be abused. Partisan, I hope we'll see some of those attempts. They tend to work quite often, in fact, as we are going to have mid control contested. I like the idea here from Partisan, though. Take it easy. Don't run and gun. Don't hope to be the hero.
There's the flashbangs. B-side will pop through. There is 1 they can't make it to. A third, too much.
Oof, Ryu goes wide, finds 2 more, though no kills, just damage. And it could suffice, especially with the trade on the headshots as well. Collins puts Gizmi on 9, and it's Depression and Vladan up against Afro and Gizmi.
They know 1 is here. They don't know about Afro, but looking at Depression on A, and he's got the bomb. This is gonna be a Hail Mary, Gizmi. He'll be sacrificed. But the question is, if Afro is expected.
Oh, what a fake!
Oh, the fake! Oh, Vladan's so smart.
That was
enjoyable. Oh, that is such a cheeky trick to do as well. It's so easy, but it's such a cheeky trick, and he's so smart about it as well.
To those that didn't catch it, what Vladan does is, after he gets the first kill, he runs away and fake jumps down from the shelf onto mid. Well, what he really does is he just jumps and then turns back and shift walks, or rather just shift waits on top of that ledge for the second player. He reads it like an open book, gets a free kill, and a round. 4-3 as Monte. Trouble on the horizon. Money is going to be tight. Lose this and you're on to another eco, which means Partisan's going to be glowing up with possibly 6 rounds already.
Oh, we're talking about leaving A open. Not this time. Last round, they got slapped around in mid by Kindo, so they decided, what if we play a bit more passive? See if Partisan decided to go for faster play. That's what they did. And Bima survives 2 kills, 2 HP. Partisan left to suddenly just 2 with the loss of Collins. A wonderful little change up as well, but not done yet. Not done yet.
Good catch.
However, all important goes Kindo's way. He's the man with the bomb as well,
Spots
and now I think Gizmi as well might have seen him. Rotation's been made. Looking at Ryu versus Depression next, and one of them. No HP left to live. Kindo's hands, it falls.
Yeah, very little time, unfortunately, and no HP as well, and in the end, as that is going to be Monte. Pretty much taking it away right from underneath Partisan. This was at one point in time, an opportunity where Partisan could have been already on 6 rounds, maybe even more. and had quite a nice advantage by this point. But again, Monte, we saw it already on map 1, relentless in their approach.
I'm liking this back and forth we get here as well now. Seeing both teams giving us these rounds from the beginning. While map 1 was a wonderful little show in terms of just what Monte could do, the calling they had kept it very simple. It's just the tail end of their T side where things started going a little bit wrong, became a bit one note. They only really had one thing, which was run out of squeaky and just go for those openings on A for a lot of those rounds. Let Partisan catch up a little bit, but in the end, second half comes and that's where it ends quickly. So here, a nice change-up. Good flashbang, however, will affect a little bit of the fragging capability. The Texans out of the pistols don't care, however. Ooh. Traded to a close game, close round here so far, but it seems like that is all coming to an end fairly quickly, with one matter to make the difference. It's BMAS to deny it. Shaky for a moment, but Monte won't fail.
Such an important kill as well by Afro on B. The fact that he does not die, doesn't let the side be lost immediately and gives time for the rest of the team to react, makes all the difference in the world in the end. Five to 4, as we said, an eco is what Partisan is forced to take, and this brings about quite a little bit of trouble. Headaches even, if you dare say it. Do we trust them to recover in the next? Get a decent enough half going, as this one is already gone. What a beautiful round.
Doesn't even move his mouse. And that's the A1S extraordinary spray there as well. He just holds it steady, because that's the A1S spray. From that range, the only thing you gotta do is just hold mouse 1. That pad a little bit as well forgives me. He dropped a 2.18 rating, by the way, on map number 1. By most standards, that would be pretty good. But this is slightly different so far. This is a team effort from everybody. Now for Partisan. One man we've been waiting for, never arrived on Nuke, so far hasn't arrived here, is the one we said is gonna be an absolute cannon. Where's Dragon?
Yeah, he's missing. He's been missing. Even map 1 was trouble already for him, so it seems like map 2, again, too quiet in my eyes, or rather in my mind. And losing the first entry again. I mean, Monte's been pretty consistent with getting these. Partisan, for the last few rounds, they've always been playing pretty much with a man down.
I like the aggression as well here. To clear out... Oh, I think they saw that. I think they saw that. Doesn't matter. Waiting for his arrival. Time to make a difference, but that is only a very, very slight one. You leave it onto the shoulders of Depression, who's got free access to A. Has a smoke. You can deploy that CT or Donut. That's going to matter a lot here as well. Spotted. Gives me down. Bomb. Denied. BMAS up close, he just was not ready for that. I like as well, the way Monte move about that one as well. They just leave mid immediately after they kind of recognize he could have gone A. They'll have a 2-matter trap over there, even if Gizmi takes the duel, loses it, it's gotta be a quick trade. And that's kind of what Monte as well in the first half of Nuke were doing, is the positioning they had. That was superb. The way they moved about the map.
They made the difference.
And for a team with very little practice together as all 5, as in probably about 2 weeks, maybe less, that's impressive.
I mean, I said my grievances in the first map, how I'm not expecting a lot of tactical, let's say, additions here, you know, not a lot of tactical rounds, at least not in the sense that they're going to be massively superior to that of Partisan, but so far they've been on equal grounds, if not better. And it's been a nice little surprise. Can't lie. Individually as well, Jocko.
What's
a lot of damage.
Supremacy. Oh, gives me, doesn't see it. The shoulder, not spotted. Gotta hard clear these corners, man. The kneecap and shoulder was available to be seen, but Depression might have just made it this round. One they're gonna take, because he's got another one! And make it all three in the end. Won't even see it so quick for him. And Partisan, one more toward the end of the half to go. 7-5 yet again on the half.
Damn.
But this time, it's Partisan T side with 5, and that can manage here on Ancient. CT side on map as it is.
Yeah.
Move to the favorite side. Their map pick. It's time to show up here.
Glow up, show up, give us exactly
not,
what we want to see.
Time to shut up.
Or that. Dragon especially, 3 kills, T-side, not something that we can deny has been bringing them down a little bit. Additionally, you know, nobody's really been stepping up above and beyond. We are not seeing Gizmy numbers that I think need to, from comparison of map 1, an example. What, 17 kills first half, right? No, wait, 14 kills, 15 kills first half, and
16.
then 4 on the... Oh, yeah, 16 and then 3 on the pistol, right? Yeah.
4. 4 in the pistol.
Did he get 4
the
on
knife.
the pistol, actually? Yeah.
Knife and the last, yeah. 4
Yeah,
pistol,
yeah.
4 in the eco, and then 1 at the end of the game. He was on 24 kills since round 14, and then 1 more in round 19.
It's hard to even count as many as he
Yeah.
got. But, Monte, this pistol, a lot rides on it. If they can get number 8 and 9 afterwards, they're going to be in a set position for the series. Otherwise, it's going to look badly. Kindot finds doubles. Beautiful starts. Collins with another, and it seems like it's going to be enough. I think Partisan might have done it here. A 1v4 for Afro. Low HP on a few, yes, but he's got no Kevlar, and he's got no hope
Double peek.
almost.
Ooh. They can't force the double peek. And Depression just waits. Baits his teammate. But to success. I was gonna say, there are some little issues here for Partisan, and I don't even know what to call them, little or small issues.
Okay.
Try to guess for their CT side win rate for the last 3 months. They played 16 games, I'll give you that.
Yeah.
Guess the CT win percent.
I think it's between 25 to 35. I'll stick with 30 just to make it in between there.
Oh god, no. That would be horrendous and unacceptable. They've got 45%, however.
Okay.
That's
okay.
not great.
I thought...
A CT-sided map.
You were
Why
making
would
it
they
seem
pick
like it's
this map?
worse.
Come on.
Yeah, you were making it seem like it was worse than it actually is. I mean,
I
yes,
mean,
it's bad, but it's not the worst.
It's
I've seen
not
worse numbers, yeah.
You're picking this map, you've got 45% CT win rate for the last 6 months. Same with Monte, by the way. They've got 44.4. So, neither CT side is great, but that just goes to show the map is not equal on every single level. You have these filters for these maps on HLTV for top 50, 20, 10, and whatnot. That's where those do start to change. At the top 5, it becomes very equal, I think, or slightly less equal. Top 10, it's very equal, I think, or something like that. You can go ahead and check your own if you want to. But overall, CT-sided. Both these teams perform better on T, numbers-wise, but for now, we'll see how that does affect the flow of the game. I'm impressed about Gizmy's positioning, however, because Afro as well, he's watching for the tempo rotation, so if anyone on Partisan tries to walk in, they should be seen, and Gizmy's gonna be then surprising rotations, and if not, it'll be him hunting for the first instead. Depression's dead at 4v4 from this one. And A-side successfully swarming over it.
With smoke already up in elbow, they get control over Donut, though no refrags. What is happening? They're letting Dragon get away with this free, and now Ryu is just gonna die needlessly. What is happening? What is this bait from Monte? Ryu just baits his teammate fully and doesn't help him and loses the control of Donut. With that, I think the round might just slip through their fingers. But it's Afro with a double! An insane hat trick to be picked up with a third here. What a headshot, and he's just snapping away at those heads. Dragon has no hope. He's already falling aback. I mean, what do you do here? You just cry for help, because it's number 8, Monte, saved by Afro. Insane. What? And he gets Dragon. What is this duel? Oh, insane.
God damn. He just shows up. AK-47, and he is smacking heads. That is so damn impressive. And I love the fact as well, we get to see Afro doing these things. Because people just forgot how good he was before Fnatic, before he was put into a support role and these not really shining as a star AWPer roles. He's been waiting to come back into these roles, and when set up properly, he is so damn good. His stocks are going up. You should get him those early. He was rated one of the highest players, one of the highest AWPers for, what, 2022 before being picked up. People forget about that. He's a beast. Yeah. Doesn't matter what weapon, apparently. We already saw one of these sorts of AK or rifle rounds on a nuke as well. Now again he's shot up with arguably the most impact in the game. Gives me sure. Frags on nuke, but 2 of those were... That was the pistol and the follow-up on eco, so stat padding a little bit, yes, but Afro has been there consistently as well. And for this one, might be the one that makes the difference, because Monte have taken the lead, and Partisan... Money ain't looking pretty.
Yeah, they're going to be a little bit rough around the edges, especially with the fact that they've only got the 1 M4. A FAMAS will help, but it needs to be super accurate. Oh. And we're going to have an A split come through. Jocko finds Collins. They're already seemingly well aware where they're going, but rotation's still slow. Jocko caught, and with the rest of Monte now expanding towards the B, towards the A side, excuse me.
Vlad is behind him.
This main position play is crazy. I think because of it, they lose the round. Or do they? Ryu is checking. Oh, this is going to be... Oh, he's hurt him.
No, he hasn't. This is just the angle you watch. You hold for the rotation. It doesn't expect him from there, but it doesn't matter. Ryu guards for main. He'll get his kill from it, and that spot is in the way. Oh, that is such a fun little... ring around the Rosia duel in main just to see who escapes the other side. Ah, that is such a good round as well for Monte. Just the split they get there as well gives me holding for that rotation in CT. Kind of seals the deal in this one, doesn't let Partisan come back in.
Damn. These rounds are starting to look worse and worse by each passing moment, man. Partisan, now no money left. Having to eco. Maybe hoping for some miracle. I mean, I think that's the only thing that's going to save them in this round for sure. What a crazy turn of events in the end. Partisan, hopefully they don't cave just yet. This eco should give them a few kills at least. I like this by Monte, by the way. Very meticulous in the approach, well, wanting to make sure mid is not going to be occupied sneakily by a few CTs. And once they have control, they'll be looking to full extend towards B and basically just send it, by the looks of it. They lose Bimas on mid. Should be a red alarm now. Monte need to go immediately before they start rotating over. Partisan will soon be in position. Still a lot of time wasted by Monte. I'm not a fan of how slow they're approaching this Nexus.
Bomb has been planted.
We found another with Collins. He's even got himself an AK-47, but... well, one's been found, they need that next one as well. They still know at least one toward the back of cave. Now they'll find him, and that's what it does it for Partisan on the retake as well. They weren't supposed to win this round, but they did get an advantage for a little bit. Unable to force those trades, and that's Monte driving them away. Oh, actually, hold on. Is Afro gonna be able to run away? I think he's...
Yeah, he should be okay. Should be okay.
Yeah, okay. I am really afraid of that bomb explosion radius here, because it is, as we know...
For good reason.
Yeah, it is ridiculously large. But he survives. Takes like 16 damage from the explosion there. Enough time to run away. And now, Monte reaching 10. They've got double digits. They've got a Partisan on another buy to contest against them as well. And if the Balkan boys have something to say here, well, they'll have to do it.
Yeah, this is the time to do it. The time and place. Start bringing up your A game. Or you'll be out of this first round of the Swiss stage. You're going to be losing. That's how it's looking so far. Collins, great start though. Finds Jocko. That's exactly what the doctor ordered, seems like. Partisan extending on middle as well towards Shelf. It looks like Dragon is chasing. There's a chance he could spot Gizmi, but instead just going to evade and get out through cave. Fair enough.
Ooh, Gizmi about to be set up here as well, but just a little bit too far is the HE. Nothing finding one. That's Kindo far away. The rotation that came through, now removed. Also forcing Dragon to play a bit more safe. They're essentially fully gambling on this B-side take here as well. And Monte, they're successfully keeping them here toward this side of the map. Wallbang does connect on Collins. But they've got two still going at this A play. Keep in mind, the bomb is outside of B. Collins can stop this round from ever happening anywhere, even with Afro still finding one more. This is what could make it or break it here for the T side. Gizmi now has to reconsider. He's the one with the bomb. Nobody to guard him, even if they have the A side. He is stuck. But it's not just Collins they'll have to worry about, because guess who's in mid, waiting. Has to be cleared out in 20 seconds left. B-Maz needs to speed up here. Next 2 seconds, that'll decide it. Now, go time A, fast run. A foot race, they'll win. Both of Partisan on B, and Ryu watching CT rotations.
They've pretty much got this one in the bag.
Playing it down to the wire, but...
Yeah.
Partisan... They tried. It came down to Vladen in mid. B-Maz outflanked. And secures the next one. I'm a fan of how comfortable Monte were in this one. Just run down the clock, recognizing what they had to do to make sure the bomb gets safely.
They've already, you know, the objective was always in mind. It was just the timing they were looking for. And, you know, perfectly found as well. It works wonders. As Depression does save the op, but this is effectively starting to look like a done deal. I mean, Partisan are falling out of favor economically and otherwise. They have very little left to really work with. Do they force here? I mean, Depression can drop a rifle. Same with Dragon. I think with the op, I think you go for it. You stop Monte getting 12. You have a chance to go to map 3 before things get too heated, before you're forced to play overtime. So, in my eyes, a force would absolutely be warranted to put an end to Monte's shenanigans. Unless you trust yourself enough to have 5 rounds in a row CT side where you said things have not been looking too swell.
No, they are not. For Monte, though, hey, that's where things are looking pretty good.
Weird world we live in, that's for sure. 11-7, no force buys, half investment, a little bit of Kevlar, a little bit of this and that, and hope. A good amount of it. Can't blame them, they'll need it.
Ooh. The big cannon taken down on the CT side. You talk about those who have been awake for Partisan. We had a Dragon, not really awake. Depression, he has been. Top frag by far on map number 1. Currently as well holds the position on Partisan. And he's been taken out of play. Kin does recover the AWP at least, and he's headed toward the A side. Monte, however, is wanting to go back toward the B bomb site yet again. Try to force their way through. Joko might have found the entry to go off of. Through the smoke. And at the back, spotted. Collins, a dead man.
That's it.
Another save.
That's number 12. Yeah, should be another save.
That is a fantastic entry result for Joko.
Bomb has been planted.
Is it what a lot of people actually tend to do as well in this new day and age of Counter-Strike, or have been at least for a good while? Is right before the smoke blooms, you just run and peek with that. You get that split second of cover. Maybe if it's a CT side of smoke as well thrown, they won't have their weapon out immediately. And it works out very nicely for a lot of these players. It's these small tricks that do coalesce into a very good player and a good team as well in the long run. And for Joko, 1 kill, 8 in total, but that's impact. Not to glaze all of Monte too much, I'm telling you guys about Afro and how his stocks are going up. Right now, a little bit down. Joko as well in this round, he found 1 more. But it's been a good effort through and through. Decided
really
they're
has,
running away with this. They've only won the first 1 or 2 rounds on this second half as well in Partisan. Single gun around? No, not even close.
It has been quite the upheaval. I expected more from Partisan, but, you know, this is a classic start for them. They always tend to have a little bit of a hit and miss at the start of a tournament. The Swiss stage here will be no different, apparently. They'll have to dig themselves out of a hole once again, and that's a story for another day. Let's see first if they dig themselves out of this one, because already Collins is dead. Trying to peek cave, no flash. Okay. I mean, I guess you hope to get lucky, and there's another potential here for Vladan to die with how aggressive he's looking, possibly walking into Afro's crosshairs. Does he push? Because right now they've got 0 information what is on the map, what is going on. And he decides to in fact push, and will in fact die. Or not, Vladan! Good check. I expected Afro to not miss, and, well, look at Monte now.
They're gonna need these individuals to bail them out.
Yes, they will.
Here's the next opportunity. Toward the B site. Russian waits on site. They're both kind of playing to support each other. Whoever gets contact, they're ready to assist in case things go south, but trust the individuals, trust Depression, nail the first. Around the pillar, you're gonna expect this peak as well, and here's me. Kind of thing, trying to go for the pre-fire, the bait and switch is deadly! And it's not the only kill they'll get.
Big miss.
Rotation, shut down, cut off, but that's the round! That's the round! There's no time to plant the bomb! Dragon sneaks in, Monte fall when it was all locked in. One mistake, the flank not checked, and the Partisan extend play.
6 seconds till the end of the round. Dragon peeks in, denies the bomb plant just as the C4 was going down. I believe the final animation was about to play out. And in the end, Partisan are saved by the bell. It's Dragon to clear. Let's see if they've got it in them. 4 more rounds to go. They played a half buy in between to make sure that they can guarantee overtime. Well, let's see if they do. Depression, hopefully he doesn't get caught again early. A few times too many he's died first, and especially in rounds like these, you cannot afford it. Joko alone on B ramp. This is surprising. Usually you'd have more presence from the T side, but it seems like Monte is going to hard focus on A.
We've seen very little from Partisan in actually fighting this mid control, or fighting down B ramp as well. it kind of goes back to what we did say, is their CT side, the numbers don't really support them having a whole lot of success here. Maybe they're a little bit afraid of these plays. Especially now as well, where it's one mistake, it just adds more to that sort of pressure, where if you make even one overextension where you don't have a reaction properly prepared, you don't have a setup ready in wherever Monte might go, or you give it just a little bit too much, that's where things can go very south. And they're stackling, gambling, hoping it's gonna be the B play, and now they've missed the timing. There's no smokes even. Monte's just dry going through CT. That is such a risky call, and it looks like it might pay off. Vladen hit by the oldest trick in Counter-Strike book. Hold an angle, turn, and you're dead.
And that's a 3v4 retake of A that right now Partisan have neither the position nor the utility to go for the retake. Depression is down. I think we're seeing the end of the road here. Partisan is going to possibly have to take the loss. The bomb's already planted. It's ticking away slowly but steadily. Collins and Kindo both find one each, excuse me, but is it enough?
No.
The answer, perhaps. Bimash, though, says no, it's over. It's 2-0. Monte will close the gap and close the series out with an advantage. And that is going to be plenty enough for the first round of the Swiss stage for them.
That is such a good call as well for Monte to make. So many of these rounds have been the sort where Partisan have not made enough rotations. They've been really slow. And it just hurts, man. The one time they make a rotation like this, they're just caught off guard because they decide, yep, mid, no smokes, no util, go to A, go through CT. It's such an insane hit to the mental there as well, where Monte's outread them so badly there as well. It's a very impressive game. I think BMOS ends on 20 kills. Ryu's not far, like 16, 17, Afro as well there. It's such a well-played game for these three, and Afro just specifically, because without him, that second half goes differently. He has that clutch with... It doesn't matter who, because he wins that all by himself in a 2v4. That was the one round where Partisan were supposed to come into the game. They didn't get that. They get denied. And the game continues and ends that way.
I guess Brandon was right. This playoffs has been nothing but 2-0s. We continue
Swiss
with that
stage,
sentiment.
not playoffs, but close enough.
Excuse me, Swiss stage, yeah, not playoffs. My bad. Swiss stage, yeah. Like, we've been kicking it off 2-0 whole day long. Let's hope that more games like these are going to be presented to our next pair of casters who are going to be taking over after us. Nexus, you and I will be back in some... Well, I'll be back in some days. You'll be back after about, like, a few weeks, actually, because... right? Yeah, in any case, we'll talk more about it later. That's all for us too. Series done, 2-0. Monte do put an end to Partisan's potential quick 3-0 aspirations, but that doesn't mean it's the end for Partisan. We've seen them in a worse position before, the previous Swiss stage, as we've already mentioned. And for Monte, well, perhaps new horizons ahead. Jocko certainly proving himself still good enough, and Bima stepping in masterfully. I hope that's going to be enough for the coming games for them.
I do hope so as well, right? Of course, like you kind of mentioned at the start, we're not sure what Monte's trying, what the situation is going to be in the long term, but this... So far, I've been impressed with Monte and how they've played, right? The game against was, I think... It doesn't matter who it was against. Like, last we saw, they played fairly nicely, fairly well. Here as well, they played really well. So, I do hope to see if they continue with this roster, right? Would it be nice to see BMOS back in action as well, to see the sort of promise we didn't get to see back then. When previously, and currently he's showing it very nicely. This entire team is playing very nicely off each other as well. They've got those fundamentals down. And that goes credit to Gizmi, to the coaching staff. I'm actually... Yeah, Ivan. Yeah, they brought him from the academy team as well, from the coach. He was there, now to the main roster as well. So, credit goes to the two of them to have this team up and running so well, or smoothly so far. And commiserations this time do go to Partisan, where... Not to put a little bit of blame on anybody, but we never got to see the Dragon we were highlighting from the beginning of the game. He just did not show up, unfortunately, and that's the man we're usually looking at here. His numbers are insane. He's got like 1.27, 1.26 impact rating alone, which should be ringing alarm bells. But those bells were cut short today.
I mean, look, I kind of said it myself, didn't I, at the start of the series. Dragon is definitely that pillar of Partisan that has to always be there for them. Otherwise, there's a lot of there's a precedent that they might just kind of be fading into obscurity soon. And in this case, they certainly faded quite quickly. 2-0 over. Next up, Ixner and Hayes, I believe, taking over the last 2 games of the day. Let's check the schedule just to give you a quick brief before we leave you for almost an hour's break, as the next match is starting at 4 o'clock Central European Time. Iberian Soul versus Heroic Academy. Well, my thoughts for it, not really sure. I haven't seen either in their current iterations.
I still find it hard to rate Iberian Soul myself, and I've not seen Heroic Academy play. But I do know that they are actually playing with a stand-in today. They're Doto stepping in from the coaching role back to the server, to the actual footsteps of a player today. So they're playing with that sort of a situation today. And then you've got Nexus versus Ruby up at last as well, which could be really good because Nexus have been on fire since adding Law and X. The form they've had has been crazy good.
Yeah.
So you've got some couple of really good games as well. I kind of want to see how Heroic Academy continue to do as time goes on as well, because they have been surprisingly good just results-wise that I've followed them. I haven't actually seen the games, so I want to see how that goes as well. But for the two of us, we're going to be donezo, like I said, about an hour. Hayes and Ixner to close out the day. We're going to be getting the two of them, a lovely bunch of folks. And for you and me, we say goodbye, and we will see you guys after this break.
decided I trusted.
Unmuted there, I am indeed. Okay, that's my bad. We got it now. Apologies, everybody. Welcome. CCT Series 3 EU is where we find ourselves, and we're in that part of the competition where we are in and amongst the Swiss stage now, joined by Exner. My name's Hayes, and we're going to be covering the last two games of the day. Mate, it's been a minute. You're keeping well. Obviously, Major going on at the moment. We've got a little break now, so we're going to fill the gap here with CCT, right?
Yeah. I mean, before things that kick off in a big way, I'm getting ready to, I think, tomorrow travel down to Austin in my car for a nice road trip, so should be fun.
Are you doing that with Trav? Is that the road trip with Trav?
No, with
meeting
Neo.
you there? Okay,
They're a
that's
British
awesome.
guy.
Because they're going from Philadelphia, right? Pennsylvania side,
Yeah.
and then you're going to be traveling. That must be like a multi-day trip. Surely that's
Yeah.
not done in one day.
yeah, it's gonna be like 5 days.
Okay, all right, awesome. Well, follow him at XNUcast for updates on the road trip, I'm sure. Anyway, let's get some updates on the Counter-Strike here. Heroic Academy against Iberian Soul is going to be the next game of the day. We've had a couple 2-0s so far. I'd say that Partisan Monte game was super 50-50 on paper, but Monte dominated them. I reckon Iberian Soul, big favorites coming into this matchup, and then a pretty evenly contested game again on paper to round out the day.
Yeah. I mean, that I think would be one of our first maybe 3 mappers there if we see it there, which would be interesting. We got all 2-0s yesterday, and so far I'm with you. I'm really excited to see this Iberian Soul roster and see what they're able to bring to the table. Although I will say I got to watch a lot of Heroic Academy in the Swiss state, or in the closed qualifier, I should say. They were able to pull up some really impressive stuff there. I'm pretty excited with what they're bringing to the table right now. I think obviously this team has a little bit of motivation in their camp here, given the news about Heroic, what's happening with that squad post major, and probably in the near future here at this point, with what they're bringing to the table. I mean, obviously Scrob, the opper in this squad, but they're potentially room to grow. I wouldn't say necessarily just yet, right? I think these players in this team has more to prove, but I think Heroic is a team that's willing to trust newer talent here, and if you can be part of that development, the motivation should be at an all-time high for this squad.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it's the first venture into an academy team for Heroic as an organization, and I'll actually echo the sentiment you make that this team has actually looked pretty good in some instances. I got to cast one of their matches as well, and you could color me impressed by the end of that. They play quite active. Their trading is really good as well, which is obviously what you want as a baseline for an academy team. You don't expect crazy tactical depth and insane experience and really impressive decision making in the heat of the moment. You're looking for trading, spacing, the basics and the fundamentals of the game being done at a decent level. One thing we do need to speak about though is that they're going to be playing with their coach Dotto is what I normally go with, and of course he's the Finnish player. Used to play in ENCE, was probably where he had most of his success. He's now venturing off as a coach, and I mean, a great player to have as the coach of this team, but we haven't seen him as a player for a long time. I used to love watching him play, but it has been a while since he's been in the service. That will be a handicap here for Heroic Academy.
Yeah, I'm surprised to see that they're. I actually didn't recognize that, but it would be good to have him back in the server here playing for the squad once again. We got to see what he can do here from a player point of view, which obviously maybe he's been in quite some time. I'm trying to see when his last official was
Well, he played a couple officials in October and then back to April last year where he was playing actively with Yano. So it's been well over a year since he was an active player.
Okay, so not too far removed from the game time. So hoping to see if he can still bring it into the server. But I mean, unfortunately for him in this squad here, you do have a pretty effective and efficient team here with experience that you're going to be playing up against out of the gates in this Iberian Soul squad. So I think that's going to be the biggest challenge here, is that you are going up against one of the better rosters right now in the Swiss stage, a team full of experience here that you're hoping to see actually be able to build up some success, kind of landing on their feet with this roster, with all of the changes that have been going on here, throughout Saw and some of these other rosters here in the past. It'll be interesting to see, what this team could bring to the table here with this old core of the core side of things.
Yeah, You know, I was quite low on this team for a while, but it feels like maybe they've turned a corner. The problem is, like, how much runway is there left for this project to really get off the ground and start to make some waves and create some inroads? Because they're not salaried. You know, we don't know if that could be pressure, maybe players looking in different directions, maybe one of them gets poached. What does that do to the rest of the team? But I feel like they have kind of turned a little bit of a corner, and we've seen some more consistent and impressive results from them, signs of improvements. You know, beating Zero Tenacity and Sashi both recently. They're winning games against teams that are on their level more consistently than what they were maybe a month plus ago. So I do look at them in a slightly better light. I think Sarsel in particular has actually been the best player on this team. Stododo is also improving, still blows hot and cold. Sometimes I wish he would just tone down his, like, flashiness for a little bit more stability. I feel like he tries to go for, like, really crazy quick flick shots, and he does hit them occasionally, but I think that then brings some volatility to his game.
Yeah, it brings a certain level of risk that sometimes I think can make him the scariest in the server, but it can also lead to a lot of opening deaths and you know, things of that nature there that just are shots that you have to connect onto, and that can be a big problem there. I'm with you though. I'm you know, starting to, you know, wonder what the long-term gains. I think this team here especially needs like a deep run here, maybe a rise in the VRS, something to draw in attention for this team to say, hey, you know, if you're an organization looking for a roster with experience that's going to build something, you know, special, this is the team that you want to do that with, and you know, hoping that this can be maybe the stage here, the Swiss stage, into maybe a playoff run where they can start that conversation. But it definitely has to start off with an opportunity to capitalize up against a Heroic Academy squad who is kind of dealing with that coach stand-in situation.
Yeah, I mean, they're currently 38th in Europe on the VRS ranking, and I've just scrolled up and had a look at all the teams above them. I don't think there's an unorged team ranked higher than Iberian Soul. So that's just kind of something to keep in mind that I think speaks to the point we've just made. Anyway, speaking of, let's speak about the Veto. What a segue. Nuke, Train, Anubis are the three maps that we're going to get played here in the series. Now, Nuke has been such a good and stable map for the Siberian Soul team for a long time, so it just makes complete sense that they would just throw Nuke into the mix. Nuke has been good for this Heroic Academy team as well. It's the one map that I actually got to cast him on against minus 72 degrees, so I've seen them do some decent work on the map. Train followed up. I mean, Iberian Soul, yeah, they're probably not too upset about that. And Anubis also, as the third map goes, middle of the road, but I don't know, man. Like, I struggle to conceive a world in which Iberian Soul loses a series, even dropping a map.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you there. I got to watch this team, you know, twice play out here. One was versus Copenhagen Wolves, so that was a roster that was, you know, obviously dealing with some pretty recent adjustments that they handled pretty quickly, which I was really impressed. Like you said, you know, their nuke I think can be very deadly, but I still trust Iberian Soul with the players on this team to be able to handle the strength of Heroic Academy, hinting as to why they would pick into it, not fear playing up against maybe Heroic Academy strengths. And then seeing Train as well in the Veto, I'd be excited to see them bring that to the table here. Didn't play it in the closed qualifier run, but should be fun. We are ready to hop into the game though. Is action ready to start, and we'll see how things shape up here in the server. Will be a CT side start for this squad here at Heroic Academy, and I think that can be a benefit here. Scrob, out of the op here, I think Scrob, you know, definitely the best player on this squad, but I think there's some good riflers that back him up. I've seen a lot of good stuff out of Amber in the limited time that I've been able to cast him, so looking forward to seeing that combo deal.
I also went on a bit of an information mission when I was casting this team to figure out how to pronounce Dengzhou, because I just thought it was like Dengzhou or Dengzhou. Apparently it's Dengzhou, or like Dengzhou, so just do with that information what you will. Anyway, Scrob will draw first blood. He's going to run out of ammo. He should go down here. There we go. A couple of kills coming through for the T side. There's still numbers here for the CTs, but they're just being picked off one by one. Dengzhou has been dinked and forced backwards, and that's going to give full control of the bomb site to the T side.
They gave Dota the raid boss setup here, and he is making work with it here. Not just one player left with 1 HP, and David G able to offer up the last 2 kills to close it out. And just overall, some good trades there, despite the huge 5v3 that they kicked things off with. The trades onto the site, they just won up those opening picks right there, and with some comfort as well. Scrub moving past his smoke, but there's so many targets on his screen. Dodo with the dualies and the armor. Trying to make things
good
happen right
signs
there.
from him there. Really good signs just in as early as the first round of the series. Like, okay, Dotto clearly is going to be able to frag. That's good. We can check that off the list of concerns. But when I was casting this Heroic Academy team, well, yeah, someone needs to tell him, listen, blood, things have changed since you were playing for Ince in 2021 or whatever it was. The ump's not what it once was. Give him the MP9. But so I was solo casting the playing game, obviously, as it goes. And I was asking Twitch chat, like, surely there's going to be some Danish guys here who can tell me how to pronounce Deng. I was calling him Deng Zoe's name. And then they type in chat Deng dash Z and then that O with the line through it. You know, then in Danish is that like O with, and it's like, that's how you pronounce it. I'm like, that's all good and well, guys. I just have no idea how to pronounce that O. So that doesn't really help me phonetically. Anyway, just thought I'd share that with somebody. We got there eventually. We worked together. Class project.
As an American, I can just say, what's that funny looking line there through the O? And everyone understands that I'm American. I have that pass.
It's like, don't worry, guys. He's just an American. Let's be patient.
Is the O silent in that case?
Because like cancels it out basically.
Yeah.
I don't think so, but no one could fault you for thinking that. All right, 4 spy here for Heroic Academy. And they've gone venturing. In the meantime, Iberia and Solve actually piled their way quite nicely around the round to avoid these forced up CTs.
Opus toss his gun out of the map right now. He's a Glock and T-spawn. I think he's not trying to give it over.
Yeah.
Wonder if you can recover that. That's funny.
Good question. He's
trying.
Yeah, you got
it. Nicely done there, and will lead to a save. Rob was able to grab that ump that was tossed over to him. Dodo grabbed an AK for his troubles, and not a bad save here for the CT side to work. Kind of get a second bite out of this force buy here if they can in the next round. And Iberian Soul overall just able to take some effective map control play, very cautious. That's a bit unfortunate there. That bomb is so massive. Amber gonna fall, but Iberian Soul gonna coast through that one with only a single casualty.
Yeah, and that was against the force buy as well. Going to be an eco now out of the CT side. Of course, they did carry that UMP and AK over. Scrub would love to get a frag with that SMG. Already has a healthy amount of money in the bank, so I'm sure we'll see that AWP in the first gun round. From what I could tell, Deng Zhui was like the X-Factor player on their CT side. He was like a super active player, especially on CT side. Mirage, he was always pushing lowers, fighting Khan on weird timings. Just the guy who's trying to push Palace. He was the guy who clearly has a little bit more leeway on the CT side to try and make plays, so that's something worth keeping an eye on. I don't know if that was like a map-specific thing, or you can see he is playing Squeaky Door here, which kind of gives us a cue that he might be playing an active half, so just something to keep in mind.
Just keep on working this out-of-yard control so effectively. Getting in towards secret, I mean, right now that should be something you can kind of capture with the lack of firepower, but if that remains a trend throughout this CT side here for Heroic Academy, could offer up a little concerns here. Just such efficient map control here without really taking much contact.
I mean, Iberian Soul know this map like the back of their hands, right? That this map is going to be super comfortable for them in terms of going through those motions and processes that you just referenced. So I reckon that's where Heroic Academy are going to have the most difficult time in this particular matchup on Nuke.
Hustle playing so far back here, it just perfectly handles the aggression. That's a AK that he can go and grab as well.
Yeah. Let me just throw a hot take into the mix here, because why not? Just to start things off for the day, at least as far as you and I have gone. Salsal is the only reason that this Iberian Soul team are still together. It's the Salsal soul. He is the soul of this team.
Oh.
I genuinely believe that...
Salsal.
Yeah, exactly. Salsal Iberian Salsal. But I genuinely believe that his individual level that's carried them through some really important games has kind of kept the belief within this team. There was even a point where WG was considering leaving the project, and I think Salsal revitalized this team just by being the one shining light.
Yeah, I think, you know, watching this squad with the... I can't remember where I last casted them when they were still underneath Quiet. It might have been 2 seasons ago at Pro League, but it definitely felt like they were kind of running out of momentum, running out of steam a little bit. And I think seeing them play with an onside organization just goes to show right now that this team still has more to give, that they're still putting in that effort, they're putting in that work, at least. And like you said, if that's, you know, at the helm of Salso just finds an opening, that's a really good sign for him. And make it a double. Takes 2 out towards that outer yard. But, you know, these players, I think, still can bring a lot to the table here. And
well, not much coming to the table here in this round. Or is there Dotto trying his damnedest? He's actually going to turn the 1v5 into a 1v2. He also has a reasonable amount of health to work with right now. Sub 1 minute left on the clock. He's going to start to venture in towards ramp. Mopos is here right now. Bomb plant secured. Doto.
Oh my god.
Like glances in the direction. Snaps to get the kill. Out into the 1 versus 1 now against the Dodo, who has a Galil, no util. There's a kit in play for Dotto. This is a 1v5 turn 1v1, need I remind you. So the Dodo's using all of the audio cues. He's not going to find an angle, though. Oh my goodness, Dotto closes the door. He's now spotted Dodo. He's got a little bit of time to play with here, and he's going to hit the shot. Dotto, what have you just done?
No way. No way. He just did he actually get a 1v5 right there? Everyone fell in towards the outer yard, and he finds every last fight back into this round. He is the coach of this squad, pulling through a 1v5 like that. That is ridiculous.
The coach stand-in 1 versus 5?
There's no way.
There's no way, right? Iberian Soul. I said Dotto, what have you just done? Iberian Soul, what have you just done? How have you lost that, fellas? No respect. Individual duels. Oh, and they've been punished.
There you go. I mean, again, I was wondering if he was going to be able to come into the server ready to play here. The answer is absolutely. He is warmed up and ready to go, but now he's eliminated here. He's got to watch from those sidelines, and well, maybe Iberian Soul can just answer right back with some quickness here.
Well, I mean, that's
V2.
the best way to put it behind them, right?
Right.
Absolutely the best way for them to put it behind them and focus up once again. I'm surprised. If I'm Heroic Academy, I'm calling a pause after that. I think that was actually a bit of a missed chance there. You call a pause, take 30 seconds to settle in. How do you go from winning a 1v5 into the next round that's just like 20 seconds apart and not still be flustered, right?
Well, hey, the 1v5 is great. That's fantastic work. It wouldn't be the best way to put it behind you if you then lose a 2v4, but I don't think this one actually is going to be attempted. And they're running away into spawn, actually, so all good. Yeah, no, they just closed the door pretty quickly. Sure, maybe a little bit of frustration being felt from Iberian Soul with the missed opportunity to, you know, get a slam dunk. But instead, just bounce back in the next round. Kind of wipe that clean from your memory. Make sure that that frustration does not linger whatsoever, because they're opening up these rounds so well.
Yeah, true. I mean, imagine this ends like 13-3 or something, and one of the 3 rounds Heroic Academy won was the 1v5. And that, I mean, it's all good and well winning that, but you just lose the round straight afterwards. You're not riding any of that wave of momentum or the wave of that success, right? Doesn't even feel like it happened anymore. There's no implications for Iberian Soul because they win the gun round afterwards.
Quick bounce back here. I mean, good news for the side of Heroic Academy. They will save their pause for this round. Trying to get back on track. You have to imagine trying to figure out a way to, you know, open up these rounds here. They're getting plucked apart towards that outer yard here consistently. When they try and get lobby aggression going, that's not quite working in their favor. And like you said, Iberian Soul just so comfortable and confident on this map, getting away with so many different opening moves here that are going to make their life super comfortable. Surprised we don't see a little bit more purchasing power in a round like this off the back of the timeout. You know, I thought Scrog could maybe drop a gun over, but sticking with the op and AK combo. HE nearly catches a visual right there as the aggression rolls out here. Scrog gets one, but he's going to get chased down. Great trade from Mappas. Able to be on the scene where he needs to. They did rotate 2 players down the vent, if I'm not mistaken, though, so that could be interesting there. Storm out.
Mopaz
as
has
well.
had he's had some phenomenal opening kills so far in these past few rounds, I must say. I mean, really good kills towards ramp to get the first in the trade onto the AWP as well, take the space off the back of it. And then they've just paused. They've decided, well, there's still so much time left on the clock here, we don't have to force anything in the situation.
Not a bad idea here. Position's looking pretty strong at the moment for side of the Academy squad, and that's going to be a free kill. Yeah, sent right back down into hell. And again, that double rotating towards the lower side, limiting that option here. Great molly to try and buy time. Just smoke goes up to slide up the vents here. Well placed. Got to handle this pressure in heaven while the chase down's coming through here. Great trading with conviction coming through out of Storm as he now chases down from heaven. Alex looking to shift up here on the back of the silo here and does collect the kill. Alex providing that security there in the 1v1. Iberian Soul saving themselves in that late round.
I mean, you still got to look at it objectively and say, good round for Heroic Academy getting 4 frags considering their lack of an investment. So they just didn't have much going for them in that round, and they get pretty damn close. At this point, you got to look at it and say, Iberian Soul, they've got the momentum behind them. If they win this next gun round, then they really start to tear ahead with the map. So Heroic Academy, they're going to have to put a stop to it here and now. Rob has that AWP, and he's looking to try and fight on the front lines.
He's putting it in prime position towards this outer yard here. It's just about any gifts being given here in the opening exchange. It's recycled smokes again towards cross. They just so perfectly get their way scaled in towards secret once again. That's going to have to shift up the rotates. Knowing that that's a vulnerability here, you have to think it's weaken up one side of the map here, but a scope on the other. Dodo able to stay alive here. And he's scared him off of this ramp side.
He's not beating the allegations, man. UMP in the 4th round. He's now got the AUG in the 1st gun round or 2nd gun round. He's really is playing like it's 2021 anyway. It's working for him. He's won a 1v5, so I guess I can't question him. All right, Dengju's going searching here. Back turn towards outside, going to leave him completely exposed to Alex. I mean, I don't mind the play that he's making, but I think he has to just clear outside before he fully commits.
Yeah, he was so hyper-focused on David G. I mean, I guess in that mindset, you're thinking he's a solo lurk. That's just not the case. And Scrob's just missed a window towards the outer yard at the moment. See if he can recover. David G sideline there with a lovely shot. Trying to sneak their way out into this A side here. Another kill coming through there. Scrob going to be mollied out, so he can't make his way up heaven. And in the meantime here, another 2v2 here. But still on the flank here, still rolling through the lobby side. He's taking a little while to activate as his Alex has coverage. They pretty much got all their bases covered. I thought maybe he wouldn't be exposed towards Hut, but no, Dodo gets a freebie here. Alex hit another clutch. Sidelines the first, goes for the swing on the second there. And destroys Dodo. Not going to lose another clutch to him here. As Iberian Soul being able to give him a taste of their own medicine here, shutting down these late rounds.
Alex's individual level has actually also been really impressive lately, I must say, and a great round coming through from him on limited health as well to get both those kills. I love how he plays the 1v1 there. He just steps on Dotto because he knows Dotto's not expecting that at all. Dotto's thinking he's going to try and play the time. I really have to swing super wide to try and get a fight with him here. And Alex just shows full confidence. Steps up, puts him to death. Instant headshot, 6-1. Only round they've lost so far was a 1 versus 5 against Dotto. That is not something that you see all that often. I mean, the entirety of Heroic Academy's kill counts outside of Dotto is 10 kills. He's also got 10. Got to start catching up to the coach here, fellas.
That's going to take a little bit of a toll on the mindset here for the squad. See if that is the case. We'll see if they can get back on track. Just again, the sort of freebies that they're getting towards this outer yard are unbelievable. They're so sneaky. They just walked through Mini into Hut to secure this round, and they took no contact at all in that situation. That just feels impossible in you know, today's nuke where you're constantly Hing smokes, you're constantly putting pressure towards this outer yard. And again, you know, eco situation, so it makes a little bit of sense, but still so impressive that they're able to rip that control.
And it's not like they're predicting that the gaps are going to be there, right? That's them feeling the gaps out in the moments when they're kind of working that part of the map and they're, okay, well, there's no resistance. There hasn't been any util thrown. Just going to jiggle this. Okay, there's no one there. I'm just going to keep creeping forward. Just reading the situation really nicely from Iberian Soul's point of view, coupled with Mopaz and some insane entry duties coming out of him so far. I mean, he's looking vintage Mopaz right now. Always been a classic entry fragger, has Mopaz. Certainly fallen off lately, but that's not what matters right now.
A little bit of relief here. Able to find an opening pick, and then none other than Dodo. And Studodo. Sidelined here on the other end. Another kill out of Dodo as he covers the ramp side completely. Now has a little bit of help from Amber. Need more utility down, and they low combo for a nice 4-piece. They're gonna chase down Salsal as well. You gotta be careful not to lose too many guns at this point. You want to keep this one nice and tidy, but there goes a drop. I think he will be sidelined as well towards the tail end. Heroic Academy facilitated by some more success in the opening phase here. Puts it into a 5v3 for Dodo. That's just going to make your life easy at that point here for a player like Amber who rotates on into the action.
Good round there, though. I mean, Heroic Academy kind of able to just shut Iberian Soul down. They don't get that same freedom of movement and win out that early gunfights, then get some control of either ramp or outside. But that can't be a flash in the pan. That has to be the start of something here for Heroic Academy, and it is going to be WG who opens up onto Scrob. Oh, Amber in and amongst the thick of things. He's got Dengjui here to play alongside as well outside. And they're kind of committed. Those smoke's going to start to fade, and that's going to force the fights. WG doubles down.
Yeah, Alex catching them as they try and recover. This one not being able to lift off all that much here. Dodo repositioning quite nicely. Managed to avoid so far Alex's contact. We'll see if he gets cleared. He does, but still able to pass the test. Maybe bringing in a little life. I think they're trying to vent dive, though, and that's going to make it difficult. They missed the vent, and now Stomps in between them. He's going to follow in the footsteps, and that's not your teammates, Dodo. Following behind you here, that's the other squad here now, and he's getting chased down. Molly's going to be good, though, and it flushes Stomp into the fight. Very awkward, chaotic tail end of the round right there. I feel like if there was only one player dropping down the vent, that would have been just fine, right? But the fact that there was two, that actually queued up the information right there that was not a teammate behind him.
Yeah, I feel like I was holding my breath throughout the entirety of that situation there. Just Stomac chasing and the smoke grenades, the audio cues, the surprise element there as well, but it works out for Iberian Soul. Again, just predicated off of strong opening frags. That time from WG outside, he's going to venture in that direction here. Again, it's a broken investment for Heroic Academy. Couple SMGs in the mix, lose this 9-2, no money to try and stop double digits being racked up by the opponents, and well, it doesn't look like they're going to get much of a say here because Iberian Soul are just ruling with an iron fist, man. I love their approach in this half X now.
Yeah, they've taken no time off here. I mean, again, they've found vulnerabilities. They've dealt with aggression. There's just not much more you can ask here of a T side at the moment for Iberian Soul. They're playing some peak Counter-Strike right now. That's exactly what they need here to step up. So we'll see if they can do that. Here we do get a bit of a tech. Dodo getting a quick restart, and he's already back. Should be able to kick things back off here relatively soon. Good work being done here from Iberian Soul, and the reactions, the success. I feel like getting only really helmed from Dodo is a little bit concerning for me. Not quite getting the same shots out of a player like Scrob, who I know can step up in big ways, have that impact. Hoping to see him get more involved here, but he's got limited. Well, no more op rounds here for the remainder of the CT side.
Yeah, I'm afraid it just has been a brutal half for Heroic Academy. And, you know, I said before I threw it to you that I love the way Iberia and Sol are playing this half. And what I mean by that is I just love the tempo. They've just been playing on the front foot. They know they're playing against an Academy team. And these guys are veterans in some senses. Alex, Mopaz, Stododo, with how long they've been around and the amount of experience they've got. So for them, they're thinking, well, we're just gonna bully these guys. We're just gonna stomp them out of the server. It's as simple as that. We've got way too many years on them. This shouldn't even be close. And I love the confidence with which they've come into this match.
Yeah, I feel like that's the exact sort of energy you have to have when you head into a matchup versus the underdog team here that can hit some shots, and when they get confident they can definitely match your level. But if you make sure that they never get confident here, that's not gonna be a problem, and that's what we've seen. I mean, the only rounds facilitated have been through the experience of Dodo and just really wild clutch scenarios. Other than that, been very one-sided. Opening duels have dominated in their favor as well.
They're basically just little broing them right now.
Yeah, exactly.
But I do like the point that you make, and I think it's an important one to highlight, that these guys can match their level when they're at their best. So it's not unfathomable or impossible for Heroic Academy to contest right now.
What?
With Dodo. How on earth has he been able to get that one right? Off the ladder on the platform, being shot at, and he comes away with his life intact in the kill.
While they're waiting for regression here, we'll see if it pans out. I think Amber could thread the needle nicely on this one. David G, though, prepared as the bomb is recovered here. Stododo, I think he's still walking it out at the moment. Amber doesn't quite capture the information here just yet. So, yes, Stododo remains silent. And Amber hunting down this last player standing. He's got a full belt of utility right now for this clutch. And he picked up a kit. So now he's going to start to pull the pin on this. Dropping down the vent. And being loud here now. And again, that smoke gonna do wonders for him in this clutch now as he flies through the single door here. The reposition from Stododo is just looking to lock him down on the inbound here. As soon as he makes his move through that door, will he be able to find it? Back's turned. But bomb planted for the ramp side. He's not on ramp, though. He's right above you.
Oh.
And Amber never gets a chance to deploy that smoke on the bomb. Never gets a chance to see his opponent there on 2 HP. Instead, going to be sidelined here for the 10th.
I mean, the tunnel vision, right? The tunnel vision was just... Yeah, it completely took over. I thought that with the way he was playing that retake, I thought he knew Stododo was very low. So then when he throws the nade to clear out the shadow corner, I'm thinking, all right, well, he's not going to be worried about that. But clearly he didn't know how low Stododo actually was then. He wasn't even worried about ramp. But yeah, unfortunately for him, Stododo just out in the open, a really nice alpha angle being held by him, and he gets the kill for free. Great round out of Stododo. He gets 4 kills in the half, and 3 of them come in that last round of it, where he actually was completely required. So I guess he comes to the table when they need him the most.
Has been able to just watch some of these rounds go by with his teammates finding so much impact. Everyone having, quick opening duels.
Yeah.
For this squad on a Iberian Soul. So finally being able to really deliver in the clutch moment right there with the 3K in that last round. Wild work.
All right, well, kind of goes without saying that this is a must-win pistol round here for Heroic Academy. It's as simple as that. Got a smoke grenade and a molly to try and get into the safe bomb site. Looks like that's going to be the game plan here.
Bread is on top hut. This is a staple of success on Nuke. He's going to move around though a little bit. So he's going to actually maybe swing that door open. No, actually repositioning inside of the hut. Just in time for them to scale out here. With that door closed, he can still play comfortably in this position, but I'm going to go down there, hoping for a retake setup. It's exposed, though. Davi able to tear through them now from the side, and it's just the player that's been lurking towards that outer yard, who's been given no fights whatsoever, left standing. Mappas comes through from the top ropes to shut him down, and that'll be 11 locked in.
Yeah, that was almost just like lambs to the slaughter. They were corralled onto that A bomb site, and then the hounds were let loose for Iberian Soul, and they feasted. And that is game over. That should be as good as done. I mean, at least at the bare minimum, I guess if you're looking, it's not even a silver lining, Cole. It's a gray lining. The gray lining is that they get the bomb plants in the pistol that they lose, so this force buy looks a little bit better. That's the gray lining.
Yeah, still a little bit stormy there, unfortunately for them. Rain's coming down hard. It's tough to see any positives. We'll see
Feels
if
like
they
a
can make
meteor
it happen.
shower more than rain, I think. But yeah.
They're just getting pelted, some hail. Well, this is a good ramp attack here. So also trying to thread in a little bit of a hold. There's just the perfect timing from Davi to help out. Although it's a couple of kills answered back here in return. They chase down the weapon recovery of one. They can't get the other. Alex trying to keep that one contained. Picks up the A4, but then Shinoda goes down as well to already a player down in towards this B-bomb site. There is one that's stuck by. Mappas could really disrupt this round here. Swing it open the double door. Is able to find the planter. Starts the timer up against him here, playing in the confines of this smoke. Dodging out on the spam here. Dodo hunting him down, but he's still so sneaky. Eventually, those shots track. And Alex left in a 1v2. This one could be wrapped on up here in a nice little bow if it wasn't for Alex. There's I believe a kid on the bomb as well. Yeah, he picks that one up. And now he knows exactly where Dodo is. No head Kevlar here. He's got to stick the bomb eventually. He's just going to gun for it here. Now Dodo trying to track him inside the smoke, and he does run through the smoke just in time for another clutch from the coach here. 17 and 10 at the moment.
Yeah, just, I mean, casually won 67% of their rounds basically single-handedly. Love that for Dotto. He's like a coach's dream, basically, right? As a player, except he is the coach.
Well, sometimes you got to make your own dreams a reality.
There we go. He's like, FNL, I think you should sit this one out, mate. I just want to show the guys something. You know, FNL's, yeah, sound, no problem.
They started, you know, mouthing off a little bit. They said, "You're just a coach. What do you know?"
Yeah, true. They weren't respecting him, right? So he had to come and lay it down in the serve.
He's like, let me show you what I got.
It. Yeah. I like it. He was always a really good player. Like, he was never just serviceable or fine. He was really good, man. I stand by that. Like, very reliable, very stable. Had big pop-off moments. Super calm in big games as well. I was always a fan of Dotto. Especially at N-Team. People forget he played with the likes of Spinks, man. Snappy, Diha, Hades.
Yeah, I'm with you. I mean, and he's showing it right now in a big way. I mean, he is just destroying here individually. Might get some help from some of the other members here. Amber with the P90 that was bought in for a little rush ramp there. They're bringing out some old school strats. They didn't pick up the P90 for the save. That's unfortunate, I think. Left that one on the ground.
I mean, probably makes more sense kill reward wise, but
yeah,
I'm just glad that the gun's not going to be played in any other rounds. Yeah, I tried to look away as much as I could.
Well,
Amber
can definitely
like Clockwork
buy
Orange.
it again.
Oh, he's not gonna, is he? Isn't it like how expensive?
It's
is that
pretty
game?
expensive.
2,300.
That sounds right.
2,300. Yeah. You just get the $300 reward, of course. But P90, right?
And it's a funny gun. At the end of the day,
Yeah.
it's fun to use. Please, Amber, do it again. Run it back.
No, there's zero chance. Someone has to drop it for him.
Yeah,
I don't even have it equipped.
I don't think I do either, to be honest.
All right, well, normality will prevail. And it's going to have to be an eco round for Iberian Soul. I don't even know. They may be inclined to force. Alex is low. All right, no. So they're going to save. This is the first round Heroic Academy will be playing against just pistols. They can breathe for a change.
Yeah, last round was the first round that Heroic won where it didn't include a Dodo opening pick or a clutch.
Okay.
So that's
Great.
That's maybe some of the rest of the team getting more involved here and
Yeah, that's
in
a
the
good
round
sign.
winning conversions and getting those stats up here for the squad is a confidence booster. Still think it's maybe trying to close the gap a little bit at this conversation. But hey, like I said, you get these young players a little bit more confident here, knowing that they can keep competitive. That's a good sign here. But maybe they'll get shut down here. Alex shuts down the outer yard aggression. Fortunately for him, his teammates here getting taken down on the site. And this should be recovered from Heroic Academy. There is going to be a bomb plant, at least in Sazel. Just a USP and no armor. And he's being hunted now. The guns towards the outer yard that he would look to recover are being contained by Veto here and not going to allow for that recovery mission here at this point.
I mean, still, for a round where there was basically no investment at all for the CET side, the fact that they get 3 kills is a really good return. I mean, 2 kills in the TK, effectively, they force 3 players to rebuy here. So they'll keep that T-side economy honest. Not that means a huge amount with Heroic Academy. It's being 2 rounds away from losing the map. And here's the first gun run of the second half. First time for Iberian Soul to kind of stamp their authority on the game again.
Just going to be able to provide that here for Heroic Academy. See if they can get away with some of the same opening success that we saw from Iberian Soul at the moment. So far, it looks to be good. Finally crossing in those smokes towards that outer yard. But they blow it open, and it isn't the opening success that they're hoping for. They can't get down secret as effectively. They blow open the smokes and shut that play down. Although towards the ramp side, they do open it up on a Sazel. And they're making strides into B quickly before they can get their feet planted. Great trade with quick motions in towards the lower side. But Daviji also rotating in here. The rest of the cavalry arriving as well here for the CT side.
That's what makes the difference, is how quickly these rotations came through from Iberian Soul. They were ahead of the game. And they've got another player down here as well. Stododo and Daviji can combine. It's only Dotto left remaining. Surely not again, right? Surely not again. And unfortunately, it won't happen again. The magic might be running out here. 12-5. Good work from Iberian Soul. And like I highlight, the swift rotations into the lower bomb site makes the difference. Because even if it's only one of them, then it's still an even trade for Heroic Academy. Daviji was the difference maker.
Yeah, in a big way. I mean, that's a huge difference as well in terms of how they handle the cross smokes right there. They instantly blow it up, and I believe they just got a visual there. At least enough to get some smoke spam going. There's an opening, Dodo, with another first kill here for him. Looking to provide more coverage, trying to find multiples on the entry here, but too low on health. As the trades start to favor Iberian Soul for the closing statement, there's another pickup. Dodo's escape path denied by Scrob. Now
he
a
has to
last-ditch
clutch.
effort here towards the lower side.
Yeah, has to clutch to keep his team alive. He's going to just try and fake as though he's going in towards the B bomb site. Drops the smoke and then rotates back up. Salsal hasn't taken the bait, though. He remains in hell. Oh, but he's been sent to heaven by Scrob. Okay, now down to the 1v1. He will venture in towards his lower site. Mopaz has just seeked refuge in the smoke grenade. No
way this
ways.
works.
Not in the 1v1. This is outlandish. And here we go. Scrob is going to give up the audio cues as well. Mopaz is going to have him dead to right. Oh, that sucks for Scrob. Sorry, mate.
He just sat in the smoke. There's no way he did that. I mean, I would immediately expect that he would rotate in towards that upper side if he's there. So he just completely overlooks it. He gets away with murder right there to close out the clutch. There's nothing Scrob could do in that 1v1. And it will be Iberian Soul, you know, looking very dominant here to open us up for this matchup. I mean, we kind of expected it. We know Heroic Academy is this closed qualifier team who did good work to make it into the Swiss stage, but obviously now they have to level up their performance here. And, you know, unfortunately for them right now, that the coach is bringing that into the server, right? You're seeing Dono have these monumental rounds here in the Impact, but it's that rest of the squad here, the Academy pieces that I think still have a little bit more to gain and more experience to build before they can really compete with the likes of the Siberian Soul squad.
We just want to see some positives, right? We want to see some positives that we can draw from this game for Heroic Academy against the likes of Iberian Soul, and unfortunately we just straight up didn't on the previous map. The only positives were from the coach, and if it wasn't for Dotto kind of saving some of those rounds, then it could have even been more one-sided than it was. So that is going to be nuked, done, and dusted. It was Iberian Soul's pick, which I suppose is maybe a little bit of solace for Heroic Academy. We go to their map of Train next. Hopefully there will be improvements. We're going to have a short break, and then we'll get into that next map. Iberian Soul were on song throughout the entirety of Nuke. Now we go into Heroic Academy's map pick. I'm not sure what a massive difference that's going to make, Mr. Exner. I feel like we could see something similar. Either way, we're not wasting time. Heroic Academy straight into A.
Rolled out this one quickly. Sododo able to offer up the first kill, and it doesn't look much different, to be honest with you. That is nasty work being done right there, and they're running scared away from this Iberian Soul squad. That pistol over in a flash.
Yeah.
And it's more of the same.
So after I threw to you, I quickly shifted across to close my windows, got back in my chair. I left when there were all 10 players alive on the server. They're busy execing A. I sit down again. 5 players alive for Iberian Soul. Everybody dead for Heroic Academy. That's like blink and you miss it kind of thing. Nice smoke from Stododo on the fly there to smoke off the fronts of A main. Pretty gnarly one. Throw there, just on the jump throw. Either way, it's going to be a force buy from Heroic Academy off the back of losing the pistol without a bomb spot. WG in the corner, sets up the crossfire with Stododo. First contact taken by the rifler. WG swings off that contact, and it is just a absolute blender towards Ivy. Scrub has at least been able to sneak his way into the A bomb site. And there's still so much time left on the clock here as well. I'm not sure if they're going to consider this. WG might be the one who pays with his life, and he does. But then that gives up the information. In the meantime, Amber's gone down, so they know exactly where Scrub is. Last player left alive. It's going to be Iberian Soul who are able to, well, I was going to say weather the storm against the force buy. It's more like weather the drizzle. Wasn't really much of a storm there at all. Good clean start for them. Very, very good start here. Just picking up where they left off.
Yeah, continuing winning ways here. Rolling out to more success at this point here. Dealing with that force buy now and heading into what should be an even more comfortable situation. A single casualty taken so far is everyone towards Ivy. Makes for an interesting setup here. Maybe a bit of an overlooked part of the map, but now being met by a smoke and like the perfect gun for the job here, the A4. Ready to spray down range here. Close to landing some of these shots on the mark.
Well, here's something I've just clocked. Dota would never have played a train game in an official before. This will be his first official on train. He did play a couple CS2 matches with Havu, but obviously train came into the pool after that period. So this is going to be his first game on train since 2021, which is fun.
Getting back in the swing of things here. He plays as good as he did on Nuke. But he's still comfortable, even if it's been a while since he's seen this map.
The problem is it's going to be difficult because it is different. The map plays differently. The tempo of the map is different. The positions that you take up on the CT side is different. So it's a tall order to kind of expect a similar level from him. And that means we're going to need way more out of the rest of the team here if there's going to be any way for them to be competitive.
Yeah, I mean, that even, turned out to look very true on Nuke when he was having just what looked to be an all-star performance here. How does Salsal... Okay, that was an MP9 behind him. Alex was fully blinded up right there by the flashes. I thought he was the one that was able to find that kill, but it's the MP9 honestly. Behind him that actually tracks that one.
Yeah. At least Heroic Academy are able to get the trade. Keep the numbers level here. Amber able to just scamper back with 4 health, and that's a huge nade onto Doto as well. Domac got a job to do trying to come through from Pop, but it's a nasty little angle held by Davi G. But, oh, okay. There's some of that mechanical prowess we've been looking for.
A sharp shot right there. Looks like they might be sacrificing some of this Ivy control as well, and this timing could be miserable from Appa's. Stododo does deal with some of that damage, though, and there's such a great position still from Appa's out in towards this side of the map here, and Stododo keeps it contained. Rolling out through camera. We'll be able to close it out there. Iberian Soul, even despite the chaos, even despite some of the good mechanics starting to show here for the side of Heroic Academy, still kept contained.
Yeah, Stododo fearless in the 1v1 there as well, just stepping out wide, holding the angle with the AWP. It's one of those situations where as the AWPer, you'll always have the advantage. If you hit the shot, you'll get the kill. Obviously, it's like a Michael Owen analogy or a point to be made there. But if you miss, you die instantly. But he just had the confidence that he would connect, and he does. Back and forth throughout the round there, but Iberian Soul come away with it.
See, I mean, comes down close to a bit of a 1v1 in that last round here. If they can manage to find any damage in a round like this, that'd be positive. Step in the right direction. Maybe get a bomb plant here and try and close things out, as they're playing pretty passive on the site, but doing so at range. This op the perfect tool for the job to close the distance, and it's not just the op that's on the scene here. The rifle active as well. Good kills coming through from the coach again. Stepping up to the plate. A third. No way. No way he can make this happen once more. No. Eventually chased down by Saucel, but he sure does make him pay before getting bested.
Yeah, good effort there from Dotto with the Tech 9, but eventually does just get overwhelmed wave after wave from Iberian Soul. I like the way Mopos plays that as well, the smoke that he drops on the left side of the bomb train to give himself cover from anybody dropping down from heaven, and then he can just focus on the players who are trying to close the gap in the bomb site, mows them down. And now we get into that territory where it's, okay, it's not the end of the world you're down 5-0, but if you lose this round here as Heroic Academy, then the pressure starts to ramp up exponentially.
Absolutely be feeling the pressure here of just back-to-back dominant performances coming through from Iberian Soul, but Amber gets the first pick. Again, those have kind of been spread few and far between. And this missed op shot put through from Davi G, not punished, as well as Saucel ready to activate now. He's following in the footsteps of this aggression.
Yeah, he is. He's closing the gap. Problem is there's no one on the B bomb site right now. Amber's the one with the C4. Saucel's searching for him. He's going to find him. He's now dropped the bomb in the back lines. Davi G, they don't realize how many players have crossed to ramp, though. That could catch Iberian Soul completely off guard. That's a collateral from the AWPer. Can't find the follow-ups. Dodo's arrived on the scene. Saucel's also toying with them. It's a 2v3 man advantage for the T side. Great shot from Dodo. He spots out the other coming through from A. Oh, he is a live wire right now.
They gotta recover the bomb still. Multiple smokes are in play. Another one placed in here.
30 seconds.
Oh, this is gonna draw so much time. He has a molly to back this up. It's gonna be hard to put that molly into play here with the smoke fades, but still can make things even more problematic. HE gonna dunk some damage down here, but he avoids it, and he finds a follow-up spam. Oh my god, he rips the round away with the reads. Iberian Soul still managed to recover in the chaos.
I mean, that was pure happenstance, though, that Saucel decides to push through the halls, brown halls, in towards locker room, or serve room, or whatever it is now. And he comes across the bomb carrier on low health, drops the bomb. I mean, that round was handed to him in a silver platter. To be fair, he had to do a lot. I guess it wasn't really handed to him, but he plays the situation to perfection after he drops the bomb. And Stododo, well, we can't discount his impact.
No, we can't, man. The opping looked very flashy from him to secure that one as well. Great work here, but a great play in towards this A side. Saucel, I don't know how he's still alive. Yeah, he's gotta fall eventually. And the HE is what tracks him. As a chase down coming through here. The issue is with this double op setup, it's not going to be easy. Is it bomb again? It is, but this time they've just created a new pass. An op recovered as well for Scrob, his weapon of choice in his hands. And a player trying to slide through the smoke in towards Z. That is still covered. There are no gaps in this defense right now here. But there's a timing from Amber stepping through before that smoke blooms. And that's the hole that they needed.
Oh, that smoke. Okay, it's actually fine. I thought it might have gone too deep. Amber on the drive-by. What a highlight round coming through from him. Heroic Academy finally able to shatter that defense on the A bomb. So like you say, stepping ahead of the smoke, that was the X-factor play made in the round. So much respect for Davi G before they commit to the plant. And his timing could suck here, and it does. That's unfortunate. But they're on the board now.
Yeah, a much needed round here. A couple of close ones as well for Iberian Soul. Actually do put their economy into question. I think that question is going to be answered with a force buy here, given Davi G's situation here, kind of in a double.
Yeah, their money sucks, actually. Mopal's going to have a 5-7. WG's going to have a 5-7. There'll be a couple of rifles outside of that. No AWP. This is Heroic Academy's chance, right? Play against the Broken Bayou, win here, 6-2, Anti-Eco 6-3. Something to work with at that point.
Yeah, that's the price you pay for the double op sometimes here on Train. You're going to make those big investments here. A couple of rounds come down to the wire, require some clutches, some heroics. It's going to be an expensive cost. I like the decision, though, to call the timeout here. I mean, obviously, they still come into this one with a game plan. They know that there isn't any room to let off the gas. Still full steam ahead here, even with the comfortable lead. Not only with the map victory, but in this map as well. And try to take fights with utility out. It's a perfect setup to open things up. They're going to start to scale on through here towards the A side, and that puts Alex on notice here, trying to fight the flames. Eventually gets toppled over. Time buying measures looking good, though, and that's the bomb on the floor again. Mr. Dodo recovering that much here and putting this round into question.
Well, Stomach's going to go the entire way around Ivy. Mopal's coming through Pop. He's going to come across. Excuse me, it's not Stomach going through Ivy, it's Dengju. It's Stomach in Pop, and he's won out a vital gunfight. And I don't know if Dodo's ever going to anticipate this. Looks like he's kind of considering it. Going to peer back in this direction. Dengju, he's going to wait for his teammate. They're both going to be here. Stomach's low. Of course, Dodo hasn't heard the footsteps. I thought so as well.
Oh, I thought he had that one in the bag right there because the footsteps were so loud, but I think he heard, like, it just looked like he registered a second too late. He almost makes the perfect play there, but turns away the last second, trying to read into where that was coming through, and Heroic Academy survived the scare. I mean, that's a necessary round for them to actually build into this half here, because now it's a full eco. You've finally been able to capture the economy of this team in the first half, and what happened in Nuke, quickly fizzled out because, I mean, they just didn't have any wiggle room in that second half to, maybe start a conversation for a comeback here. Well, if they can at least build a foundation in this first here, we know they can get active in the second half here and try and make something happen.
Yeah, it's a very good point that you make, that they can give themselves something more to work with. They can be competitive in the first half and then have some breathing room going into that second. It's not just game over in the first half. 3 rounds out of 9 so far, pretty good. If they can get up to 5 on this T side, that will put them in a really solid spot, I think, going into that second half. I do kind of look at Train as a 7-5 map at the moment. I'm not sure where you stand on it, but I think that the T side of this map has a lot going for it for a team that are well-versed on the map. I think more so than the T side have a lot going for it. I think that it's quite tough to play the A bomb side or the yard on Train in CS2. There just aren't many favorable positions. You can just dump all the util in the world as the T side, so it can be really tough to try and hold it as the CTs. So I look at this as 7-5. Where are you at on it?
Yeah, I'm pretty similar. I mean, I've seen really good T sides that maybe changed that, but I've also seen, how one-sided it can feel and it can be when it comes to, the defense. I feel like it can vary quite a bit team to team.
It's not nearly as CT-sided as it was in CSGO.
Exactly,
I think that's important to highlight. Alright, here we go. Follow-up gun round. Heroic Academy with some wind in their sails for the first time in the series. Can they keep it going? Yes, they can. At least as far as the opening kills considered.
Got them on the move right now, on the prowl. They're floating throughout this Ivy side, but they're going to walk into the trap here. Missed op shot. Offer up a little bit of difficulties and running past the smoke. Creating even more chaos here. Needing to call in for some extra assistance here, but the bomb is yet to go down, and they're just falling. They're toppling over. And now the bomb is dropped again. They keep on running into this problem.
Oh, has Mopaz heard Stomac? I mean, surely they must have heard him. He's been really loud. He's still running. Okay, Stomac was not at all expecting them to be there, but they were both looking in his direction. It's now on Scrob to clutch. Heroic Academy have fallen apart at the seams here in this round. Oh, what's this timing going to look like? Scrob and Mopaz, can they see each other right now? Oh my goodness, it's going to be WG who comically comes in and gets the kill to end the round.
Oh boy. I'm just so shocked to see that problem continue to be faced here for the side of Heroic Academy. I mean, that's the third time in this half that the bomb is dropped in a very challenging location, that they want to take space here and make plays while, you know, the round is kind of not yet secured. And they have a smoke up for Ivy. I mean, I think you can just kind of ignore that problem while you go and play it if you spot 2 players over there towards that Ivy side, but definitely I think
just felt a bit forced.
The moment getting to them.
Yeah. I mean, pushing through the smoke was unnecessary in that moment. But anyway, there will be an investment to follow. Whoever loses this round has no money going into the last round of the half. That's the situation. All going both ways. Deng Zhui again having a really tough map, by the way. He's 1-10. He was, I think, like 2 for 10 at one point on Nuke as well. So he's really struggled in the series so far. And I know he's a good player. Saw a pretty good outing from him a couple days ago. Enterprising brand of Counter-Strike that he plays, but been tough to find success here for him. Minute left on the clock. Heroic Academy, what's the plan?
A little bit of time left to maneuver, but they're starting to get very loud right now, and Veto just tracks the footsteps and finds himself a very easy shot. Maybe hoping that creates a vulnerability here towards the ramp side, or towards the Ivy side, but I don't know if that's the case here. Might just have to require a late lurk or a save of some sort. So I
they're
just can't
so
tell
separated. I don't know
going
where
on
they're
right now.
going
You have a
from here.
player walking out B.
Is he going to try
One in
fake?
Ivy and one towards T-Con. I mean, these are the complete opposite sides of the map
Yeah.
triangulated right now for these 3 players. Maybe you get a kill on B, but how are you going to get the bomb over? At least you get the rotates off here. That's potential, but he never moved out of T-Con.
I think Scrob was like, yeah, I'm saving Feathers. I think he had committed to the save a while ago. The rest of the team just hadn't really gotten the memo. But you're right. I mean, it doesn't make any sense with them being so completely isolated and separated within the round.
Yeah, I mean, 3v4, I think that still has to be the conversation to make it happen. I mean, you talk about the implications of the economy here. You said, you know, obviously, you know, last round of the half year heading up into it, whoever loses that round is going to have some economic issues into that last round. But I'm just thinking you got to go for it at that point, right? And 3v4 is still very manageable. But yeah, I think Scrob's decision was made, you know, long ago.
Normally what the T side try and do when they're down in a 3v4 is group up and try and hit somewhere on a bomb site. Maybe you get a 3v2 on that side of the map and you can trade like 2 for 1 or something. But they don't even give themselves a chance in that regard. WG, he is in deep trouble right now. Incendiary dropped, he's going to be able to get out of dodge, but Stododo not afforded that luxury. He's been playing that long angle on Ivy a lot throughout the half, so Scrob just goes there and posts up with his orb. He will take down his opposite number.
Good pick up here. Another 4v5 here that they look to capitalize on. Had a couple of those. Alex is in a really good off angle to deal with this op lurk. See if he can find the timing here on the aggression. Now shows himself. A bit of a problem. HE in the face, but Scrob hunts the kill down here and spots out multiple different members here on this A side. But another kill activates. They've still yet to make it out of T-Con here. I didn't quite register if Salsel made noise there, but I don't think he did.
I don't think so. Problem is, Iberian Soul, they only have Sarsel on the side of the map. He should get traded. He does. Man advantage persists now for Heroic Academy. Mopaz is trying to get ahead of the game coming through from Connector, but he's also lost his life to WG left, and that Tech 9 tough to track. And that will be Heroic Academy close out the first half with a win to make it 8-4. A little bit more convincing than what we had on Nuke.
Yeah, I mean, not all that bad. They're able to, at least in one time in this first half, be able to capture the economy of Iberian Soul and kind of slow them down in that department. So that's obviously a very good sign.
And also with the way that they were winning rounds, it just looked far more sustainable.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it wasn't directly at all times through Dodo in that first half. They're their coach having to 1v5 or open up the round or get multiple first kills or clutch up if necessary. Came through in a more team effort. I saw Scrob with a lot of opening duels, playing confidently through that T side with his op. Stomp for that matter as well, being able to have some impact. And
yeah, it has looked good from Scrub. I just like how he takes the round by the scruff of the neck as well with that fight against Alex where he just wide swings Alex. Just straight up duels him and comes out on top. That's some really good confidence on display. Okay, Iberian Soul gonna look to try and finish this off with the brute force approach into the A bomb site. We saw something similar from a Heroic Academy. They got contained. Oh, they're gonna pop back through the smoke grenades. Dodo gets hard cleared. Well done from Antler.
chasing into the site here. Mappa's able to keep his distance nice and close here for these fights on the back of the train. Everyone trying to roll through that smoke there. Getting blasted here. Iberian Soul taking their initiative on this T side here once again.
Here's what I find peculiar, though, because if you take a snapshot of the round as soon as Dodo goes down to Anda pushing through the smoke, it's like Iberian Soul should just get overwhelmed at that point because they're all tripping over each other on bomb train, and they just get like 3 kills instantaneously. That just tips the scales in their favor. They really do well when there's chaos in and amongst the thick of things, and I think that makes sense when you think about this team and the amount of history that they have in and amongst the players, their synergy, their experience. That's when they can keep their composure in those tense and chaotic moments, right?
Yeah, absolutely, and then they're able to prove it here consistently up against teams that maybe don't have that same luxury. This a quick and easy besting of the Force Spy right now. Being able to shut that one down with no struggles. Only a single player falling over here on the side of Iberian Soul as they rush it in towards that B bomb site. And these T sides look like they remain without hesitation here, which is such a valuable asset. Be able to play like that.
It's been a very good display so far from Iberian Soul because not only are they going to be winning the series, but they're going to be doing it comfortably. They're going to be doing it in a way that they can walk away and be like, yeah, we dominated this game, which is what we would have wanted to do coming into this matchup against a pretty recently formed academy team without much name value and playing with their coach, right? So I'm sure they'll be very happy with their performance to open up the Swiss stage.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, on top of that, you have the situation here with the fact that this team isn't signed here. They obviously want to rise in the VRS. I think making it through the Swiss stage confidently sets yourself up nicely for more comfortable first round matchups here when it comes to invited teams in those playoff performances. So that's obviously a big goal as well. Make it 3-0, you'll get the best possible seed heading into playoffs for the Swiss stage team, and that's a really valuable add to your opportunities on top of that.
Oh yeah, that's a good point that you make there, because you look at some of the name value of the teams that have been invited into the Swiss stage, into the playoffs rather, and there's a few teams you'd prefer to play. Let me just put it that way, because you've got teams like NIP, Big, Navi Junior, Passion UA, TNL. But then you also get like a 500, or a Betclick. Now, nothing against those teams, but I'd much rather play them than any of the other aforementioned names.
I am right there with you. That's for sure. I mean, I'd rather play none of them. I think I would struggle quite a bit, but for these guys, it would be, it would definitely be, picking the better of the options there for sure.
Yeah.
Trying to get yourself the most comfortable start here. HE's flash combo looking phenomenal there, even if it's a 1-for-1. Able to break through that T-Con side of things. Not fully prepared as Anthem, but able to recover their aim there just in time. And managed to find a multi-kill from both Pop and T-Con. That's a huge recovery. Amber, another piece of the puzzle that only has 8 kills, but I feel like I remember an Amber kill. I'll just say that much.
Yeah, true, you're right. We could almost count every single one so far here. Pistol pushed through the smoke, and then, was it the 1 Deeks from him as well? I don't know, man.
Yeah,
Anyway.
I think it was the 1 Deeks, yeah.
Yeah. But, and this is the moment here, 1 versus 3. Alex doesn't have much going for him at all. I mean, I suppose some time on the clock, and he's got the bomb on his back. Eventually, somebody should slide back into this B bomb site to cover.
Good.
Or they're just going to fully commit to the retake here. Would give up a bomb plant. I mean, money not really much of a problem for Iberian Soul, but you don't want to give Alex a chance here.
And that's the bigger factor right there. It's just an opportunity to isolate, to work some magic here. They do start to rotate. This is a good quick motion from this defense here, but he's gotten out of the default spot there and adds another kill to the tally. They're isolated right now. I mean, Stom had to find that kill. Otherwise, it's a 1v1 with the op and Scrob. And he has to dance between all these different angles. That was workable. It wasn't for Stom shutting things down, but scary situation there.
Yeah, that would have sucked if it went down to the 1v1 for sure, but they get the job done. Now, I do like the approach from Iberian Soul as far as the first gun round is concerned, just charging out of a main super aggressively, testing Heroic Academy's metal and defense. I made that point in the first half in terms of how difficult it can be to kind of contain those types of executes. So Iberian Soul just want to test the Academy team and see if they have what it takes. And they do. They prove, hey, you're going to have to dig a little bit deeper than that.
You're gonna have to do this a little bit more here. I do like how they open up the round here, and not so great this go around here at the moment. Running into a molly.
Wait, how far does Scrub extend?
Oh.
He's going all the way. Oh,
Oh,
straight into Stadodo's scope. Oh my goodness, and his kills elsewhere on the map. Alex has doubled down, opening up the B bomb site. Rotations have come through from both the remaining players. There's still so much time to play with. I don't know if they're going to ultimately commit B here. Even just pausing and slowing down would be a good option. That's going to force Doto to go searching. And Iberian Soul 3v1.
This one looking like 12 all wrapped up here at this point. They just cleared out A side and they're really selling Amber. The false bill of goods that this is a B side play. Well, there's one isolated there. And as I said earlier, you remember an Amber kill. This might be a opportunity at an Amber 1v3. Gonna have to reposition though for now. Change up the approach. Make strides on in towards the Ivy side of things.
Dodo's on such a good angle though.
Yeah.
It's going to be really tough to try and clear this out the entire way. And he's kind of glanced in this direction, but now his focus is fully on the A bomb site itself. And Stadodo, well, he will cost RVG his life, but he just takes an extra second to guarantee himself the frag. That's his 23rd of the map, by the way. He's having a phenomenal performance. I did have something to say in the pregame about his form generally, but he's had a really good time in the office here and train.
Yeah, it's been super impressive here. Obviously, you love having an op that can perform like him on the CT side, so being able to bring that to the table right now, what his squad definitely needs. That support there on a map where it really can work favors on that AWP. Being able to shut down that clutch. The sacrifice they'll be willing to take here. Good motion from the P9 there. It feels like playing like they have got nothing to lose here, everything to gain here with this opportunity, but trying to chase it down while the flank is formulating. We'll see how much time Stom can buy as the bomb is going to get dropped to the floor. A 2v2. Both players rotating on this flank, but Molly out in the hands
He got greedy.
of Salsel trying to get that utility out.
He got greedy with the angle that he wanted to throw the molly. I think he had one to kind of work with that wasn't perfect, and Alex will just get pushed on by Dengju. Okay, we live to fight for another day. Heroic Academy will survive. That broken buy is successful. I thought Scrob had overplayed his hand and should have prioritized staying alive to try and give time for the flank from Ivy. but it all works out in the end.
Keep it nice and alive here for a little while longer, and that'll help out as well. Running gun with that MP9 off the back of some phenomenal util. Great setup here to open it up. Puts it into a 4v5 with so much damage to back it up.
Okay, well, they're giving us something to talk about now. I mean, obviously the fact is that they're down 12-6, so it's going to be very difficult to recover, but they're at least standing their ground. They're going to make Iberian Soul work for the victory. It's not going to happen here. 12-7, anti-eco 12-8. If they can win the gun run at 12-8, maybe then I'll start to get a little bit of belief. Oh, Stododo should get stepped on. No, he's actually bypassed the player in heaven. Stomac is now going to go back, but Stododo has the read on him, and he's gotten the kill. He's got the bomb on his back as well. As yeah, Stododo's just trying to do it all. His teammates are still shift walking in brown halls, so should be round over. They might even just look to save. Never mind.
Given that opportunity here. Extra kills are pretty nice, though, for Alex. Threads one in there. Find anything extra here. Pretty much all of his space is covered at the moment. So luck trying to find your way on in. Cut down as soon as he rounds that corner. Baroque Academy not done just yet. But just 1 second. Got a little bit of life left in him here. They finally force a bit of an eco here that has to be called out as well.
Yeah, chance to just kind of at least save face a little bit, improve the optics of the scoreline here, just show us a little bit more of what they're capable of on the CT side as well. Someone like Scrob, who's a very active AWPer, would enjoy the CT side of Train, where you've got many different options as to how you can open up the round. Lots of ways to go for opening picks, which is what he loves to do. He wants to be active, he wants to be making moves. I think this is a half where we could really see him kind of pop off. I mean, not really in this game because he just doesn't have the rounds to work with, but in general.
There. Miss out on some of these opportunities on the ecos.
They're going searching. They're hunting right now.
Want their ecos elsewhere on the map here, but that's not going to be allowed. Gotta be a little bit careful.
Yeah.
With how you take this approach, you're
now,
losing
fellas.
some quick numbers here. Things could become problematic very quickly.
I mean, normally the coach is the one who has the most to say about these sorts of rounds. Now he's in the server. You don't have to wait for a timeout for him to give you his thoughts. You do it right here, live, in the moment. Okay, Scrob is going to lock things down, restore some calm to the round here. Got a little bit scary at one point, but it's all going to work out.
Serious concern. They're going to be all contained, though. Scrob will patch things up and build up a little bit of confidence here with this Oppie on the CT side. A good look. Rolling on out here from him. 8-12 now. Another timeout forced out of the hands of Siberian Soul Squad as they realize I'm not finished just yet. Things are becoming a little bit more tricky than they had hoped.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like there's any cause for concern for Iberian Soul just yet, but if this is the gun round I was referring to a couple rounds ago, saying if they lose this, 12-9, 12-10. Maybe then a little bit nervy at that point. So gonna be a good tell here, I reckon. Galil on Stododo. Doesn't have his big green gun, which he's found so much success with throughout the entirety of this map so far. Is that going to be a difference? Is that going to be something to consider? Here we go. Zass has been able to make his way through, popping towards outside. Alex has taken Dengju down. That creates spacing connector. However, Scrob is kind of still just keeping his team in this. He's dragging them through the round, kicking and screaming with his 2 kills. Drops a smoke to give himself a little bit of cover. They fake out the bomb plant to see if they can draw anybody out of position. Nothing on offer for now, though. And there we go. Godo will activate on the flank. That's going to force them in towards connector to try and go into this B-bomb site, but Stomac locks them down.
Sal's got to come up clutch. Opportunity here to shut things down instantly. Scrob, he's flying behind the rotate. Goes for a pre-fire on the corner, but that offers up the flank. Dodo, fast on the move. Is going to be able to secure this one. This could have been shaky right there in the 3v3, but be able to find some survival. Again, living on here despite a bit of a timeout, maybe despite the reality starting to hit here for Iberian Soul. Can they find that 13th round to close this series out? It's that reality setting in here for them. Might be harder than they initially bargained for. That bomb plant with a couple of kills, you could still at least get a half buy in the mix. Not all that bad, but those question marks got to be rolling on up here.
Yeah, and I mean, they're just got to be careful here in this round because we've seen them go over-searching in some of their anti-ecos previously, and this time there's real threats in the round because of the round loss bonus. It means that now there's upgraded pistols, there's armor behind these players, there's a couple rifles in the mix as well. You cannot take this round lightly as Heroic Academy. And Stomac kind of just haplessly peeks out of heaven, and that's going to cost him his life.
Yeah, it's the same error there, same issue. Oh my god. HE doesn't give enough visual there around the edge of that smoke, and a good trade coming through, but Scrob again keeps this in the picture, getting hunted down. But there's multiple players on the scene that they don't anticipate, they don't account for. And they can't make it out of pop right now because of Scrob's opping. Goes swinging around the corner for more, but he's hitting a new stride right now. Leveling up his form here. 19 and 14. Showing a whole new face, and will close it out as well.
I mentioned how he would be dangerous on the CT side of this map, and he's absolutely delivering, man. He's been so important around that Ivy area, around that back train area, just constantly locking down the A site, A main, pop, Ivy. So many different parts of the map that he's controlling right now, but he's doing it superbly. Phenomenal out of Scrob. 2 more rounds, that's what they require to force us into overtime.
See if there's just never an op on the other end of the server either for the side of Heroic Academy, or for the side of Iberian Soul, rather. They're trying to answer back it, so it really does feel like, in certain sense, it's kind of free pickings for what sort of opening moves he can get away with. Sticking with that 5-man rifle. Yeah, they're flanking through Ivy, so I guess all the information right there. They got the full read on the stack here, but maybe that offers up more targets for this T-side to take down. No, it's just too much resistance. Too much pressure applied here, and it is going to be Heroic Academy coasting to 11.
And bringing it to the last round of regulation, 1 round away from overtime. Iberian Soul are crumbling right before our very eyes right now. Man, oh man, I mean, that flank through Ivy, like you say, just gives Heroic Academy so much information. They do have to gamble a little bit that the T-side aren't going to pass through pop and that they're not waiting to go in A main. But, oh man, they just go all in, stack that B bomb site out, ready to welcome Iberian Soul with open arms. How have we gotten here?
That's what Iberian Soul Squad got to be asking themselves here. I mean, to their credit, some of these rounds have just looked really good to kick things off. It's just individuals right now on the side of Iberians, or rather the side of Heroic Academy, are leveling up their play just when they need to. Scrub especially being a huge difference maker in these rounds. They do it for one more. Molly goes in towards Pop. This might be her, but it doesn't seem like it's registered right now. They're looking for the big gut punch play to cap it off. They've got the cutoff right now rolling through and in the flames. He sacrifices his life for 2. At least settles up the score here. And now Alex making a move inside of the smoke here. Dodo seems to read into it. Seems to know that this is a vulnerability, but 4x3, I don't think he could register the smoke push there. And now this opens up new sightlines, but a lineup could be deadly, but Amber can't track the aim. And it's all on Scrub, who's been putting in numbers here in this second half. Needing to fight for survival, but with so many targets on his screen, can he chew through them all? No, has to whip out the Tech 9 out of desperation to run through their Iberian Soul, take it to 24, but they will take it away in 2.
Oh, well, I mean, they certainly did make life difficult for themselves there, but eventually they get across the line. That is a, yeah, at least, like I say, we see something positive for Heroic Academy as well, which is kind of what we were looking for from them coming into the series. Obviously got blown out of the water on Nuke, but on Train CT side, they were able to get things going, kind of build up some momentum and kind of force Iberian to Soul into some awkward territory, but they're still able to get the job done.
Yeah, and a good look at the closing round right there as well. Just some good timings that they were really missing. They were constantly getting caught surprised. They were constantly getting caught on these flanks. This time around, they're able to close it out. They're able to get a little bit of, maybe even just good fortune in terms of some of the timing on the aggression. That smoke push in particular on a Dodo, that feels like a guaranteed kill if he's, not falling back as far. And just small details like that. Will be costly when the foundation is kind of set, when you have to play up against 12 constantly, that those sort of rounds are going to flare up every once in a while. Unfortunately for Heroic Academy, it comes through in the 24th.
Yeah, like the worst possible moment at the last hurdle, but yeah, like you said, is bound to happen eventually when you just got so little room, in fact, no room to work with. It just takes one small mistake and that's the end of the game, right? So that will be Series 3 of the day done and dusted. Next up is going to be Ruby against Nexus. It's going to be the last game of the day. Another opening matchup for both those teams looking to set their campaign off in the correct direction. We're going to have a bit of a prolonged break because that was a 2-0. I don't think the next one will be 2-0 though, guys. We've had a couple 2-0s today. I reckon the next one could be the one that changes up that pattern. So we're going to have that prolonged break and then we'll get into the last game of the day.
I'm happy like a child. Getting closer, I'm torn
Eventually, everything must fade.
Blindsided, I trusted, fell for you. What a stupid thing to do. Blindsided, high hopes, but they fell away the moment you lied to me. Blindsided, misguided, led astray, trusted too easy. Blindsided, strung out on the smallest string, had me questioning everything. I don't know where I am now. Pedestal I had you on is crumbling down on the ground. It was all illusion. Where do I go now?
All right, welcome back. We're going to be getting into the last game of the day. Nexus and Ruby going to be locking horns. We just came off the back of Iberian Sol and Heroic Academy, where Heroic Academy almost got it across the line with the comeback there on the second map, but they narrowly lost out. Cole, we've had 3 2-0s. I think it's pretty unlikely we'll get another one here.
Yeah, I mean, I think again to open up the Swiss stage, it's been nothing but to see sweeps, if I'm not mistaken. So, very well could change here. You know, you get 8 in a row here at CCT. That's a rare occurrence right there. That might be, yeah, that might be the first time ever. To be honest with you, but you know, looking forward to seeing if that's going to shift up here. Like you said, I'm right there with you in terms of the competitiveness of this next matchup here. Expecting things to start to finally shift up for our final opening matchup, and to see a little bit more back and forth between these two teams here, Nexus and Ruby.
Yeah, it's an intriguing matchup. Now, both teams have had some changes fairly recently. Ruby more recent than Nexus. We can bring some rosters up here. We can just break this all down. Really, no particular one I'd prefer to start with. So let's go with Nexus, the favorites. Now, they've had a huge upgrade bringing Launix into the mix. I mean, this team could barely buy a win throughout the first half or first like 4 or 5 months of this year. But ever since they've added Launix into the mix, there's some sort of a switch that's been flicked, and they're hitting incredibly hard. They're finding great results, and they're just looking like a completely different team, all for just one extra, you know, avenue of fire, one extra aspect of firepower on the team. A really strong rifler to complement Zelo's AWPing has taken Nexus to the next level.
And I feel like that just goes to show how important having one piece here, especially, you know, I mean, it's just in the tier 2 scene alone, having one extra rifle there that can really dominate the server, that you can kind of run your offense around, right? If these T sides can be facilitated by that initiative coming through from a player like Launix, I mean, he can be a huge difference maker. And in tier 2, when he's given resources like he is on this Nexus team, he just proves why he was, you know, such a valuable talent, and why he was such a trusted piece in teams in the past here, when he's been able to move up into some of the upper echelon rosters. So it's cool to see him really thrive back on this Nexus roster. And I guess that was kind of the expectation, is that, you know, if he gets the opportunities, if he gets the resources, that this is the output that this team is going to give.
Yeah, and I'm excited to see them and where they can kind of take things as well. They had to play with Adron for a while before they could actually bring Launix into the mix because of the way the VRS works. But let's move things forward. Let's have a look at their opponents now. It is Ruby, who, as I already referenced, have also made a change recently. They've got McQueen in the mix, who's replaced Easy. Now, Easy obviously was the Aurora Youngblood AWPer. He was a really strong player, but he's I don't know how much you got to see of the Ruby team, but Easy's form just wasn't great.
Yeah.
Like, he's been out of form for a while, which has been quite sad to see. And they kind of did try give him a couple, I don't know, almost felt like maybe 2 months to try and turn things around, and it just didn't happen. So they've made a change. They brought McQueen into the mix. Now, I don't know anything about this guy, to be honest with you, but hey, he can't be much worse than Easy, which hurts to say because I've always been a big fan of him, but let's see how he's going to do.
Yeah, I mean, I watched, I think I watched the Ruby roster with Easy, you know, just one time, and I was definitely like, this doesn't feel exactly like the guy that I was, you know, watching not too long ago when he was on that Youngblood team, where I did feel like he was really explosive and flashy. And maybe that's, you know, different system. You can't quite thrive in every system that you play into, and you know, that can be a huge difference maker there. But, you know, obviously the expectations are pretty high. There's a lot of options when it comes to, you know, developing younger talent here, and giving new opportunities for oppers to succeed. And to be honest with you, if you're not going to be able to hit your strides in whatever system that is introduced, you're going to have a tough time. And I think it's a good move to try and move on from that, and see what you can do with new pieces here, and see if Ruby can bring in some more efficiency. I mean, this is a team that definitely has a lot to ride on here, as you know, they want to make some deep runs, and they want to be able to impress. I mean, this is a good opportunity to do so as well in terms of this matchup. So expectations are pretty high for Ruby heading into this one, because they are dealing with a healthy bit of confidence.
Yeah, I mean, Cade is one player I've just loved watching operate on this team. He's the IGL as well, and he just puts out such strong and consistently good performances with the rifle. The big playmaker, just entertaining in general, so certainly one to keep an eye on. But let's have a look at the Veto. We can see which direction we're going to go here in terms of maps being played between these two teams. It's going to be Mirage, Ancient, and Nuke as that third and final map. Now, looks pretty good for both these teams coming into this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, as we kind of highlighted here, this is why I kind of think it has more potential to be a three mapper here. Is that I think both teams can capitalize on their opponent's map picks or show their strengths on their own map picks, right? I do think Nexus have been able to make some really impressive strides on Mirage as of recent. You know, not always necessarily the best of maps for them, but I think stepping in more so recently here, being able to bring in a lot more success on this map and you know, obviously looking to prove that here in this this head-to-head here as they pick into it. I think that's more so a system of the recent victories that they've been able to put together here, saying, hey, you know, we can show our strengths on this map. We'll be able to bring that to the table, and now looking to establish that in this Veto here. We do see Ruby come back with Ancient, which I also think is still kind of playing into some of the comfortable territory here of the side of Nexus. I think both teams pretty competent. What's I think the most shocking for me maybe is watching that Anubis second phase ban from Nexus. I mean, this is a map that they have so many reps on right now, Hayes, and they banned it out in the second phase.
Yeah, I think that's just out of respect for Nexus, and that's what the points I was going to make. You know, just perfect segue with what you've said is that I think Ruby have to win this in two because, I mean, they could go with Dust 2 or they could go with Nuke. Neither is a great option for them. I mean, it's good maps for Ruby themselves, but they're really good maps for Nexus. So that insurance policy is just so good for the Romanian team. I feel like Ruby have to win this in two. Even though they do have a decent Nuke, I think there's a point you could make for Nexus's best map being Nuke. And I think Nexus decides to play the long game with this Veto by picking Mirage and then having a pretty good inclination Ruby would pick Ancient, two good maps for Nexus, and then knowing that we've got one of our best maps to finish off the series. So that bodes well for them.
Yeah, I mean, I think that just goes to show that the testament to the strength in this Veto here in general for the side of Nexus, rather. Because I'm right there with you. I mean, you look at three of these maps, all three of them I think are competent and comfortable. And I think even in those last three maps, you know, they're happy with all three of those decisions there, which just goes to show that this is a team that's putting in a lot of work here in the tier 2 space to develop that map pool, which is not an easy thing to do by any means here. I think there's so many different options, especially with the introduction of Train. The fact that they banned that out first, I think does kind of let them specialize in a lot of these different maps and take away weapons from tier 2 teams that love to pick into Train. So it'll definitely make things interesting, and I'm with you. I think, you know, if Ruby want to do this, it has to start off hot, and they have to remain on a hot streak.
All right, well, we're not going to be starting off too hot here in the series just yet because we do have some delays, some tech issues before we can get going here in this matchup. So we're going to throw to a little bit of a break, guys. Don't go too far. As soon as the players are ready to go, we will be as well. All right, we're back, and we're going to be getting into the first map of the last game of the day. Nexus and Ruby locking horns here on Mirage, first map of the series. It's the pick of Nexus, but it's a good map for Ruby as well. I reckon they need to get it done in 2. Let's see how they're going to start off.
We'll see what they're able to bring to the table here. As you said, some good opportunities to get off to a good start here for them. But this Mirage starting off pacey. The Molly separates the attack, though, perfectly. And 2 players go in, isolated on the fight there, leaves the other 3 behind, late to trade and late to show up on the scene here. Zello trying to make strides into the site and eventually just find a couple of kills here. Still healthy as well. We'll see how much more recovery he can do here as he's getting boxed in from Cat and this market side. Third player still yet to be seen inside a market, and X then steps up for 2 of his own. So this is being recovered here in a tricky 2v5 that they had to pull on back. Last player still yet to show up here, smoking a kit for him to work with here, but Swalio yet to take any contact here, getting baited in by the false sense of security of this market door clear. Eventually steps up for the first kill, but the reposition from X good, and he'll complete the mission right there that was started off by the side of Zello. He'll be able to finish it.
I mean, that duo right there is the reason why I get so excited about this Nexus team, because previously Zello would be able to get 2 kills and then there'd be no follow-up. Now you've got Launix there to get the other 3. This duo is so sick. It may be like the strongest Romanian duo that's you could formulate. I mean, okay, I'm not talking about Ime would be obviously the best Romanian player, but outside of him, this could be as good as it gets, and it's just so cool to see them playing on the same team together.
Yeah, the word duo is doing a lot of heavy lifting, but I'm with you. It's definitely the case, right? I mean, phenomenal combo deal that's able to show up in the first round there. X opens it up with 2 again. Maybe a bit of a casualty taken there towards the bottom of connector, but not a massive concern just yet. I like the smoke, but just some wild stuff from Cade, showing no fear, but that ends up lining up with the window peek actually, and Zello just knocking it down. It is this package right now that's had all the kills so far. Eventually, Raga gonna join the frenzy, but they're already showing so much force here. See now, a little bit of a fight towards middle here. Rolling out to take it confidently when they're up against, well, another pretty hefty investment from Cade, but everyone else kind of keeping it back here. Tossinator able to find a nice 1D to set the tone early. Bring him a 4v5 here quickly. See what they can make do. I mean, I know they have lesser weaponry, but nice advantage to pick up.
Okay, well, we are going to see some kills coming through here. 4 Spy got some legs to it. Cade going to drop down, gets a kill. Probably the best he could have hoped for in that situation. And then it's going to be a frag from Swalio to tip the scales in his team's favor. That's going to enable Fozil to get in on the action, and Ruby wants to back after losing the pistol.
I mean, and still kept a pretty aggressive purchasing stance right there. They bought MP9s, they bought Deagles in the mix, and those had a lot of impact in the round right there. They got rewarded for, I guess what you could say is a bit of a risky investment. They're going back again. That would have weakened up their first gun round if they lost it. But instead, they just come out on top and swipe all of those concerns aside. Huge pickup there to lift off a little earlier than they might have anticipated. And now they're getting things rolling here with the AWP as well.
Okay, I did misspeak there when I said once back after losing the pistol. Obviously, there was a follow-up round after that as well. There's going to be an investment coming through from Nexus, though. Going blow for blow in middle. Sound has the AWP right now, so he's recovered that from Zello's body. Swalio straight through the smoke. Raga was looking for that, but Swalio will still come away with the kill anyway. So that's an advantage now for the CT side.
Good preparation there, just can't complete the frag there, so that poke holes in the default right now. And that's definitely got to shift up the game plan big time. But Sound with the AWP. All right. Able to strike there and put it into a nice 3v3. The timing on the push as well from Launex. He almost actually misses out on that kill, but still able to recover his aim in time. Moves it on up to a 1v3 here. I mean, how much of an effort do you want to make in this one? Not for long here. Fossil dealt with very quickly.
Okay, well, Nexus looking like they're on fire right now on their T side, just in terms of how they're going through the motions, the way they're constantly contesting middle. Looking like a pretty damn solid unit right now.
Absolutely. I'm impressed right now. I mean, that was obviously a bit of a recovery effort as well, with that op shot rattling off first. You instantly go into recovery mode and you have to make moves. You have to get proactive when you're in that situation. So 8-stack goes in towards window. I thought maybe that was lining up for a molly towards underpass, but double utility in towards window to try and cover. They thought about maybe boosting up, I'd imagine, with the position from Cade and the rifle that's close behind him, but now it's just a USP stuck in underpass. I don't know if he'll be able to, one, get out of there, or two, find anything here with just the USP, but they're looking to converge on middle with a lot of extra assistance from Catwalk as well, throwing the aim every which way for Launex. That op is under hot water right now as well. Towards top boxes. They try and draw time in for this underpass play, but he gets bested. One player on the site, at least a kill. And this one spirals. Bomb down towards the top of middle. And somehow they make it happen with just bad investments as well. Bad weaponry. Just USPs and a one hero rifle. And they capture the timing here once again on the side of Nexus. They've got to figure out a way to work through this one.
Oh, Raga, he's been able to figure out where that second player is. He knows the offer was in towards the top of middle, and he spotted him out again. It's just going to be really difficult because he has to close the gap and then try and pick up the bomb. Good util usage. It's going to be McQueen who gets out of dodge, though. He's playing the long game here. He's going to hold a much longer line on the bomb here and give himself a better chance. More defensive. Raga still has no idea that he's actually been able to get away from the boxes in top middle. Oh, man, McQueen. Raga has to get across here to recover. The bomb is going to miss that first shot, but does he even have enough time to get to the site from here? He may have to try force the fight, and McQueen recognizes that. He's going to get out of dodge. Raga's hitched, and there's no time.
Yeah, no time, no chance. I don't even know if he didn't bump the wall there, if that would have mattered. I think it's a little too far gone. And they'll be able to steal it at the final hurdle there. Lovely work from Ruby. I mean, even when those gun rounds come into question, the way that they, so smartly thread in aggression on those eco rounds and make the best possible habits with the just even USPs, it's just so impressive that they do it now multiple times in this half here. And it's only, 6 rounds deep that you managed to make on-armored USPs and hero rifles or SMGs that impactful, but twice this early. Now you just got to convert on the gun rounds, and you'll have yourself an incredible winning formula here. Multiple different aspects on how they want to win these rounds as well.
Well. Hello there, Exeter. I'm actually Hayes Cass, so welcome to Mirage, and here we are, Ruby and Nexus. Great shot all the way through. Good to be here with you, Colt.
Yeah, good to be here with you. Good to talk to you. I think your accent might have changed here for some reason. You sound like a guy from St. Louis, but I always thought you were from South Africa.
Yeah, something's floating through the air today.
Yeah, and,
just change things up mid-broadcast, but I feel like we're getting off to a good start so far into apartments. Looks like Nexus are being toyed with. This Mirage not going to be too simple after all. Longs right from Empty Killer is going to get this down, Tech 9 in hand. You're still going to get a very good look from this Bianca. Not going to be over yet. Just down to that last kill. ENT is flying and still doing the job well.
Yeah, let's secure this one here. Has a chance to isolate, but now he's revealed and sidelined by the op push on through. Able to get captured. Queen. I'll tie things up at 3s here. That's the important gun round that they needed to. I mean, so far, just to catch you up a little bit, we've seen a little bit of back and forth in terms of Nexus winning the pistol, and then Ruby being able to win multiple, not necessarily full USP ecos, but pretty close to them. Small deagle upgrades without armor, some hero rifles in the mix, but they've won a couple of ecos that have really impressed so far.
A little bit disappointing. I see we're getting maybe Raga slipping out of the server for just like a moment or two, but I guess not a better time to, you know, roll in with the technical pause here. I'm happy to be back in Series 3. I was on some of these play-ins, Cole. Now we're back, obviously. I know that the day has been a pretty fun one so far as well. I was seeing some of these matchups earlier today, but Liberian Soul, I know they just beat Heroic right before this.
Yeah, that one looked pretty comfortable, to be honest with you. Had a bit of a comeback effort with Heroic, but nothing too crazy. I got an important question for you, though.
Please.
How are your pick'ems? How are they doing today?
My pick'ems today, Cole. They're not doing too well, and honestly, you're reminding me because I need to set my my next phase here for tomorrow. You know, I can answer your question by letting you know that after setting my picks last night, I got my silver coin finally.
I did too.
There you go.
Same. And it's a shame. You know, these CCT teams, they're the ones that are winning. We should be able to know that better than anyone else, that they were on a hot streak. You know, watching Legacy and Thunderpick
Yep.
And then Thunderpick in North America, it didn't really instill the most confidence that they were going to make it 3-0 in stage 2, but I should have known better. I should have trusted after being the reigning champs. You know, how could I have overlooked them?
Absolutely. And you know what, like the same with OG. I was watching them a bit in Series 2, have an interesting time, and I mean Series 1, I didn't really think they were gonna waltz in and have Nikadas drop like the largest rating in best of 1 major history or something like that. They didn't play a LAN game all year until that. They were getting those reps as you were talking about through these CCTs.
They're getting the work done. Maybe that's the magic formula right there for success at a major. Maybe we'll be seeing Falcons here soon. As we get back into the action, we'll see now Nexus, who need to get back on track. It's probably not going to start in a round like this. Looked at a couple of big ecos already won by the side of Ruby. See if Nexus can maybe return the favor. Now the pistol's just kind of spreading out here. Whole group of them in apartments at the moment. And there also is an A-lurk, so I just wonder what they have in store here for us. What are they going to do with this lurking presence towards this A side?
Yeah, BNT does not have the rock on him, and sneaking out so quietly, already immediately dropped, recycling that M4 and 11 frag and getting that deagle over to the next member is going to make this really complicated for Cade and the rest of Ruby, but they may just line up at the missile killer. A nade going to try and just force this all the way down, and they do get the retake lickety-split.
Oh my god, okay. Well, that's a huge recovery right there. I was about to say that's going to be our third full USP or Glock eco. Or like just no armor invested eco. That doesn't happen more than once in a map or series for that matter. And we almost got a third time in like 8 rounds. This is wild stuff right now. I mean, yeah, they had deagles in the mixer. It wasn't just Glocks, but still. The fact that they aren't buying armor and both teams are struggling this much on these anti-ecos is wild to see. Gonna net a little bit more back and forth. It's definitely gonna net a lot more money to purchase on into this one. As you can see, get AKs inbound here for just about everyone. Good utility to take mid control here for this T set as well, while having those players on the extremity looking to activate.
I'm not gonna lie, when I look at a box score, I see the logos of Ruby and Nexus, Cole. I'm not expecting kind of anything else than the draw at which we have been pulled. And especially with this man, with Sound getting that next kill, I guess it's going to be poetic, and the new names of Nexus and air quotes are being drawn out. Some old news being treated by Ruby right now. They get these 3 frags all the way straight up in middle, and now you're even being pushed further. I thought Fossil was this B-Anchor, man. What's he doing all the way up here? Ruby can at least clean it up on that deck. I mean, this is I feel like for the first time in our season 3 here, seeing this Ruby unit, and at least I have really the comfort of seeing Cade and Swallow doing their thing back, but I've been pretty impressed by Fossil so far.
Yeah, I mean, Fossil's a crucial piece of the puzzle here for this squad, and again, I think an anchor that you can definitely trust in for this team here. Has his big multi-kill moments, he has his big moments of brilliance here. But for now, he might have to play a little bit of rotate strike as play heading in towards this A side. Flashbang to go through the smoke and lining up a quick headshot there, trying to dodge the flashbang and find his success on the defense. That's with an A1S here. 3 kills on players running him down. Doesn't show any panic.
Litmus test A, no damn weak point. Great work out of Ruby straight up, and BNT and the boys are going to have to re-roll right now until this gets worse to potentially pop up to 7.
Yeah, I mean, a little concerning here. This is the pistol being converted there, the following round converted, and then so far a single gun round manufactured. It's still a little bit early on in this map, but showing some signs of struggle here. And thinking what could have been is not something that Nexus can afford here in this half. Let's set the tone back in their favor. Looking to do so with an A play here, but in towards the middle, it is a complete shutdown. Activity coming through from this defense means there's a bomb that's dropped to the floor, and BTN on the extremity as well is solo because they're the mission to recover this bomb right now. Zello has to let loose on this attack towards middle, and trying to run away is McQueen. Didn't want to hang on to that bomb, so he'll fall flat as well. Can he make anything happen here in this 1v4? He's already found 2 pieces of the puzzle. Getting boxed in now by the remainder here. Tough angle ahead, and he's not prepared for the walk up here. Slow crawl works out for Swallow, and Ruby do hang on to their advantage.
Yeah, and it's really just a tough game. I feel like where Nexus is seeing into a lot of the vanilla sides of their playbook, right? Like, I don't really feel like these are at least striking up some of the rhythms that, I mean, I know we were speaking about how it's a little bit ridiculous how you have a couple of these crazy little ecos, but like, you know, take some of the things out of those and apply them to your gun rounds, right? I mean, I'm not sure I've really seen them like square up into these B fights immediately with these rifles already in hand. A couple of times they try and reach back into A, they are immediately shut down. That time Swallow after the eco is fully warmed up, and I mean, now you're up to 7 and maybe a little bit too far gone.
Yeah, to be honest with you, this mid fight has not been doing them any favors so far. I would
Where's
say.
my boy Zello and his big green, man?
Yeah. No kidding. I mean, he's been trying to make it work here with the rifles, I guess, on this T side for a little bit, but maybe this next round will be the big opportunity to bring that out in the future. But the mid duels have been met by victories with USPs on a couple different occasions. This time, the break setup for allowing X to fight forward, but there's a lot more resistance than they bargained for. And Fossil, again, is an anchor that you can trust with 3 kills locking down that B side of the map. They spend so many resources. I love the idea of Nexus speeding it up towards B when they spot out the amount of players towards middle. But that's if you can trade out Fossil. If he holds a line like that, it's not going to do you any favors.
Yeah, I feel like if I'm gonna like remain consistent, I'll have to give them my praises there. Hitting on the B bomb site once again. It's a triple up from their anchor. The only player they lost was McQueen. all the way back up, and they're literally refreshing into round 12 with the double op and facing it all the way to middle. So if we're gonna, you know, close the final chapter on this mid fight for this T side, well, it's really going to be from the aggressive face of Cat, and immediately nothing going to be ripped away. So Nexus is going to have to refresh on a couple of these smokes and see where they want to place their next step. Got 2 players in A ramp right now with the bomb.
It is, yeah. Multiple players here that looking to get some work on the extremity here right now. Swalio, though, keeping contain of Connector at the moment for 1. They're still looking to make their strides out towards this A side of things as well, and a missed op shot might cause some concern here. Eventually the comp player goes down, another miss there from Cade. Okay, it's not his primary, but did miss out on some chances here to give his team more advantages. Fortunately for him, Hasanator not going to do just that. Strikes with the A1S here, and a little bit of extra assistance for the Opper, keeping attention drawn in, but Lauenek stepping forward, still denied by the AWP. Might be limited to only a single gun round here for the rifle side of Nexus. And hunting down Hasanator right now is sound, but he's not going to be able to win that head-to-head. Ruby going to complete the mission there with 9-3 scoreline. That's with losing the pistol in the following.
Yeah, all of a sudden that best case scenario seems battered down, or our boy McQueen dipping in. Actually, pretty good diming to do so. You know what Disney Pixar movie turned 19 years old yesterday, Cole?
No
I'm
way.
sure you can guess.
You're just lying right now,
I
right?
am so sorry.
Why do you know this? Why do you know this?
I saw it on the timeline, man. I saw it on the timeline. Happy birthday, Cars.
Happy birthday, Cars. I'm sorry I missed your birthday. I had a busy day of CCT yesterday. There was a little bit of delay, so I was working.
Was there?
Yeah.
I've heard about this.
Yeah, we got a couple hours. We had some 2-0s. It made up for it, but we had a couple hours there of hanging around.
Gotcha.
We've been good today, though. It's been good to us, so it gives and it takes. A happy birthday, Cars. I'm sorry I didn't send you a text yesterday.
Mater's
What a
gonna
great
be
movie.
so upset with you, man.
Mater better not be upset with me. I have a P250. That's the See You Later.
Yeah.
But I named it the See You Mater. So you better not be upset. In honor
Oh
of him,
yeah.
so.
I'm sure it'll be all good. That's
Get
a
into the
great
pistol.
card, Cole.
See if there's any
Speak of the
See You
devil.
Laters here in this one.
We'll have McQueen screaming out ramp here at any moment. I mean, he's the big ticket item in this pistol. P250 in hand, about to do most of the negotiating after the big contact is made. Here's said big contact all the way through connector right now. Turns both of the heads out from a ramp, and Cade goes down. McQueen, even one foul swoop, is just being battered. I mean, it's a 2v4 right now, and you're forced into jungle. Does this get any better? Well, at least some of the HP on the A site will be just manageable, but the low HP Zello gets you taken down, but ran right past the goal line, and you've got this bomb down. It's a little bit of cheddar back into the Nexus squad, but can Hasanator take full advantage of this? There should be no way in hell. He's even gushed up a second player. Hasanator could have a nightmare 1v4, and he's living in your dreams. Unbelievable scenes for Hasanator to just ruin the plans of Nexus into the second half. Everything they hoped for is just denied.
What is that? How was he able to isolate those fights? It needed to be instant, and every shot from his Glock was. Talk about speed right there. That's Hasanator ripping around away in brutal fashion. I mean, just when you think you could get the ball moving here, for both pistols could have been capitalized for Nexus, and that's your ticket on into this opportunity, but they've just lost so many devastating rounds. It's got to be weighing on this Nexus camp just mentally at this point as to how you recover this matchup, how you recover this game. I don't have a good answer for them. This is devastating stuff, but maybe answering back with an eco can do just that. 1 kill out with that UMP. And Sound looking really well prepared here. Does get bested though, and making an escape out of Palace is impossible. Hasanator just keeping these rounds in safe hands here, wanting to close this one out quickly.
Yeah, this is so dangerous when this guy pops up onto your screen. I feel like it's been so long since I feel like I heard of this guy on team space like a little bit. And then now you're like going on to Ruby here. I'm literally like, you know, jogging my memory by, you know, immediately checking out his team history, right? Like back into the mix here on Ruby. The 20-year-old is looking disgusting off of the 1v4, bullies them out A, and now you're literally in the cycle for 12.
Yeah, and they're in the just cycle of 4 spies here at this point. On the side of Nexus. Had a little bit of ground gained here in that last round, but it gets denied. Had a lot of ground in pistol, but Alternator continues to step up and now stepping forward first towards middle. There's a trade in towards that underpass there that comes on through. No value there eventually, but still 1-for-1 here. Manageable to work off of on the CT side. To be fair to them, they've been able to deal with the biggest of worries there in Hasanator, which unfortunately for them, there's so many more players on this server that you have to deal with there. Swalio does get dealt with though by the Deagle. It's a big headshot there and a bit of a hefty setup on this A side right now. The gun now recovered, playing on the edge of that smoke. Lauenex still finds ways to impact the round even on such low HP. Now making a quick retreat here. Fossil turns in time, but he didn't quite get the visual. Rocket lands on 1 dig. And now McQueen left it to a 1v3. A little bit of life facilitated here off the 4 spy.
Had to go their way eventually. It literally had to flip on its head. I mean, all of these crazy little rounds could not go the way of Ruby, where you're not favored. It has to be Nexus to get both feet together eventually. Nexus right now, I think you know, pepper it up nicely. I mean, there's still some life in this Mirage. I mean, a round like that will start to at least kind of put you back in the headspace of starting to do more favors for yourself. I think in terms of for a team that knows itself so well, playing with the same core players for, I mean, so long, you should know how to address the emotions. You should know how to address the room. I don't think that's my concern right now.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a good point there, right? I mean, they have lost a plethora of infuriating rounds, but these guys got history. They're not going to let that cost them. I'm sure they've lost 1,000 frustrating rounds in the past. You know, that's just a part of playing the game. So you got to wipe that clean from your memory. They've got the tools to do just that. And maybe that could be the round to facilitate that. Being able to steal an eco on back. Or that Counter-Strike gives and takes away. Got to regress towards middle, though. Diving into the fray there. The Deagle trying to chase down the aggression on that CT side. Actually, BTN does get bested. He hits the deck, and that's a gun recovered now, and valuable map control here as well. Lauenex still fighting tooth and nail for stability in this one. They're losing this A side quickly. Only a single defender left in CT. Having to do the majority of the impact here. Now Zello up for the task as everyone else trying to join up in forces. But Zello peeks here. His teammate's a little late to the party. But for some reason, Bump's still on the floor. They're not letting them get their feet planted in this round. If you're Cade, you're hoping that you could have got something going there to keep jungle control contained, but instead he's low on health, having to step forward into the fight. He will not be able to win.
Yeah, I mean, he is in the best position to, I mean, paint an entire story of what's happening in CT. He can literally put his ear to the wall and hear them ripping up to aggressively take those fights, just not ready to deal with it. And unfortunately, that's probably the first opportunity really to, I think, punish Nexus down on 12 denied. You're back with the Glocks right here. And it's not going to be impossible for Nexus all the way back now.
Keeping themselves an egg. Oh my god. That is just absolutely getting deleted right there for Cello. Just destroyed. And a much needed opening pick here. Not even from the hero rifle, but from a Deagle shot. reverberates through the whole room. They do start to take some strides back into this mid control here, which I like to see. That's a good mid-round move here to make. Right now, maybe a contact approach here coming up here. We'll see if that gives them any room on into this one. Hosinator looking for another deagle shot, but clearing at the wrong corner. Ends up checking in towards the side of Sandwich here, but Sawalio with the AK is good on the trades. There's still more resistance here. Raga trying to fight forward from the stairs side. A couple of kills put Sawalio into a 1v2 with bomb planted now as well. He steps forward for a headshot, spam through the smoke, rattling, and he does get chased down by Lauenex, who shows fearlessness in this round there to close.
Yeah, so far it's been that pair out from B that have done so much work. These last two peppering back on the A site. That time they actually do rip out from jungle. And they get it done. But that is pretty far pedaled for just one man on his rifle into that A site. It kind of seemed like Sawalio was kind of as large as life. The rest of Ruby were as threatening alongside. But Nexus shut it down. I think this is pretty cool for them, right? I'm not sure if you guys mentioned this in the pregame, but both these teams today, I believe, played a BO3 right before this. So it's about kind of, I think, whipping you back into kind of the range of motion right now and seeing if Nexus are going to be able to put themselves above water in their first map. And honestly, like, that question, I think is here. They're treading pretty nicely. They've just got to stay on this ground, getting that shot back, and at least apartments. Right as those words leave my mouth, there's that kill that comes up cat, and now the B site may be in the hands of Ruby. It's going to be so hard to deal with once Launex has got a great kill back like that. So Sawalio, maybe your only chance here on the A site, that for long.
Well, hold on. They're both rotating on in. And again, loving what I'm seeing here so far out of Nexus. They need the individuals to step up to the plate right now, and they've got the two right guys in the server left for the job. Zello and Lauenex managing to keep this round safe in this aggression. Gonna net them one, and a transfer for the second. That is nasty work right there from Lauenex. Spray transfer with the double headshot to cap it all off and keep it in Nexus's way.
I don't know why it just feels like so long since last time I got to see a full gun round out from Ruby, where we've gotten so scrappy on the A site a couple times in a row with, you know, what they can muster up. There was that one round where they did have the hero rifle and they ended up burning pretty close. And deja vu, literally, we're back. The eco hell, population 2, Cole. Me and you.
Yeah, both these teams also with us, maybe 12 in that town count right now.
What is happening?
Both
Not
these
live,
rosters just have, yeah, this just doesn't seem to be. Both these rosters have been trading back and forth. Are they moving? Okay, no, 3 players are still in spawn, so it's going to be called not live. Should get a reset going here eventually. But yeah, I mean, neither one of these teams were able to capture it. It's so close in so many different rounds here for, you know, Nexus that they're feeling the weight of, you know, just one opportunity to reset your economy. And then if that happens, if they don't actually build some structure in this comeback, if they don't clean out some rounds, then that's a huge problem for them, because as soon as you lose one of these, like, these advantages that Ruby is giving themselves, it's going to be really hard to then recover in the next to try and fight up against 12. And this has to be your chance right here, probably, to answer that call.
And where this is Nexus's map pick, obviously, need to see a good showing right on that first base. Where that immediately gets put out, though, I'm not sure where we're going to end up in this score. To be honest with you, I think Ruby really had a good kind of inclination to be in the spot economically. They can have a forceful kind of end out of this map. Well, things figured out over on our end, just in a jiffy. Not sure what's happening here, but Look, I think that maybe the concern is starting to, grow on that Ruby side. Obviously, trying to flip out of this game. I don't think I am, too hot on their Mirage in kind of a certain sense. It doesn't look to be too kind of a coin for them, and some of their closer losses here could be maybe a similar feat. They don't completely shut the door on Nexus so quickly. But we get our second little reset in here.
They say second time's the charm.
They have said that.
Hopefully this is the one that gets us back into the mix here for good. Although I'm seeing Falls by an auto shotty. I better see him commit to it. Well, funny business here, Falls. Don't bait me. So who do you got for 3-0 in these pick'ems?
Who do I got for 3-0 in my
I'm thinking
pick'ems?
Legacy make a run here, and
Hell
they're gonna
yeah.
put an end to Vitality's winning streak in a best of one at the major.
I'm liking where your head's at with this.
Why not?
'Cause, I mean, really, why not? It's about dude, some of these BO1s.
I actually think that would be one of the biggest tragedies, is if they lost a single best of one in the group stage and then went on to win the major. I mean, it'd still be a cool story. It would still be oh my gosh, they're still dominant, but then the streak would end.
Well,
to a best
Legacy's
of
a
one.
North American team, so they play in North America. This is a known fact.
True.
And they'll be solid in that BO1. I can't wait to see it. I'm really waiting out here for my boy the Reaper call me soon and what he's about to do to Liquid at the bottom of this stage.
Dude,
You had guys standing up on desks, ripping off their shirts, man.
it's so funny, man.
Shout out to Amelia. What a goat.
They are absolutely clip farming.
That would be the
major.
phraseology. Yeah, I would agree.
It's so funny though. I love it. Well, we're back into the action here. We'll see who's coming out on top at the major a little later. We'll see who's coming out on top on Mirage here.
Who's
right
joining
now,
the
though.
G203 train? Anybody?
What? You know
Doing
what?
some
I don't
crazy
hate it
stuff over
at
here.
this point. I don't hate that. It's not ridiculous. It's not ridiculous to say that.
Not ridiculous. Swalio. Okay. Not on this turn. Not with the hero rifle that we pointed out, but a couple of the pins just gone together. Sound of the double, and it is all going to be pulled together on this A lane. Nexus, this is one of their most solid defensive showings yet, but it was all against that kind of half roll right now. Ruby are going to get back to full strength.
Just quickly establishing themselves, even though that opening pick comes through, which, again, has been the strong suit for Ruby in this T set. They've had the opening moves consistently at this point, which maybe is a little concerned as to why they can't find their way through these rounds later down the line. They can't, target where they need to be after those first kills come through.
Oh?
We'll see if they can find those solutions, if they can continue to find those opening duels as well. As mid-aggression coming through here, there might be opportunities to do just that. Zello's still not rocking the AWP at the moment, and on the other end of the server, there is certainly an op for that aggression to be dealt with.
Walio's sneaking out. Just at night through the back door of Palace. Won't tell it's sold. Or we'll be patient for it. Rest of the gang got to get here into a ramp before, I guess it's Cade, the only man that could potentially even kind of set up this process. But kind of a perfect little storm. It was Nexus that was just so focused on clearing middle right now. BTN just spotted on that jump spot. Ruby are going to have the rights to the site. Here to potentially set up for 12, and Hasinator has a huge entry.
There's the trades that come through here, looking to finally capitalize on some of these moments that they've been put into. 3v2, very low HP on Sound. They could finally complete the mission and get 12. Off the back of a really well-coordinated attack towards this A side, and this post plant holding together like glue. Low HP here. Sound was just running into certain death here at that point. Ruby gonna finally claim their way onto map point when they get those guns back out in their hands. Comes at the helm of McQueen with an AWP that punishes the aggression from Zello. And then that walkout towards the A side, finding the vulnerability, finding the gap in the defense right there. And then capitalizing when they get the numbers punched in.
Honestly, really wasn't sure if it was ever going to come. You know, Ruby throw themselves into another really familiar result right there, but had to kick it a couple times. And, I mean, at the end of the can right now, Nexus may have a little bit left to make this a little bit closer. But Ruby are potentially warming up a kill shot right here. I know you got to kind of wait for Mr. Fuzzle to make up some ground there under, but I feel like this is Ruby trying to find exactly where they can stab for this 13th and really make him bleed.
Able to make it work last round towards that A side, finding the gap in the defense after the mid control was established. This time, going to bring a multi-pronged approach. Really well-timed smoke, though. Going to nullify Palace for a little while longer. Smoke to get up connector as well. They're going to maybe pop through this here. Seems like that's the case. A little bit awkward on the inbound there, but not checking the stairs. Eventually, the trade will come through. A lot more resistance ready to go on the site proper, and it is handled. The trade's efficient and effective onto the site, but can they close it out in the post? Smoke, flashbang, but they're just so focused in on CT that HE might dunk them down. More damage chipped off here. Allows for Raga to reposition. Again, showing no hesitation here, catching them by surprise. The op trade is in, leaving it all in the shoulders of Zello. And the reposition here from the Opper, fantastic. McQueen scopes in though.
Oh.
The scope is hurt, and Zello adjusts his aim in time. It's not planted for ramp either. It's a 10-second defuse. That's the saving grace right now. He's got to get a move on. He's sticking the bomb. He's got to chase this down. He's going to run out of time. And the defuse comes through right in his face. Zello will rob that round away with 10 seconds on the defuse. He never activates and lets it fly by.
Great moves in there to never shut down the aggression when you're actually chasing down these kills around the bomb plant. Smokes are down on triple, and you take advantage of that. Great work for Nexus to never give up. You thought that was going to be the kill shot there for Ruby. Even with those last two players on the bomb site, I thought it was going to even be poetic with that last frag coming in through McQueen, flanking with the Oppozello that we literally haven't seen until now on this CT side. So Nexus needed all the ingredients, but I mean, they've been working that recipe pretty damn well the rest of the CT side without the op. Got that little bit of sugar now, Cole. Let's see how they cook.
All right, well,
Sheesh.
we're going to put a quick bounce back here after missing out on the clutch last time around. Opportunity to seal it up, but maybe they can bounce back here quickly. Difficult position for Sound as he reveals. There's a trade from Hasanator to take the ground into the site here, but Launex has just been so deadly from the catwalk, no matter what the case is. Always managing to catch this T-side by surprise. Bomb going to be planted. See if there's any wall banging action coming through from Zello. Just punched in. Multi-pronged approach on this retake. Raka just threads in a nasty kill right there on the confines of that smoke. Molly smoke combo. Going to nullify Swalio inside of the palace, and McQueen's just let a bolt scale on into this retake here. He needs to find a 1v3 here. Raga up close and personal, looking for the fast swing off the back of the flashbang. And Raga claims the last kill. Again, these post plants just crumble at the seams here, despite the advantages picked up.
Yeah, these setups you've tried on this Ruby lane no longer are fitting on for size. This Nexus A site, I mean, even when you've been able to actually get that shovel into the first layer, that bomb plant has always been able to go down, bursting at the seams, like you said, in those retakes, and that is just not a symptom you want to be diagnosing here at the end of the game, where Nexus are ready to push their map pick to overtime. Ruby are going to, I mean, really probably scramble for a little bit of something here, but you're going to keep 2K in the pockets. It's not completely done. But like where you were burning, I feel like so well on the end of Ruby was that like every single player was coming up with this ridiculous game. I think Fossil had these multis on B so commonly. Maybe McQueen, the only player like really out of the conversation for dominant scorelines. They have really just kind of swooped out a whole lot of the momentum from every single member of Ruby right here, where Nexus has gotten back into control in this Mirage.
Building up a firm foundation here. And now looking to seal it on this B side. It's allowing X again. Just makes it look easy on Cat.
Oh my god.
3 kills. Not even a question. There will be a late lurk coming through from Cade, but safety found in his position right now. I don't even know if Cade's going to turn that corner here, to be honest with you. Or get a chance to, for that matter. Finally able to step up for one, but not going to last too long. We're getting dealt with right there. And Lau and X just saying, I'm going to be a difference maker here in this situation. Brings it on home.
I'm not sure what moves, what actual play you're going to have to bring out in this particular stance, Cade. It's going to have to be damn impressive. We know that for sure. But honestly, with the way that this is moving, like the tide headed in this direction for a certain moment, we may be getting past 24 here. We'll see if Ruby's squad will slip right at the top of this ladder.
Yeah, so many chances to close here at this point. I mean, they're folding to the moment without question. They have the game plan to open up these rounds. It is about what you do later down the line, or have you let things slip too much. Lau and X become an unstoppable force here that you now have to deal with. And they've got the perfect setup for this solo cat attempt right now. No utility to really help it out. Swinging into this is a freebie for Lau and X. B side is so well staffed. How do you get past this defense when there's way too many targets? Well, a jumping Fossil might help out here, but Zello still on the scene, looking for another. While he goes in towards the backside here, the op needs to find success, but Zello on the fly manages to recover here, and BTN rotates on in for OT to roll on out. Nexus have completed the mission here as they pull it all the way back to 12. BTN thinks he won the game, by the way. He just took it into OT. There's still a little bit more work to be done, but at this rate, I think Nexus are good for it here.
Yeah, certainly you're passing finally ahead of this line. It'll feel like a bit of a relief, a bit of victory in itself, but Nexus's map pick is not done and dusted quite yet. Whenever we get past our likely tech boss, whenever PNT sees himself back into the server, we'll be into a gracious overtime where, I mean, I figured the free falling with Ruby would find the bottom eventually, maybe not even nearing the end of the pit now.
Yeah, I mean, I just think so many of the decision makings there throughout that were so rough. It just has to be the choke factor coming through there. I don't know what else to say. I mean, one of those rounds, it was they had the bomb planted for default, and he rotates out of Palace into a ramp where he can't actually, cover the bomb, which I think he did get smoked out of Palace, to be fair. But those are sort of, decisions that usually don't get made when you're in a comfortable mindset, when you're in a comfortable environment. And right now, I think the pressure getting to this Ruby squad when they were looking so dominant and so comfortable throughout that first half, and even in a majority of the starts in the second.
Did we ever see our man BNT back in the lobby joining us? All good if not.
I don't think so. I think
just
he's
miss
like
him, that's
taking his break there. He thinks he's won the game.
Much
No, he's
deserved.
back.
He is back.
Nice.
You want to know? I feel like a little birdie told me this morning. You want to know it's not back? Apparently, the MRQs.
Yeah.
Definitely a little bit disappointing.
Yeah, it's all right.
How are me and you supposed to qualify for the major, dude?
The dream is dead.
Through
We're
our
gonna have
VRS,
to,
apparently.
we're
Better
gonna
sign
have
up for
to,
CCT.
Yeah, we're gonna have to start a team. Yeah, unfortunately, we do have good contacts at CCT, so they can get us some. They can find us some VRS points somewhere in there, surely.
Got a couple lying around.
I won a couple games of open playoffs that should count for something.
There you go.
And I think my season 36 IM final victory.
It does.
It hasn't decayed fully yet.
Forget that I'm commentating with the champion today.
Yeah. A title winner, if you will.
This is true. Well, BTN is hiding behind Popcorn smoke. It's more play than the regulation. Had to force it there himself. But honestly, Raga and Launex from this B side have been doing such a damn good job. Starting positioning into jungle right here is almost torn apart. BTN with so much damage out here from stairs, and Launex yet to even be seen right here. But when this goes deeper, you're not even going to see him on the way down. So all you had to be checked through the corner of his eye, gets that down, and Launex will survive. Sound with that next kill, and he'll bullet down the lane for a second. Nexus had to force it all the way to overtime, and now they've got this lead back.
Yeah, but what a huge takeaway right there. Being able to not only take it into OT, but then set the tone right when you get into overtime. Perfectly handled. And now, needs to extend the lead here, capitalizing on their opportunity.
BTN diving through. Oh boy. Pulling this up right next to McQueen. It's a swift shot he would have had to have hit. Spamming in from the bottom of that con smoke. Not going to be completely silent. But here comes a big push out from Cat. Raga, we just sung his praises. He has to get out with his life. That would likely mean just the best amount of value out of this. But now Zella 1v3, forced out of window, and now right into the hands of jungle, the awaiting Swallow, and you're just decked right to the back of the map.
Maybe able to answer back here a little bit. The reality kicking in for this squad. Getting back into the swing of things. When the lead finally gets claimed here, that's when you have to imagine that's when the biggest amount of panic is going to be felt. So good bounce back from Ruby, able to strike here in OT. Equalize it back up to 13, so we'll see if they can continue to keep the ball moving here for themselves.
Did a pretty good job. They've dribbled it all the way up to overtime right now, but they have a grievous, very egregious strike here at the end of the half, and they're 30 seconds down. Got into a 1v1. Barrel seen just right out of the corner of the eye. Hasanator has got that for a 14th. A lead headed into the second half of overtime. Number one, Ruby barely stay on top.
There you go. I mean, excellent closing for the squad, able to at least take a couple of rounds. And again, I think the panic that was being felt right there, gonna feel like some relief when they finally manage to close it out and find some ways to capitalize, win some clutches in the late round right there that will allow them to take the lead here. And then we know what that CT side was being, brought to the table. It was a great defense that they had going for them. So, expectations are pretty high here that they can do some good work in the second half. Defense dominated in the first. only lost a single gun round really, so I feel like you've got a fantastic chance to plant the flag here.
Been waving those ruby colors for the majority of this Mirage. And try upend that, at least on A, one more time. This is where Ruby was reaching so many times into the basket to try and get something sweet out on the other end. Swalio was up top. So far in this situation, Ruby had put so much into the site right now. The rotation's on. They gotta be aware of the lurks. And what a great job they get finding Launax, getting BTN down in the bomb site. Zelol left alone, not knowing where the hell his team has just sent him off. But unfortunately, lone on the island will not be for long. It is Ruby that are the first to find 15.
They'll do it. I mean, they'll give themselves 2 more chances. It's time to now close out on the CT side. It's a bit of a difference than what we saw. Yeah, in that last go around. We'll see what they're able to do here. As they head into another crucial crossroads. McQueen somehow tracks 2. Oh my god, playing around the confines of that smoke. Manages to do damage. But again, the goalpost is right there. Just have to run it on in. They can taste the finish line. But Raga, he's taking that dream right from them. Couple of quick kills. Site now accessed here by this T side. They're going to plant the digits on in. Bomb down. Planted for them in ramp as well. They set themselves up perfectly to recover this. But there's a full belt of utility now. And some good util on Falzel still. McQueen and Falzel having that tools to get back into this one. They've got to move quickly though as Rugged's going on the long haul.
They'll buy some good time, but it's smoke on that bomb to deny in that same range. Break it open once. That is your only chance. There's nobody there to actually get that spam. Raga, he's got another nade for you, and he's right on target. Getting right back to the bomb. Sticking it now is McQueen. Does he have 16 right on the track? He does not. Speeding 1 car ahead of him was Raga, and damn, we are still headed for another lap on Mirage.
Oh my god. Couldn't track the spam through the smoke, but they're going to be able to play on because there wasn't enough time. Somehow McQueen, not quick enough. Not fast enough on the defuse to take that one away. And Raga, none other than Raga that brings that back, that breathes new life in for Nexus on that round. Is the one that ends up closing it out. They won't be able to cross just yet. McQueen, though, back on track here. He's on the scene again.
All alone. Has to hit those shots. It's a big name. You're going to be taken out of that first vein as well. He's got a very quick flick out of that second. You may just be falling off of the tree for Ruby now being plucked apart. Nexus now in a 2v5 are going to have to bite their way back, but I think the blood has already been drawn. A 1v5 for BTN, and he's tried his damnedest at the beginning of this series, at this Mirage. Not good enough. Going to have to bring their best to Ancient, and then potentially to Nuke. Ruby, they steal Nexus's map pick after gracious efforts.
Yeah, I mean, in a great comeback there from Nexus, I gotta say, Ruby choking in regulation, the biggest redemption for them, though, either way. In overtime, being able to complete the mission, you know, just a short break, a short pause before they get their head screwed back on straight and are able to close it out with some confidence there in OT. Even again, you know, in the 29th round, they should have been able to close it out. Raga had to pull back a 4v2, so you know, the fact that they're able to make that happen, they're very impressive stuff. Ruby being able to deny those allegations there, those choke allegations, and step themselves up is a positive sign. And now they're starting off on the right foot here in the series.
Look, I think two things can be true at once, right? I think you can still, like, you know, be ahead of those accusations and, you know, even them still be true, right? You're recovering in that game, but there was certainly in there with some concern. But from, you know, BTN squad and co that really I saw do some pretty nice work in Series 1. I feel like this Nexus team, name-wise, it kind of in that sake will, you know, sort of get a little less respect for, you know, where we expect them to be at. But, I mean, they're a pretty talented group, especially with some of the challenges, or excuse me, some of the changes they made. You see, I mean, a 34 frag performance put out by Launex. Like, I mean, toting that from Cat was like pretty dangerous for most of the game, though. So I think they're going to be, you know, pretty warmed up headed into Ancient.
Yeah, I'm with you, right? Obviously, again, you know, the fact that we do see so many different situations be pulled back by Nexus, despite them being on the back foot right there. I think that's more so my concerns is that I saw Ruby set themselves up well. They put themselves in good positions. They don't close out rounds, but again, that's what they were able to recover in OT when it mattered most there. When the reality set in that, hey, we just lost our lead here. They have 13 first. That was a good mindset to get yourself back into. Obviously, though, like you said, they've got some tough competition ahead. We're going to be sending this one off to a quick break, and once we do come back, we're going to be rolling out in map number 2, guys. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Blindsided, I trusted, fell for you. What a stupid thing to do. Blindsided, high hopes, but they fell away the moment you lied to me. Blindsided, misguided, led astray, trusted too easy. Blindsided, strung out on the smallest string, had me questioning everything. I don't know where I am now. Pedestal I had you on is crumbling down on the ground. It was all illusion. Where do I go now? How do I hear your voice
And welcome on back here, everybody. We were ready to hop into map number 2. It's going to be on Ancient. Just watched Ruby close out in close fashion on Mirage there. We'll see if they can keep up pace here on this map of Ancient, or if it will be the bounce back effort coming through here from the squad of Nexus, who are eager to get back into this game here and start off right on the Swiss stage. And we'll get that start quickly here. Already rolling out towards middle.
Quite quickly into this donut lane. Launex had a very great map number 1, but Nexus couldn't pick up that entire point. So gotta go one step above that chart, and trying to get up that lane would require a pistol 1v4. BTN would have to wish up, because right now it would likely take a bit of a miracle. Swallow in range will just put you down. Ruby are already knocking pretty hard on that door map number 2.
Got perfectly dealt with right there. Pistol certainly overwhelming. We'll see if they can continue to keep the ball moving off the back of a force buy that they're playing up against. Nexus has been able to work some of these well in their own favor here, but Ruby's been the ones that have been winning these a lot more often in that last map. Led to the dominant first half. We'll see if Nexus can give them a taste of their own medicine here.
Where now they really got kind of something under them after that first map, where they were a little bit maybe cold off the slate when I was hopping in after about 4 or 5 rounds there. It had then kind of already headed south for them. On the way back up, we, kind of expected the vibes to be, but I mean, just in terms of gracious, their performance, right, would kind of put those exactly there. I would definitely understand if they're kicking themselves for, I think, not taking full advantage of the comeback opportunity versus Ruby.
Yeah, it's a little bit frustrating there in that sense, but I mean, they do such a good job of getting back into things, right? You hope that that's more of something that they can lean on there, knowing that if things do start off a little bit rough here or there, that they can come back, like what they were able to prove in that last go around. But in this case, really good diligence being done here on the side of Ruby to find the open site, avoid most of their worries here at this point.
And I would be cool with just the, Nexus full save attempt here, because it kind of seems like that's what they were going for. Just all going to be chilling in the B site. I mean, the fights will be forced, but I mean, on the, better end of that idea, you would have simply been able to kind of run back the eco, keeping those 4 armored deegs across the board. Now there's consideration of being able to carry any of them over at all. Even through CT, I think you're about to probably get this pressure out from Game Ender, but a smoke right down locks out Cade. Now you get this contact. So if you've got a couple of great shots from him, you got to present them now. Unfortunately, gonna be just hunted down here, potentially through the smoke. Cade will not be able to find it. Sound saved by the bell.
Stay but healthy here for a little while longer. Just good news here for the side of Ruby, that they take down a lot of that firepower that's rolling out there. No, don't have to deal with it again, because I'm with you, kind of with how many were alive initially. Think to yourself, okay, they could probably get a second bite of the apple there, but only a single player really holding on to that big firepower is not going to quite cut it. That player already whipped out there, rolling on through these pistols here once again without any troubles. They will not hold anything back here. This is exciting stuff from Ruby to start off. Exactly what they needed.
Unfortunate go for the 5-7. But Ruby, honestly, really take their time trying to deepen this cut. Don't even get a bomb plant up when they're just so patiently waiting along for a couple of those pistols to drop. All right. We're through some of the nonsense. Into our first gun round, Cole. Zello on his first gun round is getting an op. That's something you couldn't have said until the very end of that CT half of Mirage, but he's loving that.
That's a good point. I mean, I almost felt like some of those
Do
rounds
the ancient,
even.
though.
Yeah. It felt like some of those rounds on Mirage he didn't even want to, or maybe wanted to prioritize keeping a grid economy. But finally being able to bring it out here now could start things off in a hot manner here. Instead, setting up flashes for his teammates, one of which is used there effectively.
Ooh.
But the counter resurgence here rolling out seems to be all the more effective at the moment. And the kills start to flood in the way of Ruby here at the moment.
Yeah, so damn quickly. Or you may see that Cello-Op get a little bit curious here. Going and looking around, maybe a bit disappointed. Lions Hasinator has that timing in a 1v1. Now you're going to get the go from Sound, so trying to take advantage of the element of surprise here, ducking in this corner. He's only really got one successful swipe about it, and unfortunately can't land the first punch. It is Zello that will now see into the permanent save.
At least going to be able to play out that op in the future, but the way that they, even their start would lift off here when they do get that out, and if he can even hold on to that, it's a big question. Kind of getting wrapped up through spawn at the moment.
Yeah.
Basil could catch him by surprise here. Looks like it's going to be a peek with conviction, but a missed flick. That's going to leave him high and dry right there. Ruby taking away every prize that was brought into this round. Right out of their hands.
You're just right back on that eco. Gotta pull yourself up with something. I mean, we know that these 5.7s, the Deagles, whatever it is on this Ancient, you've heard the story, they can absolutely make a ruckus. There, you can actually get a pretty respectable kill back through middle. Not one you would expect to kind of lift back up. This is exactly where the pickings are the easiest. Here through Cave, you're gonna lock up these fights. BTN even ends up rounding a second. So man advantage does fall the way of Nexus. And now we'll see if Cade is going to be going through the motions. Hell yeah, he is. Shut down. It is Nexus that fine. Kind of a Ruby-esque round from the beginning of Mirage. They have a bit of an upset, throwing it right back in their face.
I mean, these are what both these teams have lived on for so long. If you talk about the comeback effort from Nexus, they got a couple of, they were forced into a lot of force buys that they had to call out because the game was kind of getting out of control. But even in that first half, the way that Ruby dominated on that last map was through winning those ecos and starting things off with half buys and pistol success. So there you have it. Returning the favor there once again is Nexus, being able to steal away around early before they get those guns out. Even though that op was ripped away from them, not a concern. They'll bounce back even stronger in the next breath. That's a great look here. Nexus, who definitely need to get off on a better start than what happened on Mirage, because, I mean, again, their lead just, even though it did get pulled back in regulation, it felt like, one mistake away, constantly have to play with that pressure could drain you.
Running it downhill. And then Launex is the one that comes out successfully for this magnetic onto Fozzel's head. Beautiful work. Ruby had been stunned here first 30 seconds. And that was exactly the recipe that Nexus whipped up previously, where they found them uncomfortable just right off the bat of that eco. It's not impossible on the way back. Cade on a bit of a point here through Cave.
Interesting things to become here. To find some gaps. And almost, needed that shot, though, to lift it all off. It will trigger in a little bit more speed, but Flashbang kept coverage as both players kind of revealed towards this cave side, so you're going to get the cavalry starting to arrive here soon. Once everyone gets involved, this round becomes a lot less likely. And they're not giving over any peeks to open up the doorway here. 30 seconds left. They're trying to maybe route away from this one, try and route out of this round.
Could throw some praise over to the Nexus camp for hitting on that Heimlich at a damn good time, beginning of the game. TNT on an investigation down the ramp. They're going to get that headshot in. And if there's anything else to blow down this stream, it will be put up. A second round for Nexus. That's going to be a really good feeling, especially where 2 times in a row now, the middle fights have gone your way, and especially how that rolls up for Launex couldn't have gone better.
The setup for Launex is something that you're going to want. Round in and round out, right? You're going to want to make sure that he's on the CT side being as active as he feels comfortable with. And if that means he's going to be taking fights like that towards middle, towards ramp, B, that's going to set you up nicely for some composure, for some success here. I think that's just the winning formula here for this side of this defense, but Cade might be the can opener that Ruby need on the other side of the map there. Ripping open 2 entries like that on the B side, all bases covered at this point, and they're not even starting the conversation for this retake. Maybe that kill on the lurk will get them, but no, they don't have a lot of mobility at this point. They know that they have to rotate on the other side of the map, so best to just call it a day, cut your losses.
Cade took a couple of those results personally. Shoves that 5th away right back down on the board, and I think that's more of a familiar rhythm to where the track was off to on map 1 in Ruby specifically are happy to be able to kind of catch themselves in their arms, force out that Mirage if they can get things back to normal here, which they most certainly have. Even gonna take a breath to kind of get this along. Cole, it's actually their second pause that they've used.
It's a bit surprising there, calling in a couple of pauses already. Chugging on through that for the side of Ruby. This early in and this successful, I would say, already in the half, right? But not a bad idea if it keeps you winning ways and you know that you have your opponents kind of on the brink here at the moment. Big opportunity to strike right here and right now would mean success can continue in the future. They'll break that economy again. Just capture control of this game through those means. We'll see. As mid control once again being established here. Raga tracking one through the smoke right there. Swalio is going to get bested. And now Launex trying to fight back there. Jumps up. I believe his head spotted around the edge of that smoke and eats a lot of damage for his troubles. But Raga still fighting forward. For this mid control, another one out of Raga. An absolute beast towards middle at the moment.
They're even pulling back from that. Knowing that if you're going deeper in house, you got to worry about a flank. BTN going to be literally right on top of it, Cole. Still having to worry about everything past this A site with, I mean, already all the value that Raga has put up. This is such a bad timing. You have missed this just by 8 moments of notice on Zello's big box rotation. However, Queen is caught in the back, and now these fights are taken directly. Nexus, they are right back alongside after getting shoved out of a bold take by Cade. I think that's one better.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good sequence. I said the winning formula might just be Launex fighting for this mid control, fighting for that B ramp and letting him get aggressive. But what about setting up Raga here for some of the success? What can he bring to the table there with a couple of big-time plays right there towards middle? Excellent sequence from him, but Lau and X now sidelined here now. Smoke spam is going to track. We'll see how much this A side gets weakened up. Zello just pluck another with his AWP just in time. Able to provide a little security here now. Bomb will down the confines of that smoke, not really getting a visual. And now they got to work with the post plants that they have, which aren't exactly friendly for their situation.
Oh man, they're about to just take straight up, and Sound is gonna get a triple, clearing it all the way out. Dusted and hopped on the bomb. It's a fourth out there for Nexus. They really get into a good square where now you're putting likely to a tied pace at, what, a couple of Tech 9s, Glocks that Ruby's gonna be able to pull your way now?
That's about right. Not exactly the easiest to fight up against, but see what they can make do. Rattles off there and misses the follow-up here. That could allow for the Tech 9s to close the distance quickly. Another follow-up shot that was necessary. Absolutely needed. But the Deagle's still doing damage.
This is a little bit concerning. VTN around this corner. Don't get caught out by this Tech 9. It's trying from multiple angles. But Hasinator with this op now was a big miss that he just got into cave. But now having to track this along, get his hands dirty, wanting to go mobile with that pistol is going to be heard quite loud right now. You're going to have to face this at a bold pace. And now Sound is looking just amazing. I mean, what, you get 3 back there on the way of the previous retake. Great stance that is so strong for Nexus to, as we put it, bring themselves right back to a tie. Ruby with a whole lot of control, out with not a whole lot of pushback from Nexus. It's all in a more passive stance this time around, Cole, because they know exactly what Ruby's going to be working with, which is not a whole lot.
I know, fight for this control towards Cave, and the one player that has lifted him up here in some of these rounds has been Cade. He finds another opening. He eventually gets bested, but Sound, look at him go here. And the 5v3 crumbles within a flash there. Lau and X and Sound. A combo deal there. Their lurk presence gets destroyed. Cade opens it up, but he needed someone to back him up right there. And Ruby don't have anyone available at the moment to do just that. It could be costly as well towards the tail end of this half here. Because now they have to deal with a force buy, and Cade's still the only facilitator in recent rounds to get them going.
How this has played out has just been so bizarre. I mean, the tale of these two spills of rounds right now, where it seems like Nexus is just that much hotter, giving it into Sound. Now he comes away with nothing. Enough pace, enough distance, but not enough util to really lock out Game Ender. There's not going to be much holding them back from just attempting this retake right off the block. Raga with a huge kill, and that's going to be down with Walio immediately. Nade pulled, McQueen with the double, and Ruby do land on both feet. End of the half, it's a 6-6.
Well, there you go. I mean, in that case, able to secure it.
Yeah.
And a bit of an unlikely faction there. The facilitator and Cade gets knocked out first right there. Not able to find those openings that he has been doing a great job at. But his trades behind him a lot more efficient, a lot more effective. They back him up this time around, and they're good for it. Grab themselves a 6-all scoreline. And a much-needed success rolling out here for the side of Ruby towards the tail end of the half. It was a really good start, though. We'll see how their CT side holds together. They look to close it out in 2, whereas the bounce back opportunity definitely right in front of Nexus now. It's going to close it out on the T side.
Game is stranded with inconsistencies, Colt. I'm ready for more. I'm ready for more. Where this is headed, couldn't quite tell you. Into cave, into house rather. We're already lighting it up. Too many in pace for this party, but Zello and McQueen, it's really an uncomfortable position. But it looks like Ruby will be able to sit out. Look at where the bomb is landed, right across the line of scrimmage in a 1v4. If there was anybody as so solid in the first half, would be Sound. Can't even get the timing on the angle. Boswell on the 1 HP will likely just tap in the back of the head. They have this spotting. One tap to the shoulder. He's gone. Well, 65 seconds to go, Cole.
See if that leaves him any chances. Bomb. Snagged. That's step number 1 here. And getting fights. The duelie's never activating. Oh, but that's why. Oh my god, that's so cheeky right there. I thought for sure that was going to start the conversation for the recovery. If the duelie's just never activated and he kept his gun out and expected him to still be hanging around somewhere close by, but that was the game plan all along right there to kind of set him up. It's always risky, I think, to bait the low HP bar, but in this case, it works out just when it needs to.
Nexus want to get a firm hold of their map pick. Already up 1-0 in the series. They were forced to overtime on that matter. To get up confidently and try and put that down. This time it's going to be their foot onto the ramp. They should have another bug to get right down underneath the heel right at the end. It's Ruby that survived with 4, only 1 casualty. And for the first gun round to be peppered up, I think that at least with Cade continuing to move across confidently, a fine sign that, again, that's a positive sign, right? But you need to see where exactly this is going to be. Where's your Sound next on this B site? Where's that anchor going to step up for this Nexus unit, rather for Ruby? The one-man mid-defense.
Ace a little bit weakened for now, but it might not be for long. Shadow spotted. Use up the game plan here for the rest of the squad, and that's a straight head-to-head victory. There's the op that joins forces here. The 1-2 punch and the flashbang. Okay, they're going to regress. That's certain death right there around the corner. And Raga, in the meantime, sees the Shadow, starts shooting at ghosts that end up becoming reality. I'm taking a little bit to get recovered here. It might allow for an opportunity at a retake. Flashbang is going to be good, though. It bounces off the roof. Oof. Raga not blind at all. Ruby sticking around here. Raga on the scene, man. 4K for Raga. As the old guard showing some new tricks here with the AWP.
Pretty impressive work just then to get that on the offhand and right back over to, oh, Zello. Launax just down to 24 in that Molotov. Couldn't quite see himself into it, but you get this stack, and I mean, actually quite literally seeing that Ruby looking down on that B lane with a little bit more to go for it, and now you're trying to break that tower down. Fossil going to be plucked away by Zello, and now that house smoke fades, you're getting that smack right back.
Yeah, Cade tried to make some more plays there. Maybe feeling the need to play some hero ball, but it's shut down there. Ends up pulling it into a 2v3 with an MP9 as the solo B defender inside of Cave, with getting multiple players crunching in on his location. I don't know how he's still kicking there. He eventually goes down to sound. Hunts down the frag. And just some good trading on into this B side. Capitalizing on some opening duels there, catching re-aggression there. Gonna do the trick there for Nexus to claim their way onto an 8th. Tie things up here once again, and most importantly, put themselves in a position of power here.
Now, this only strengthens their seat at the table right now. And I believe where we've gotten along, it was what, all 2-0s before we shuffled into our last BO3 here of the day. Cole, and I'm not saying anything. But for the price of admission, maybe we could have just one series go 3 now. Now, could we?
I think it's possible. I'm starting to see the signs. See if those remain true here towards the long term, but it's still very early on here in Ancient. Not very early, but time to play here. Time to recover on your CT side, I think, crucially, because right now, what they've been bringing to the table has had some struggles. When the guns have been brought out for Nexus, it's been very comfortable to open things up, especially towards this middle side. They've remained elusive once again. Taking a little bit of a duel. Trying to face up. Oof. Smoke spam continuing to the 1 HP, somehow still kicking. But taking a lot of flak right now is Nexus as they try and establish map control, which is going to set good signs here. The USP cannot track Launex. Not the right tool for the job right there. And Zella finds an op shot as well.
Wally, you're going to potentially be expecting somebody to have gone a little bit deeper into house. He sees past that flashbang. Trying to trickle right up. Almost that shot he could continue to hit, but it is just evading him. And God, what a swing back from Sawalio. He just has to predict quite well where this thing is going to be headed. I mean, this gun can't stick around middle for so long. Now he is clear to the vision.
Be able to find some kills on offer right there. Good setup, and another one out of the A1S. Eventually the op bests him, but this is running out of steam, running out of time, and McQueen with some speed right there on the rotate. Able to put it to rest. Flying out of cave with that AK in hand will rip Ruby into a night there, taking away the chances for Nexus to claim a lead here just yet.
You know, where this goes for exactly the strength. I mean, for how long they were tied up watching Sawalio swing in and out of house. I think the kill that he actually does land was honestly a little bit out there. It was tough for him to manage that. Something is up. We're going to be hopping to a quick tech pause. Nobody did hop out of the server, so this should be cool. I guess even more of a prolonged time to sort of calm down, take a deep breath.
What to breathe here for both these squads. Nexus now, in a similar vein, feeling reminded of how things shaped up there when they were playing on that last map, and they had some advantages, and they had the good economy and some things going for them, all for it just to be taken away by those ecos. And that wasn't necessarily a full eco, right? They had the 2 saved rifles, but they did already have, a 4v5 advantage. You just watched the round fizzle out, and again, it's not the reminder that they were hoping for right there. It's not the warm welcome. It's instead an open door there for Ruby to try and build up a lead and close this one out in 2 potentially, if they can keep it up. Line out towards middle with the op is Zello. He wants to change the story there quickly, and that's a shot to do so,
Wow.
but Raga caught a stray. He didn't deserve that. His teammate was spamming through the smoke right there, and Raga paid the price. That's cruel.
Yeah, I mean,
no.
that's pretty significant, too. Reaggression plan to go down at the bottom of B right now. Fossil, with the timing on this smoke, could spry sound, but on that jump spot, they're going to have to go for more. Can't actually finish the bite. Hasinator's got this shot, and he's got the safety as well. But keeping on this position and keeping with this bomb where it is, that's the important part. And Wownex is going to be drowning back, trying to lurk around in T-spawn. And after the start that you get, literally the book thrown right back in Swalio's face immediately. You're saved through the smoke.
Yeah, that's just brutal right there. That's a devastating reply right there through the smoke. Take no risk in going for that. I mean, little risk, I should say, in going for that smoke spam, and you're just rewarded with a stray bullet into a T, just trying to walk out middle. Didn't know what hit him. And now it's full eco territory here for the side of Nexus. They are making their way on into this A side. Donut control being recovered late. Trying to figure out a way to plant the bomb. That was a whole other story when the whole team is rotated in with quickness. Raga gonna rip out the Glock headshot there for a kill at least, but nothing other than that. A single casualty here before Ruby move on up to 11.
And all it would take is just one more fluff, one more blundered start in a beginning of a round to, be on series point. It'll be Rand boost all the way across that board, and Sawalio will catch up with the best of them. A flash to serve him up. They're blind, and they'll get nothing right now. Sawalio would set up for success, but you're still going to get those starts where they are needed. You're in a 3v3. You can try and get this bite back, and they do. McQueen and Fossil back-to-back, and now BTN, he's going to go on the run.
Yeah, get a long haul with the bomb in hand here with 34 HP. BTN looking to lead by example here with the clutch factor. And right now, target selection looking pretty promising for him. He's heading in the right direction for his best possible chance at this round, but will that remain true as he walks closer and closer to this B side of the map? Oh no. Might become a little bit more challenging all of a sudden. We're walking down a ramp here. The activity coming through from the CT side is just going to catch him by surprise. He's not going to anticipate Fossil walking down the ramp, meeting him where he is, taking fights on his own terms here for a Ruby 12.
One of the longest standing rostered members, I think the longest standing rostered members still in the game, right next to Rain, BTN, unfortunately, can't make it happen. We'll be right here at the wit's end with the Romanians in the series, unfortunately, to likely go to the 0-1 column here, beginning of the Swiss. It's K to not exactly find a stray, but going to be taking Raga out by both ankles.
Oh, Launex. Oh no, he's being watched, actually, it seems, for a split second. Splitting attention, there's McQueen, and yeah, he had a really good timing, but The vulnerabilities seem to be understood from this Ruby camp, and just in time, McQueen shuts him down before it can become a problem. Now, last 3 players have to deal with Fossil. He's been sharp. Can he remain so? There's a Deagle shot that kicks it off. Cade, sideline now at a 3v3 from a 5v3. 2 free advantages now completely sideswiped, and positions looking all the stronger for it. Sound going to turn in time for that flank to be covered. Now both players being heard rolling through on the move in towards the cave side. And this should be watched. Ruby, again, best opportunity to close this one out with ease. Has slipped from their grasp just yet, but maybe not completely.
Keep both hands on it then. Starting to slip. 1 quarter left on this bomb, and there's 2 kits to try and click. Got to pass 1, and unfortunately, you can't find past the bar. Sound will get that down. And I think you're going to be the one handed out in cuffs. It's rather Nexus that try and bull ahead for another. Ruby at least survive with McQueen and a drop alongside. They'll be good to try and flush this out.
Yeah, survival found right there. That's a 5v3 sideline right there. It's more, good setup from Ruby, but in that case, just some sharp shooting and recovery up the B ramp. Managed to pull it back and deny Ruby a comfortable chance at a close. Well, what happened on Mirage, flare up here once again. Very possible here. You'd have to imagine feeling vulnerable to that. The mid crawl out comes through here. And Lauenex, does he just line up a double? He did. Collateral damage, but McQueen snaps him out through the smoke. What is that shot? He flicked, but the smoke seemed like it was still up. That's so ridiculous. And they still hold on here despite those sharp shooting here. Zello and BTN say yes. Not a big deal here. And McQueen left into another challenging situation here on a 1v3. His flicks are unstoppable, though. And a molly on top of that default plant spot, I believe, here. Smoke spam not quite on the money. And as they get the numbers punched in, it's great effort from McQueen, but saving onto this op with shots like that might be something he's more interested in.
Yeah, I mean,
maybe just a reposition.
Oh my god, the agility is amazing. Not normally something that's within surely, the praises. Right? Dude, if he can land the jump, he can clear the corner.
Oh.
Unlucky. Get a 10 out of 10 in the movement book. Will you actually be able to get out of the club, though? With the op, it's looking like you're just been in the corner.
Oh my god. Sound is hot on his heels. Doesn't want to risk it, though. I mean, now you're running into an op who's far gone. McQueen fighting for survival. His footwork immaculate. But Ruby still fighting up against the wall here at the moment. It's another opening pick right there, but then the pullback coming through. Lauenex, who has been a little more quiet in this matchup, in this map rather, I should say, had a huge step up right there and to fight back for that 4v5 to turn into a 3v4. And McQueen might meet them head first here with the op. He's taking charge. And how is that even on? It doesn't even look like he's close, but his flicks are so fast. Too fast for my eye, it seems. What a ridiculous shot, man.
And on these Deagles, it's no damn joke.
Got blocked.
But that's unlucky.
Also,
Carry on. Oh,
what?
God. What a scene. It looks so pretty at
blocked.
first.
He's doing such good work, and then his teammate just puts up the roadblock. Oh, that's tragic. I think he got stuck. He was trying to aggress through cave. Maybe he was just trying to hold that line, which either way I think would have been death, but wild stuff. It's going to go the distance. We go all 24 here. Ruby, I mean, not all that unfamiliar with winning an OT, but they would sure like to avoid this go around.
So, Cole, we've talked about this before. You have a certain condition, mutation that you were born with that you've now brought to your casting career. You can smell overtime. What's the report looking like here?
be honest, I think it's
Or
going to be
anything
more of
floating
the
in the
same.
air at the moment.
It's going to be
Forecast
more of the
not
same.
changed.
I'm smelling it, to be honest with you, because what do we see out of Ruby in that 5v3? You know, good position, man advantages, great setup to start the rounds off. Then they lose. 4v5, then Launex does pull it back quickly, to be fair to him, and then they lose. Another 4v5 where McQueen starts it off, to be fair, on an eco, then they lose. So I just think it's a mental thing at this point for Ruby. That 12 is their most dangerous number. Their unlucky number, it seems. So yeah, I smell something in the air here, and it smells like potential OT here. And with the map control right now,
This is great.
I'm
work
even
from Ruby.
further thinking it.
On both sides, we're trying to poke the bear, pull back on A, immediately send the dogs on B. And it's one member that's going to make one hell of a difference. Sound gets 2 frags, and now they're going to walk in the back door like it's nobody's business. This B site ripped open on both ends. Goal forecast was not incorrect. These shots come all the way through. I'm not sure there's going to be a chance in hell with no kit. And you're currently being pincered for both sides in the middle. Launex just going to dunk right on the rim, and the Queen will try and hang on it. Beautiful work from Nexus. We have 2 overtimes and 2 maps.
Yeah, I mean, it happens again here. This team just right back into the same thing as last map. That's why it has to be the mindset of this roster. You know, for younger players, it can be a big problem, but 4 chances there in regulation, 3 of which started off in a positive opening pick, which, again, you know, typically when you get those first kills, it's not always the case in every given round, mostly just gun rounds. So you enter into a 75+% chance to win. They had a 3v5 and 2 4v5s. Both of them missed out on. All 3, in fact, so this team just has a little bit more work to do before they close this one out, as they find themselves in OT here once more. 4 chances passed them by, but in the OT of last map, they were able to hold on. So maybe they can make it happen again.
I don't know, man. I look to the end of the series and I see a nuke and I go, well, wouldn't it be a shame? Wouldn't it be a shame? I don't know, man. You know, we joked about the price of admission earlier, dude. Stop complaining. You got 2 maps in this last series. 2 of them got overtime.
You got a couple go maps as well. You know, it's
exactly.
You know, a couple 16-14 last map, right? So
yeah, I think so.
Yeah, maybe 13. Either way, you know, you're getting your old school go maps at that point. So I'm with you. You know, take your 2 OTs and go on your way. We'll see.
Back in CS:GO, and we had, I was about to say LAN MRQs, LAN RMRs. Oh man, what a time.
Good times. We used to have qualifiers, major. I would just have this VRS. Either way.
Dude, when
Let's see.
Nexus wins CCT Series 1,000,000, I might just call it that they qualify from the major. This is where you gotta get
This
your
is the
big online
qualifier.
qualifications. It essentially is.
Yeah, I mean, one of the many in the scene, right? Gotta win so many to build up those points. But I think you put it well there. It is actually a little bit more interesting every time you look at these CCTs now this year with the VRS.
Yep.
That every win becomes more important. Teams take it a little bit more serious. Maybe in the past where teams would maybe use practice as their official play, which I know a lot of teams were willing to do for CCT. This has to be constant, you know, business being handled, preparation being done, because every win matters, every loss means a lot. And Raga just in such a phenomenal position right there to shut down the mid re-aggression. Timing could have been of essence, but they're all leaving. They're all jumping the gun here on the rotate and shooting in the sky right there's McQueen. Looking for more. Bomb on the floor here is recovered by Sound. He's not running into Donut though. He's trying to take the fight. And it might not matter. He escapes 3 shots from McQueen. 3 flicks, which is so rare. And now a 1v4 here. McQueen all of a sudden sputtering now. Can't find the shots that he was hitting in regulation there. And eventually Nexus going to claim their lead.
I don't know, 27 kills, finally having to change out a tire is something that is probably understandable.
Oh, yeah.
And whiplash there through the kind of the first round of that overtime, you're starting to see where it may get concerning here. Where if Nexus win these first two, I mean, there's really not going to be a whole lot left for Ruby in that last overtime, even in consideration of the confidence. But I kind of want to rip back to the page that you were just on, and where you do have like these constant officials going all the time. Literally both of these teams played an official in another event in the tier 2 earlier this morning, right? Like, I mean, having every single series have all that pressure on it must do so much to a player. Here goes Nexus trying on both hands to get that aggression back from May. So they send it forward into a main. It might be Sawalio caught up at a timing gear, but Raga, he's seen into one himself. He's trying to fade on this smoke, and this goes either way.
On the way of Raga, which is unfortunate. How is he aware of Temple? That's incredible awareness there from McQueen. I truly thought Sound had a huge trick up his sleeve, but McQueen is able to get right back on the track here again. We just got to keep the cars analogies going the whole time. It'll never end. Right back on the track, a quick pit stop. And he's good as new. What's that Italian guy that hooks him up? The little Italian pit stop
dude,
guy?
That's a good question.
He's the GOAT though.
He really is. The heart of the team, man. You don't get the praise. Really in the
he does the
trenches
work
for it.
of like 10 pit stop cars, but just on his own.
Sort of what McQueen's theme is right now, being 30 and 10 out here for Ruby. But let's change that tone. Let's change that tail. It's Cade and Sawalio to catch everybody up in one foul swoop, netted up in middle. Sound and BTN are pushing this thing right through, dotted right on that line. Vaz will get this shot back, and he's got two of them for you. As Nexus took their most confident step into overtime, it's Ruby that walk up to the trail right next door.
It's just deja vu. This is exactly what happened. First round in OT, Nexus win. They claim the lead. And then, bam, wake up call for Ruby. They get the next two. We've seen this before. What is happening? It feels like a repeat map right now, especially in overtime. They're able to capture their 14th there, take a little bit of their lead back with some great rounds there towards the tail end. And now we'll see them go back to their T side. Then I found out the name. It's Guido. The GOAT. The GOAT of cars.
Hell yeah.
Car repair.
Hell yeah. Love that guy.
He fixed up McQueen real quick, and he went right back to hitting op shots again.
At least we can get some Italian representation in the server.
Yes.
It's usually eluded us in the
Italy
Counter-Strike
mentioned.
scene. We love it. That's why we've got to start serving up some of our like Italian American, North American players as that can like
Dude,
lean
that's
into
what
some
Frag's
shades.
doing in New Jersey. They just constantly are rolling out like 25 events a year in Jersey.
Oh my gosh,
They're looking for Italian representation.
that's amazing.
CS.
It's so true.
He played come up here, Osinator on the inbound. He's going to clear out his corners. The flashes are phenomenal, but Sound still able to recover his aim in the op from Zello. Also stepping up. Another rotate rolling on in, and the trays just continue to battle back and forth until as the dust settles, Viraga left last man standing. And he has a flank.
I love this.
Maybe
for him.
save the day?
I think so. Swooping in, at least slows down. Walks it right back. Cade slips that corner, but did it see the back go right around the corner? Gotta find out where the second step is gonna be. Chasing it down. No, we had to walk in the cave.
Oh,
You
no.
found him walking around that corner again. Raga has slipped the net not once but twice. Will it be thrice? It will not. Gets that headshot onto Sawalio, and now it's just going to duck onto the bomb
taking it.
and never flip away. Going to have to just throw in the knife. He's going to have to refresh the bomb. There's not enough time in hell for that. Raga with the 1v2, keeping Nexus in this ancient.
All right, there you go. What a clutch right there. I mean, I don't know how he holds his nerve. When I see backs turned like that, I'm pulling the pin and I'm missing that kill. and immediately that round is in jeopardy right there. But every decision made was on the money, and Ruby miss out on a chance to find their way to more map and series points. Raga takes it away from them here. Raga looking to get one of his own right now with this mid control, and he has dominated the scene right there. This part of the map is his under lock and key, but A might not be the same case here. They have to rotate. I believe that's allowing X into the mix. Yeah, and he'll come through just in time with a molly to boot to get himself in a established position now. Going to come down to how good the execution is and how good the hold is from Lau and X. He avoids the flashes effectively, but they're scaling. Still have yet to clear out this back of big box here, and they're so focused in on Donut. It's a great trade from Swalio, and he transfers for the second. One through the smoke as well for a third. 1, 2, and 3 from Fossil and Swalio. This round
gonna
into
get so
question.
close.
Smoke's not going to fade in Swalio's favor, or
my
is it?
God.
He is so prepared, man. There's that 3 cut. Looking for 4 on the BTN, but his days are numbered. And Ruby are going to give themselves another bite of the apple here.
What am I watching? What am I watching? The damn golden apple. Ruby has got 15. And Swalio just heats up, flames on with 4 frags there to bring the elbow down on the top of Nexus. That is ridiculous, Cole. And something to really get excited about, really, in the first step of this Swiss. This may be a familiar feeling. As you so illustrated it a couple rounds ago, we've seen this before. And this time you will potentially get another cap on that 16-14, but let me jinx it. Please, Nexus, I feel like they have more to give in this Ancient. It's just the opportunities they would have to extend, and now up this ramp and BTN in the corner, it's going to be all pushed to this part of the wall. Sound all the way pressured in that same sense, but they're trying to gauge for it. It's going to be hot. It's going to be just popping out of the pan. You know where the second player is, and now Sound has got to bury you, and he does quite well. Patents the dirt on top, and Cole, we're going past 30. We are going to overtime number 2.
Rolling it back there. What a great flashbang from Raga to secure that as well. Sound peeking into an op and rifle combo because he has that perfect flashbang right there. And that allows them to secure it with confidence. On top of that, the 3-man stack of that B bomb site out of the gates. A bold call to make to leave mid open, to leave A little bit vulnerable, but it pans out big time for Nexus. They'll take us into another OT. I thought, we were going to see the script writers get a little lazy there and roll on back another 16-14, where Ruby, it just looks in the exact same vein, but instead, Nexus throw a little bit of a plot twist in the mix. And they put us into OT2, fighting for survival.
Yeah, this third act is loosening up like The Departed, man. I don't know what's coming next. This 15-15. Going down to the next floor on the elevator. You better be scared, Leo.
This is like when we found out that Mater was a secret agent.
All along. All along.
We never knew this. A plot twist of that grandeur right there. But we'll see who heads into the top lines of this OT. Okay, looking for some extra damage there. Trying to wall bang off towards the wrong side of things. And some good control taken. Working past that smoke, but there's too many targets. And that collapse comes through effectively. So much resistance as well on this B side, but they're walked up the ramp. BTN still covers.
That's a great kill that he finds. That's even the connection. All of the solace that they have cutting off the space from the entrance to Cheetah. You're going to have the security to get that frag from Cave. Zello has that op, still toting it. McQueen and Swalio, where they are disconnected. I guess they're going to put their coin down, try and flip it on this B site. Queen so adamant about this corner. Now going to get the contact back, and even the Molotov going to draw a quick fight, and Launex right down to it, and the guillotine can't find a second, but Swalio may find a timing. With the bomb currently being where it is, I think you're going to be in a tough position to pull this back.
20 seconds. he's going to sacrifice time to save his smoke, but he really has to get a move on. He's running out of time right now. There's Sawalio, 10 seconds left on the board, and a quick burst out of BTN. It was just a little one-tap action right there on the head of Sawalio for Nexus to lift off first in the second OT now. Quick shooting right there, some quick thinking. Denying McQueen his opportunity to recover that round. Feels like Sound is an absolute rock on this B side for some of these rounds. Now Braga inside the smoke here with them, but it's a little bit too overwhelming. And this time, Ruby throw numbers at the problem.
With that addition, they certainly walk out with a surplus. The investigation's still going to be on the docket. Detective Sound now to try and flip this over in the middle. Or hey, they may actually check a few heads. It's just in time. I think a shoulder was just seen right around that corner from Hasinator. It's that smoke onto Donut, but not really the way it was construed. BTN to still get that second frag about it, but those numbers had to come from somewhere. Sending it up that B lane, you may not expect to get that full setting here. BTN audibly into the bomb site now, and off that kill of the Opera, they may just line up. Cade, 1v1, needed a solid stance next to McQueen, but you are going to be cut out. Zello going to be taken into no-scope territory as well. This is Nexus into overtime 2, back-to-back off of that 15. They are streaking along here, Colt.
Yeah, finally finding their footing there, especially with that clutch factor. Able to claim their way onto a big-time 17th there. Zello helming that charge there. The tip of the spear with that AWP. This time, again, the mid side collapses. They're flying out for this mid control. A 5v3 wasn't enough in the last round. Maybe 2v5 could be, but instead an escape from Raga. But he has to speed it on in to a reposition to cover off this red room. And it's another 5v3, but no guarantees whatsoever for Ruby in these rounds. Feels like everything offers up its own set of challenges, and, well, to their credit, a gap in the defense is opened up. Sound pushes into A main. There's a lack of movement right now in this advantage. In this 5v3. Throwing utility like they're executing up B ramp, but instead it's going to be a contact walk. Angles go unchecked, and BTN will rip 2. He's healthy. McQueen looking for his op shot. If he gets baited in, that could be the difference maker. Looking for the trade as the flank is getting time bought for it. Now chasing it down with the op. He lands 2 shots, both no scopes. And again, that flank is still coming through here. Sound activates and sows even more chaos. A smoke, and the bomb is going to route towards A.
This is such an insane
opened up.
Little end to the round. Headed on to the A direction. McQueen going to literally slam the door behind him. Bomb going to go down here, and now Sound is going to continue on his pace. I mean, are you even going to be expecting the double CT setup? This is going to be so impossible. You're going to be checking into the front desk of the op immediately. Should have seen the shoulder. Missed op shot. That's how these things start and go downhill. But Hasinator, all he needs is one player seen, nade in hand, and it is beautiful. A triple shared in between. And Ruby, they are trying to close this thing into, it was a really great start to overtime number 2 from Nexus, but Ruby got the candle lit.
Yeah, finally. Back-to-back 3v5 rounds, one of which was taken away, one of which is converted. So Ruby doing a good job of sealing up that second, but it's still so dicey, man. It's still so incredibly close here. Nexus going to be able to lead here in OT in half number 2. Now we'll see what they bring in the second half here. Back onto the T side. Had their ups and downs, but McQueen's step up has certainly brought them stability. Trying to buy time for extra help. what does Nexus have in store to try and put this one to bed? Try and take us into a third. A little bit of a slower crawl in this one. But you can see that they want to get explosive for this control. Flashbang to start the ramp crawl. And it is a lot on the shoulders here of Fossil, who's left a little bit alone. And a 1-for-1 trade. Not exactly ideal. Smokes and utility keeping the op at bay here. Everyone rotating in, trying to get involved. Space being taken here. Kills starting to flow, though. They wanted to fight for this long control and instead get punished. As a 1v4 heads Zello, and his head doesn't stay on his shoulders for too long there. Ruby got to tie things up with a solid B-hit defense.
To a all point where we're tied, and this time we're right at 17. And Ruby are looking sharp at the moment. I mean, dotting back. It was like Launex in map 1 reaching for 40. Now it's the best of Ruby trying to rope alongside. You have 2 players up in that 30 club now.
Gonna get 18 first. Nexus get their first opportunity at a map point in this series. Despite how close these maps have been, that has remained out of their grasp. Putting themselves in a position of power, still yet to be captured. And the CT side just holding on to utility for as long as possible. Meanwhile, I look at the T side here, and they've got, you know, a couple of mollies, a couple of smokes. That's about it for taking map control. Good news is they have a really good spot from this early activation that could come through. It's going to have to now. Rug is going to have to make some moves from Red Room as they've lost out early. And Hasanator more smokes to recycle. Cave is off limits. This play coming through from Raga has to be massive because they're getting shut out. And there you go. There's the opening. Onto McQueen. It's going to queue them up for an A-side play now in a multi-pronged approach where Raga has the support system cut off. And the weight on Sawalio's shoulders right now. Running through the molly. Raga will catch them, but still time running a little bit low. A multi-kill too far to ask there for Sawalio. Coverage with the AWP for the bomb to be planted. And around on Cade's shoulders now. BTN moonwalking his way into Donut. And he doesn't anticipate the idea that Cade could even be there. It puts Zello into an op shot. A simple line that he has to connect on. And fortunately for him, he has multiple opportunities to lock that one on up before this round gets too far out of control there. Nexus will be the team to claim 18 first and give themselves one chance here to claim this map and take us to a third.
Great trade back. You have to find that so quickly onto Cave. Swalio up to bat again. And he's just shoved right down, unfortunately, at the plate. That 8-4 is a couple more bullets left for you. It's gonna have to be a quick flick. This might be nuke in the catalog, guaranteed. You can go ahead and dial the number now because you have got that on the line. It is Nexus that will force a third map in this series goal. And the 0-0 sought in this Swiss stage is damn sweet.
Yeah, wild finish right there, but Nexus this time around are able to do it in OT when they crumble Ruby in the second go-around right there. I thought we were going to get more of the same. You know, we watched in regulation those opportunities slip from their grasp, and while it was handled on Mirage, a different story here on Ancient, which allows for that third map and for Nexus to pull through in a big way. That's a fantastic job here. It proves that no game is out of control for this team. when it comes down to tough situations, and for Ruby they're going to be kicking themselves because this time it actually did cost them.
No, I mean, very certainly so. And I gotta say that, where this comes down to it, poetically in this series, where you're up on this series point at some level in this Ancient, right? One step away from it. I mean, you're going to be walking into a nuke that I really rate pretty highly for Nexus. We can get into this conversation when we come back to the third map, Cole, but that's going to be a very scary sentiment.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, before we get there, we're going to be sending this one to a break. Once we come back, we'll see who's going to come out on top for our first 3 mappers so far in this Swiss stage. We'll see who's going to be claiming that decider.